Hey there everyone, welcome to Satu Light Novels. If you like the content, please like and subscribe. If you have any novels you would like to hear, leave them down in the comments. I will do my best to make it happen. Thank you. Let's get into it. Volume 6, Chapter 1. The Girls' Risque Racing Swimsuits. I can no longer continue with this deceit, because I really do not want these intentions of mine to become lies. After Mio and Maria, it was currently a certain day after Yuki, who had also began to live in the Tuju residence. Right, Basara-san? Have you already prepared your school swim gear? While resting in the living room after dinner, Tuju Basara was asked this by Maria. No, it's not. Speaking of which, the swimming classes will be starting next week, right? Basara had transferred over to the school for the second trimester after the summer vacation and now is currently in the middle of the semester. In the normal schools, there wouldn't be any swimming class from around this time period until next year's summer. However, Basara and the others are now studying in Hijirigasaka Academy, which has got an indoor heated swimming pool. Thus, swimming classes would be held all year round without following the seasons. Although Basara had already purchased his sports attire and sports shoes, it was only his swimming attire that was left out all these while. Reason being that no matter who it was, everyone had to change into swimming gear if one wanted to enter the water, which meant that majority of his skin had to be revealed. And after all, Tuju Basara's whole body was covered in countless number of scars left behind from a certain experience in the past. When a normal person sees those scars, it would usually make them feel uneasy. What to do? Basara had been worrying his mind over that. It was just then Mio, who seemed to have finished helping Maria to tidy up after dinner, also came into the living room, and beside Basara, she sat down on the armrest of the sofa. Basara, you can't be planning on skipping out on swimming class, right? It's not that. But I might be considering that though. These scars were carved onto his body when he had committed that inerasable sin in the past, so Basara had to carry it for life. To this day, he is still gripping tightly onto his remorse for the past, really hoping that no one would see these scars. Additionally, Basara, who hoped for the comfort of a peaceful school life, does not wish attract too much attention to himself. Just the event of being hugged by Yuki during his self-introduction, as well as Mio disclosing the information of them living together, already caused him to have only Takigawa as his only male friend in school whom he could speak with normally. During physical education class, Basara could still hide within a corner of the changing room to not let anyone see his scars, but that was no longer possible during swimming classes. Moreover, Basara could no longer join any clubs or after-school activities. So if he were to start making any friends, he could only start from his classmates. Hence, if he were to reveal his scars during his physical education classes, it might very well just plummet his relation with his male classmates to the lowest levels of disparity. Despite how Dad managed to make so many friends, just what was it that had caused such a great difference? Say, just as Basara sighed in hopelessness, Mio suddenly asked in a low voice, could it be because of me? Don't worry, it's not because of you. Basara raised his head and saw a light color appearing on Mio's neck. That is the marking of the collar that signaled the activation of the curse of the master-servant contract. Mio was probably worried that she had caused Basara some trouble to not let him attend the swimming classes, which caused feelings of guilt resulting from regret over it. Basara hurriedly grabbed her hand and held it warmly and said, really, it's really not your fault. The problem lies completely with me. Really? Really? Basara answered the uneasy Mio while nodding. As of right now, the current Demon Lord faction are still after Mio's power, so it is a given that Basara needed to stay under their radar. And it was not just the current Demon Lord. The enemy who had killed Mio's adoptive parents, the high-class Demon Zalgir, was also after Mio and had sent out trusted aid of his that was even stronger than Takigawa in terms of battle power. Hence, once he attracted the attention of those around him, he will have to further increase his awareness to see if there are any lurking enemies waiting for an opportunity. That will increase the stress on him daily because him to not be able to use his full power if a battle occurs, and there was no other way around it. So Mio being worried for him over such a thing wouldn't help the situation at all. Hey! Don't put on such a gloomy face. Ah! Basara pulled Mio's hands and hugged her. Mio seemed to not have expected that, and followed his pulling into his arms. While within Basara's warm arms, those large breasts of hers were tightly pressing onto Basara's body. "See, calm down. This was for Mio's good." Despite how Mio's sweet body scent and her extremely soft body threw his heartbeat into disarray, Basara still feigned calmness, wrapping his hands around Mio's waist. And attempting to display Jin's mature calmness in his own way, he said to Mio, who was closely sticking to him, "Or else I will have to subjugate you again. Would you rather have that?" Mio's body trembled, her whole face turning red. Great, that went well. Whenever he made her angry, her feelings of guilt would be broken up, so that was why Basara forced such intimate activities. Once he let Mio slap him twice, everything would be good. As for whether would Mio ran out from the living room in anger or would he have to apologize while escaping, it depended on the situation. Completely perfect with this, there would be no need to Mio to be subjected to unnecessary humiliation. While thinking that, Mio's hand was never raised up into the air, as he was expecting. Mio? Basara asked, uneasy, to which Mio then silently stretched her hands towards Basara's neck. Can't be? Not with slaps. Is she gonna choke me this time? Is she going to choke me to death? Shit, did I take it too far? Basara prepared to defend himself, but unexpectedly Mio's hands went around his neck, directly to behind him, and they then tightened around Basara, causing Mio's soft body to stick even tighter onto his body. Yet towards the dumbfounded Basara, Mio, as if having not heard that, said, as if it was sexy bedtime, "If Basara says so, it's fine, you know?" Mio? What? Why did it become like this? Why did she suddenly say such sweet words? Mio's unexpected reaction suddenly put Basara at loss. Anyways, calm down first. Alright? Basara grabbed Mio's shoulders and successfully separated their bodies. But, in his nervousness, he didn't manage to grab onto his intended target completely accurately, which resulted in his hands, both his index fingers, hooking under Mio's bra straps, shocking him to hurriedly pull back his hands. Sorry, but he couldn't. After his index fingers hooked her bra straps, his actions pulled the straps to the sides off her shoulders. Mio's shapely breasts rocked after being freed from the restraint of her bra, with their tips almost revealed before Basara's eyes. Not only that, although their bodies are no longer in contact with each other, they are now at the most suitable distance for that. Basara couldn't help but to stare at the Mio before his eyes. In Basara's eyes, Mio's eyes seemed to be even glossier than just now, as if she was already completely prepared to accept Basara's upcoming acts, probably due to the effects of the aphrodisiac curse raising her body temperature. Mio's bodily scent filled Basara's nose as if tempting him. Oni Ai-chan. After that, Mio called for Basara with misty eyes. That, the coquettish call, was Mio's plea for Basara to subjugate her whenever the curse of the master-servant contract activated. Basara gulped. He remembered Mio's softness and her shy, lewd reactions, while being pulled into the abyss of pleasure, as well as her seductive and bewitching expression. Hot blood rushed through him, making him want to thoroughly ravage Mio, and once more subjugate her into his obedience. The moment that thought surfaced, his hands were already moving towards her, intending to caress those large breasts, seemingly begging for his touch. Stop right there. Why, Yuki? The voice that sounded at close proximity shocked Basara and Mio to suddenly retreat to the respective ends of the sofa. Yuki seemed to have finished brewing the after-meal tea and was coldly glaring at Mio while holding onto a tray carrying a tea set. For you to seduce Basara the moment you leave my sight, you really are a bitch. Who's the bitch? Really? I wasn't seducing Basara. Just as Mio tried to defend herself after righting her bra straps, the TV screen suddenly turned on. If Basara says so, it's fine, you know? With this, that doesn't really seem persuasive. Why did you immediately connect the camera to the TV and play it? Maria! More importantly, when did you start recording? Beside the furious Mio, Basara felt a headache. What are you saying? How could I miss Mio-sama's erotic actions? It was just for these moments that I had specially bought a camera with a short boot-up time, you know? Mio decided to use force to counter the smug Maria. She ripped off the cable, connecting the camera to the TV, and smashed the camera fiercely on the ground. The sound of the camera smashing into countless small pieces filled the living room. What about now? You can't take any more videos now, right? Mio said ruthlessly to Maria, who was grabbing her head and screaming tragically, but then suddenly Maria began to laugh with a low voice. Coo, coo, coo. She then took out an envelope from somewhere and posed with it. Mio-sama, you're too naive. I've already made some precautions and bought an 5-year warranty extension covering accidental damage for this camera. Isn't burning the warranty documents going too far? In what way was it, you idiot? Repent on your actions. Maria protested against her trump card being burned away by fire magic by crying, and Mio followed up with scoldings. On her neck, signs of the curse of the master-servant contract had already disappeared. What a close call. Tuju Basara released a sigh in relief, patting his chest with his right hand. Yuki was also like Basara, releasing a sigh due to being able to successfully stopping that sort of situation from happening. I really can't be careless at all. Nevertheless, Yuki actually knew that Mio wasn't attempting to simply just seduce Basara. She had heard that at the start, she had attempted to chase Basara away from the house so that he won't be dragged into her matters. However, Basara had held firm in his desire to protect Mio, and thus Mio also held firm to her desires and accepted Basara's intentions. In order to not become a burden to Basara, she had been trying to increase her powers to this day. All these were still fine with her. The problem lay within the method. Basara and Mio had tied a master-servant contract using magic which could not only let them sense each other's locations, but also raise their battle potential when they deepened their relationship with each other. But vice versa, Mio would trigger a curse corresponding to the magic type of the one, establishing the contract whenever she had any emotions like feeling guilt towards her master. Hence, since it used Maria's magic to establish the contract, the curse that activated on Mio had aphrodisiac effects. Not long after she moved in, and due to it being quicker for her to see for herself, Maria suddenly pushed Yuki. She and Basara had crashed onto the floor entangled together, causing Mio to become very jealous, which then activated the curse. After that, Yuki witnessed the entire process of Basara helping Mio to lift the curse. Back then, the symptoms of the curse were very light, and it was lifted after kneading her breasts through her shirt. But Mio's obsequiousness won back then, while intoxicated in pleasure in her aroused state caused by the aphrodisiac effects of the curse, gave Yuki quite a big shock. That was definitely a hyperbole, too. But according to Maria, truthfully, at the time when the two of them established the contract, as well as before they had fought against Kurumi and Takashi and the others, what they had done was incomparable to this, which had thus deepened their master-servant relationship one time after another. That made Yuki utterly shocked. Surely, with the threats from the current Demon Lord faction, she would probably need to repeat something like those actions many times into order to just be able to survive the harsh battles But however, I can't let Naru-san get ahead of me again. Thus, when Maria had suggested, how about you tie a master servant contract with Basara-san as Mio-sama did? Yuki had immediately agreed, and as a result, not able did she get the ability to be able to sense each other's positions with Basara. There was also another important thing. Since she has already moved in to live with them, Yuki would often relive her close relationship with Basara from the past again. But as Mio would often accidentally witness those intimate moments and then activate the curse, Basara had to commit those intimate body interactions with Mio, and Yuki could do nothing about it. Hence, just a little bit more. The full moon would be next week. Once she established the master servant contract with Basara, she would be on equal footing with Mio, in order to prevent the mutual jealousy towards each other from causing trouble to their master. That jealousy wouldn't activate the curse. As of now, the time Mio had been living together with Basara is leading against Yuki's by a few months, so she must make up for this gap by any means possible. The problem at hand right now are current circumstances. Thus, after the fight with Basara and Takashi and the others had ended, Yuki too also began a new leaf of life right here in the Tuju residence. Mio was probably blaming herself for Basara having to separate with his childhood friends after fighting them without mending their ties, and Yuki could tell that Mio was always nervous when interacting with her. Mio suddenly activating the curse while in the middle of talking about the swimming classes was also most probably part of the aftermath of that. But however, Mio already had more than her fair share of pain already, and there was no need to be blaming herself for that. Then again, if she were to trigger the curse herself and Yuki were to witness Basara subjugating her in her aroused state, it would be a big problem for her. Thus, Basara, I feel that it would be better if you join the swimming classes. Why is that so? While serving the teacups already filled with tea, Yuki said to Basara, who seemed surprised. Naru-san seems to be too self-conscious about it. If you were to not join in, she will probably blame herself again and the pervert in her will arise again. What are you talking about? I will never do something so embarrassing like that in my life, Mio retorted Yuki, aggravated. Then again, who's the one being too self-conscious? Mio-sama, please don't put too much force into your hands, or my life will be in critical danger. While being grabbed by Mio by her collar, Maria raised her hand in panic and said, speaking of which, I too think that Basara-san should attend the swimming classes. We currently still do not know how the current state of affairs around Mio-sama will evolve. There is no guarantee that there would be no difficulties in the classes or circumstances forcing absence from school in the future. Thus, I believe that regularly showing up whenever possible is the best option for now. If not, Maria then continued, if Basara-san were to be retained for the academic year while Mio-sama and everyone else gets promoted, it would create a weird feeling around it. With Basara-san as the Oni-chan. Hold on, doesn't that situation sounds nice? Nice your head. But you're right, that situation would be bad. If I were to be retained, making friends would be even more difficult. Perhaps it might be better if I do attend. But even if we were to order the swimwear now, would it arrive in time for the swimming class next week? Basara said helplessly. Indeed, Yuki thought. In the past, when she and a few other girls from class B lost their swimsuits, they had asked their teacher in charge to help them order new ones from the school supplier, and it took a grand total of 2 weeks before they received their new swimsuits. Maria then answered, don't worry, Basara-san. I do know which factory is the one appointed to produce swimwear for Hijirigasaka Academy. Once the order is made online, the goods will be delivered within 3 working days, so it'll definitely be in time. Really? That'll be great. Why do you even know something like that? Maria then answered the puzzled Basara while giggling. You see, Mio-sama's breasts are different from a normal person's. So for the normal goods bought outside, part of the chest or hip areas wouldn't fit. Isn't that right, Mio-sama? Why are you leaking my info out? You dimwit. After scolding Maria while red-faced, she awkwardly turned to Basara and Yuki and said, during the regular body check in spring, Hasegawa-sensei had advised me that if I have sufficient funds at hand, I can make an order directly at the factory. Her breasts were also very large, so her racing swimsuit had to be custom ordered online, and so she was very understanding about it. But when I visited their website, I realized that custom orders were pretty expensive, so I had not ordered a new one in the end, although it would be just for making a swimsuit that fits me. I am not an athlete, so I don't want to disclose my 3 sizes to anyone else. If I do order one, I'll have to make a visit down to the factory to make measurements as well as let them have some photos of me, you know? Mio sighed and continued, and so I had always been buying stuff directly from the stores, and then I would have Maria use magic to make it fit my body. This process is much quicker too. No wonder Naru-san was wearing such a weird swimsuit. I had always suspected that there was something behind it. Hearing Mio's explanation, the suspicions that Yuki had been harboring since the first semester's swimming classes were answered just then. Although using magic to conveniently settle stuff isn't really deserving of praise, I'll let it slide. It wasn't something you had been forced to do due to the discomfort. Basara spoke. Maria, tell me the website later. I'll order one. I understand. Oh right. I just remembered that I have something to ask. After nodding while answering Basara, Maria then suddenly turned to Mio and said, Mio-sama, how about you buy another racing swimsuit? Why should I? Towards the puzzled Mio, Mara began to laugh. Fofofo. Really, Mio-sama? Stop pretending. You've already done the master-servant contract with Basara-san and become his subordinate, and he had went crazy so many times with your breasts for so long every time he subjugated you. Your grand and majestic breasts must have grown even more, to the point where it's already overflowing from your current swimsuit. Isn't that right? Being said as such by Maria, Mio's whole face turned red, and her hands hurriedly wrapped around her chest area. This reaction was basically just confessing that what Maria had said was the truth, just as I suspected. Yuki too had observed what Maria had just said. Those gigantic mammaries. She had thought that she was still in the middle of developing her assets, which caused her breasts to keep growing, but it appears that they were groped to their sizes by Basara. Unforgivable, just as the flames of jealousy and envy ignited within Yuki's heart. Era? Really, Mio-sama? Why do you seem so tense? How could I, as a succubus, not notice such an alluring change? Or in alternate words, even Basara-san had noticed, so of course I already had. Oh? Maria's words caused Mio to look at Basara in shock. Well, Basara's face reddened, and he looked away from Mio, embarrassed. Seeing this reaction, not only just Mio's face, even her neck too turned pink. What are you surprised about? Basara-san had already groped Mio-sama's breasts so many times, so of course he would notice any changes in its feel, size, and texture. Maria then continued after taking out a measuring tape from somewhere. Clothes that do not fit your body will cause the beauty of your breasts with such rare beauty to disappear. Why not take the opportunity now and buy a new swimsuit and find a suitable home for each of your super lewd breasts? Come, Mio-sama, it's all for your breasts. For starters, please expose your gigantic breasts. Why are you so damn meddlesome? I'm telling you right now, I'm very happy with my current swimsuit, Mio retorted. Speaking of which, let's say if, my breasts really had become bigger, causing me to no longer fit into my swimsuit, its sizes can be changed with magic. So there's no need at all to buy a new one. I see. Since Mio-sama prefers to keep status quo, then I guess I'm fine with it. Maria sighed deeply, and then turned to Yuki to ask, Then, Yuki-san, what about it? Do you want to buy a new swimsuit? Me. There isn't a need, right? Yuki regularly attends the swimming classes, and thus already has her own swimsuit. That's right, and what's more, there isn't a need at all since Nanaka-san's sizes hasn't changed. Indeed, Yuki-san doesn't seem to have any problems with her current swimsuit. Maria nodded while agreeing with Mio and Becerra and said, but however, a ready-made swimsuit at the end of the day is still a ready-made swimsuit. If one perfectly fitting Yuki-san's body were to be made, the contrasting curves of her body can be made even more beautiful, just like Mio-sama's. And then, a female would definitely want to make herself prettier whenever possible, to the point where you could say that it is an instinct. Additionally, Yuki-san has already considered doing a master-servant contract with Becerra-san, just like Mio-sama. Isn't that right? Would you like to have your current swimsuit used specifically just for the swimming classes and buy another swimsuit to make yourself even prettier, one that is specially to be seen by a master like Becerra? Hold on for a minute. I haven't completely agreed to making a master-servant contract with Yuki. If I buy a new swimsuit and become even prettier, will Becerra be happy? Yuki interrupted Becerra, interrupting Maria, and asked Maria. That's for sure. No matter what Becerra might say, he is a male after all. As long as you leave the buying to me, I will guarantee you that he will immediately forget about the gigantic breasts squeezed into an extremely small swimsuit that has been groped virtually to shreds, despite how the lowly girl saying that everything's fine. Why you? While ignoring Mio being provoked by Maria to the point of almost boiling over, Yuki strongly nodded and said, all right, I'll be buying one too. So, please get me one that'll bring my femininity even higher than Naru-san's. Coming to the week after, on the eve of the girls' swimming classes that were one day before the boys, when Mio and Yuki reached home after classes ended, they realized Becerra's and Yuki's swimsuits that were ordered online have arrived. Now, before tomorrow's class, let's try it on right now. Maria eagerly urged Yuki to try it, and even insisted that it wasn't fair for Yuki to be the only one trying it. In the end, it turned out to be everyone having to accompany Yuki and try it on together. I can't take it anymore. Just how did it even become like this? Mio went back to her room to retrieve her racing swimsuit bought during springtime and grumbled while heading towards the dressing room on the first floor. There weren't any changes in the sizes of Becerra's swimming trunks, and was already waiting in the living room as per their request, waiting for the girls to finish changing in the dressing room. As Mio had not bought a new swimsuit, there wasn't actually a need for her to try on her swimsuit. What had made her accept Maria's suggestion was the feeling that something dangerous would happen if Yuki changes into her new swimsuit. Because during her first swimming class, Mio's sights were completely captured by Yuki. Although they were obviously wearing the same swimsuit, Yuki was exuding a beauty on a different level from Mio and the other classmates, which captured the breaths of everyone. Since even Mio of the same gender had such a reaction, Becerra was probably even more vulnerable. However, I can't lose. While harboring competitiveness towards Yuki, she opened the room to the dressing room and entered. Yuki-san, please be careful. Slowly insert the blade between the cloth and the stitching. Like this. After that, Yuki, who Mio thought had already finished changing, followed Maria's instructions and did something to her own swimsuit. That's right, just like that. Slowly move the blade horizontally. Beautiful. At the same time, Maria let out praise. Something white descended from Yuki's swimsuit and landed on the ground. After that, Yuki let out a sigh as if a big load had been lifted from her heart. What are you two even doing? Are they removing the name tag? Originally thinking this, Mio inadvertently took a look at the thing that fell onto the floor and then immediately understood what it truly was. She shouted, shocked, "Oi! What in the world do you even think you are even doing?" What Yuki had cut off wasn't the name tag, but something that was sewn onto the inner portion of the crotch area of the swimsuit that prevented the shape of an important place from showing up. Towards the speechless Mio, Maria raised an index finger with a she and said, "Mio-sama, please keep it down. Yuki-san worked so hard to prepare a surprise for Basara-san, and it'll all go down the drain if it was ruined by a large sound disturbing her. Right? A surprise? Hold on, Nanaka, you do know what your swimsuit will turn out like, do you?" Mio asked, hardly able to believe what she saw. While holding onto a handicraft knife in one hand, Yuki nodded and said, "Of course. Maria was really kind when I asked her what I should do to make Basara happy. She taught me everything." As she said that, both breast cups fell onto the floor. "Maria!" Mio glared at Maria, the culprit, but the one to blame only smiled fearlessly and said, "Oya? What's wrong, Mio-sama?" Yuki-san said that she wished to make the modifications which would make Basara as happy as possible, and I had not lied to her. Isn't transparent underwear more erotic? That's the case for swimsuits too. To make the adolescent Basara happy, this is of course the most simple and surefire way. How's it? I have another handicraft knife prepared. Mio-sama can use it too if she doesn't mind. What are you joking on about? Nanaka has got another swimsuit, but I only have got this one. If I cut them off now, how do you expect me to go for tomorrow's swimming class? I knew you would say that. So this Maria here had even bought Mio-sama's share too. Jang! After Mio shouted with a red face, Maria raised both her hands holding on to a brand new swimsuit. My, you as Basara-san's servant are supposed to be eagerly doing things like this. How could you lose to Yuki-san? Mio-sama, could it be that you are experiencing shyness? Anyone would experience shyness if they wear such a swimsuit. Mio's straight retort came as a surprise outside of Yuki's expected reaction. Basara will become happy, so why won't you do it? Why did you even make a master-servant contract with Basara for then? It was of course to be able to sense each other's locations in emergencies. I can't believe it. Basara had sacrificed so much just to protect Mio-sama. Yet Mio-sama can't even accept some shame for him. Forget it, I guess this is fine too. Basara-san is such a nice person, so even if Mio-sama wear a normal swimsuit, he will still give you beautiful praises. But then, comparing Mio-sama with a swimsuit as normal as a stone by the road with Yuki-san's swimsuit which she had modified after mustering the courage just for Basara-san, which do you think would attract his eyes more? That will be known once the both of you go out there. Maria purposely said towards the Mio with a troubled expression while sighing. Come, Yuki-san, let's leave this blockhead alone and quickly go show Basara-san your new swimsuit. I had specially prepared another swimsuit just for this moment, so who knows, by then there might some pity for a certain wretch wearing just a normal swimsuit, so please do your best to ignore that. That person's body seemed to be a bit shameful, so please do excuse her. And I understand. After nodding to each other, Maria and Yuki then took off their clothes to change into their modified swimsuits. Seeing herself being crowded out, Mio finally couldn't take it anymore and stretched out a hand to Maria with her shoulders trembling. Okay, Maria, lend me that handicraft knife, and said with tears and semi-abandonment. Since that's how you say it, I'll fight with you. Tuju Basara was waiting in the living room. Following Maria's instructions, he had changed into his delivered swimming trunks and wore a shirt. This feels like a punishment game. After he had changed into the swimming trunks, Basara had already been waiting in the living room alone for nearly an hour. He had utilized this time by doing his usual weight training done every day. But even after finishing the whole routine, they still haven't appeared. Can't help it. Let's do it again. My sorry to keep you waiting, Basara-san. I had spent some time helping Mio-sama and Yuki-san. You definitely won't be disappointed, this'll definitely be worth the wait. Just as Besar was about to begin the second round, Maria entered the living room while smiling and pointed a finger at him. You seem too happy. Speaking of which, what's with what you're wearing? The reason Becerra had to ask was because of the deep blue student swimsuit Maria was wearing. Although it was the swimsuit everybody had agreed to wear in school, it was a bit strange for Maria to be wearing one when she did not go to school. The swimsuit most suitable to show off this lowly succubus's body type is of course none other than the student's swimsuit. Becerra-san, you should enrich the knowledge you should know at your age, or I'll have headaches. The information you want me to remember are obviously inappropriate. Can you please not use messed up things like subjugation games as a textbook? That I will have to say no. Even if it's Becerra-san, I can't allow you to say messed up things as you wish, or else this gentle person will get angry, you know? In what ways are the subjugation games wrong? The problem is the minimum age needed. Having an outburst just for lewd games, just what kind of small girl are you? Then what about Mio and Yuki? Are they finished yet? I almost forgot. Hearing Becerra say that just now, I got a little distracted and almost forgot to ask them to come in. As Maria said that, both young girls walked into the living room from the corridor. In that moment they came into view, Tuju Becerra suddenly stopped breathing. This was his first time seeing the both of them in a racing swimsuit, and it got all of his attention. Both of them were wearing the same swimsuit with a koi for air around them, but yet, Becerra's eyes could not look away from them. Lately, Mio's breasts had gotten bigger, and the surprising increase in her proportions added to her alluring charms. The stunning, seductive curves of her hips and thighs accented to her exceptional figure. The appearances of the two of them in swimsuits completely snatched away Becerra's thoughts and sights. And then, Tuju Becerra soon understood what Maria was talking about with. They spent a little more time, as well as the reason why nothing Mio and Yuki seemed so shy. How is this, Becerra-san? Was the destructive power of Mio-sama's and Yuki-san's tight swimsuits too much? Aren't the both of them beautiful? Hearing Maria say this while giggling, Mio and Yuki's both trembled with shyness. Despite that, Tuju Becerra's eyes still continued to look at the both of them, at the bumps showing up on the swimsuits at the tips of their breasts, as well as that crevice showing up between their thighs. While holding her very red face up, Naru's Mio felt Becerra's gaze on her body. While being started at by Becerra, she felt his attention gathering in those places. Dant. Because of that, she was completely unable to stop the tips of her breasts from standing up and become harder and harder under Becerra's gazes. And down there was also a reaction to thinking this. She had a very strong urge to cover that place. But Mio fought to hold that urge back, because Yuki was right beside her. It wasn't just Mio alone who had cut off her breast pads and the lining there, and had Maria use magic to have the swimsuit hug tightly to her body form. Yuki too was also under the same conditions, standing there, right beside her. The swimsuit on her breast area also had the same extrusions, and her private area also had the same modifications. Additionally, she was currently just as shy like Mio was. Despite what she was bearing, she was still standing there bravely showing off everything. Thus she mustered her feelings of not wanting to lose to her. She continued to bear with it. How is this, Becerra-san? Aren't the both of them beautiful? Of course. Well, this? The question Maria suddenly pitched at him caused Becerra to suddenly speak incoherently. Becerra's flustered reaction slightly eased Mio's and Yuki's nervousness, which despite their shyness, allowing them to regain some of their calm and liveliness, and teased Becerra. Becerra, just where of Nanaka's and my body did you look at? Answer. Me honestly, Becerra / with the two of you wearing that, of course I would see. Hearing Becerra say so as if surrendering, Mio was very happy. With Becerra usually subjugating her under his hands, occasionally teasing him was pretty interesting. It's about time. Let's go to the bathroom, shall we? At that moment, Maria said this. Why are we going to the bathroom? Maria giggled while answering Becerra's doubts. No need to be worried. I have already discussed it with Mio-sama and Yuki-san already. You really agreed. And it's fine. Mo and Yuki nodded strongly towards Becerra, looking at them surprised. Come, Becerra-san, this way please. The happy period 5 is about to start. With that, led by Maria, Becerra, Mio and Yuki headed to the bathroom. The reason they took so long before coming to the living room was because they done not only just the modifications to their swimsuits. Other than tomorrow's girls' swimming class, there was also something important that will be done tomorrow night, and that is a magic ritual that can be only on full moon nights in the human realm. Master-servant contract. The ones doing the contract were Becerra and Yuki. But before the contract took place, Maria had raised another request, and that is, later, everyone please deepen your relationships with your master nicely. In the bathroom. Midway on the way to the bathroom, Maria turned around and said, this is something that tomorrow Becerra-san and Yuki-san must do before doing the master-servant contract. Stop right there. What do you mean with that? If Yuki-san were to also have the master-servant contract with Becerra, there will be a need for Mio-sama, who is also a subordinate to the same master, to interact in harmony. Maria once again repeated what she had already said to Mio and Yuki to Becerra, who had doubts. Not only just Yuki-san, Mio-sama and Becerra-san must know about it too. The two of you must wholeheartedly recognize Yuki-san as Becerra-san's new subordinate and accept her joining you. In the future, there will probably be many strong foes waiting for us. If any of our actions as a team goes wrong, there will be life or death perils. I'll say it again, Mio-sama and Yuki-san has already agreed to this, so right now it's only Becerra-san left that needs to decide. But I understand. Becerra-san is still unsure if you should let Yuki-san do the master-servant contract, right? Maria nodded towards Becerra's, whose expression became tangled up, and said, that's why, Becerra-san, why not think about it from another angle? Let's use this time pretending that you two have already the contract and see if there would be any problems. Test? Becerra asked while frowning, and Maria, who was wearing a swimsuit, answered while nodding. I would say that what you are probably worried about is about the master-servant contract that is done using my magic. Would there be a day when you or Yuki-san, or even Mio-sama, where you would regret the decision? This question was answered with an affirmative with Becerra's silence. The master-servant contract was using the demon race's magic, so when Becerra and Yuki had to do the contract, it could only be done using Mio's or Maria's magic power. If it was using Mio, who had inherited the previous Demon Lord's power, Yuki might just possibly be flattened into minced meat. When the curse activated, in other words, once Yuki establishes a master-servant contract with Becerra, there would be no other choice other than being bound by the aphrodisiac effects due to Maria's succubus magic like Mio. However, when the curse with unknown varying strengths activates, Yuki does not know just what will happen to her. From the viewpoint of battle power, there was no wrongs in Mio establishing a master-servant contract. If her battle power had not been raised by the master-servant contract, the probability of them winning against Takashi with his Byakko and the others were very little. But, just like a few days ago in the living room where Mio took the initiative to hug Becerra, it was something that was never expected from before making the master-servant contract. It goes without saying that that reaction of Mio's was influenced by the aphrodisiac curse. But before Becerra had done the contract with Mio, even if it was just being playful and naughty, he would never even dare to hug her. And recently, he had begun to experience a particular exclusive emotion for Mio. Other than wishing to have Mio as a sister and family that he would protect, Occasionally a particular impulse would well up, making him want to monopolize all of Mio. Of course, to a male of around Becerra's age, this might very well be normal. It was already risque enough with just having to live together with a female, unrelated by blood, and the bar was further raised by the fact that Mio and Maria were such beauties. For just the fact that he had been able to preserve himself to this day, commendation was already long due. Additionally, with all that's happened, he could definitely their bonds and trust becoming much stronger. For surviving the future battles and breaking through various difficult situations, it helps a lot. But despite that, as there was a need to use the body's sensations of pleasure to stimulate the consciousness of subjugation and deepen their relationship, the relation between the two of them was no longer that of a PG, normal family or siblings. That is an undeniable truth. However, recently, when Yuki had suddenly disappeared while in the middle of a date in the heart of the downtown area, Becerra had a taste of anxiousness that almost made him lose his mind. In order to win against the strong foes in the future, in order to protect Mio, Maria, and Yuki, establishing a master-servant contract with Yuki was undoubtedly an effective measure. But after repelling Takashi and the others, Becerra had originally thought that he would never see Yuki again. But yet she is living right here right now, so finally there is a chance for them to recover the relationship they had in the past. Under this situation, if he were to establish the master-servant contract with Yuki and use pleasure to subjugate her, despite how the fact that they had grew up together would never change, he might not be able to recover the relationship they had in the past. With this thought in his mind, Becerra couldn't make his decision. Therefore, before actually doing the master-servant contract, let's do a small test, Maria said, to test if she really has no resistance towards becoming your subordinate, to see if you can really subjugate her, as well as to see if Mio-sama is able to accept that relationship between the both of you. Perhaps Maria was planning on having Yuki witness the things they Basra had done with them before, and have her personally experience them and understand the true aspects to the master-servant contract. To deepen a relation between the master and a subordinate, the master needs to have the subordinate show yielding, which is much more intense than dispelling the curse whenever it activates. Maria wants to do such a test before the actual event tomorrow to observe if there would be any problems if Becerra and Yuki were to establish a master-servant contract. I understand. Thus, Becerra nodded. After this, everything will probably go as usual, with everyone being forced to do something which makes the succubus excited. Despite how reluctant he was, Becerra had agreed to it. If the contract were to be done when he can't even do something like this, he will definitely soon regret his decisions. Now then, Becerra-san, please sit on the stool first. Mio-sama and Yuki-san, please get ready to wash his body. Hearing Maria say that, Naru's Mio gulped. When Mio and Yuki were still changing in the dressing room, they were instructed by Maria on how they should wash Becerra. Thus, just this much is nothing. Mio attempted to rouse her competitive spirit. Now Becerra was not a hero, but yet he got embroiled into her fight with the current Demon Lord faction, and even had to fight against his childhood playmates. Even on Mio's school and daily lives, Becerra had always been worrying for her and just accepting all of the restrictions that came with caring for her. Hence, no matter what, Mio must not let herself harbor any guilt towards him and repay him for all that he has done. But no matter what, Mio does not wish to be just on the receiving end of Becerra's warmth and protection. If she could do anything that would make Becerra happy, Mio was will to do. And Yuki had the same thought. When that tragedy happened 5 years ago, Yuki's life was saved by Becerra. Yet she could only just look from the sidelines while he received the fate of being exiled from the village, and she seemed regretful about it to this day. Previously, when fighting with Takashi and Kurumi, Becerra was plenty worried about her. She probably thought she won't be able to easily pay that debt just by simply doing a master-servant contract with him, and though she had said that she would help in whatever little way she could, that sacrifice was nothing in comparison. Of course, apart from that, she had also said that it wasn't fair that Mio was the only one being subjugated with Basara's hands and had a master-servant contract with him. That's right. No matter whether it was Mio or Yuki, Basara had sacrificed too much for both of them. This was an opportunity to slightly repay him, saying all of that to herself. I'm starting, Nanaka. No problems here. Mio started first, and Yuki responded from her side. After that, while facing each other, the both of them began to pull away the shoulder straps of their own swimsuits. Basara, who witnessed that while sitting on the bathroom stool, gulped a breath of air. But as he had probably guessed from what Maria had said just now on what Mio and Yuki would probably do, despite how red his face got, he did not look away or attempt to stop them. Basara needed to adopt the attitude as a master and accept the things Mio as his subordinate would do for him, as well as to access whether Yuki could become his subordinate. What that thought, Mio and Yuki can't care about being shy and embarrassed, and hope that they would be able to even repay Basara's intentions. Once their arms were extracted from the shoulder straps, they used both their hands to grab the swimsuit at the chest area and pulled it downwards. Both of their breasts then burst out into the air, like a dam bursting, exposing even the tips of their breasts. After that, after pulling the swimsuit downwards until their navels were about to be exposed, it appeared in Basara's sights. Thinking this, the insides of Mio's body became hotter from the shyness, and began to think about what she will be doing to Basara a little later, as well as what he will be doing to her. However, Mio at the same time was determined to do it. She was already this far in, and it was already too late to be pulling out this. Thus, Mio opened the cap of the shower gel bottle and poured its contents onto her breasts, and the viscous liquid then completely covered her breasts. However, she did not immediately head towards Basara, but instead turned towards Yuki, who had also similarly exposed her breasts. Nanaka! And Yuki nodded and kneeled down before Mio. Mio then kneeled down too, looking into the face that was just as red as hers. After that, before Basara's eyes, they wrapped their arms around each other's backs, while tightly hugging each other, and at an angle which could be seen clearly be Basara, they began to indecently rub each other's breasts with their own breasts. Wah! What is it, Basara-san? What is there to be surprised about? Maria giggled while saying towards the shocked Basara, providing visual entertainment to their master is also a subordinate's job, isn't it? What Mio and Yuki were doing right now was exactly just that. The two of them definitely had no interest in this area. But as long as Basara is happy, while harboring such a simple thought, she continuously rubbed her breasts slippery from the shower gel with Yuki's. Not only were their breasts pressed into sensational shapes, piles of foam were also produced with various sounds. Chugachoo. No way, It only just tickled a little, but because Basara was seeing this, a bundle of sweet hotness gathered somewhere deep with Mio and Yuki's bodies, causing the tips of their breasts to gradually stress their presence. Naru-san, at a loss, Yuki asked shyly. It was only then did Mio see that teenage girl, who had yet to do the master-servant contract and was unfamiliar with the body's pleasure, had a sexy, coquettish expression on her face. Nanaka! For the usually expressionless Yuki, this expression was one that was hardly imaginable. This also made Mio understand just how lewd the stuff she was doing was. This is all for Basara. Despite that, the thought allowed Mio to do the thing Maria had told her before. She held up her breasts, and after positioning the tips of each other's breasts against each other, she began to rub them against each other by drawing circles. Don. Foo. H-A-N-N. Both Mio and Yuki were not familiar with this action, so there were some slip-ups at the start. Very soon they caught the trick behind it, and it became fairly easy for them. In the turn of an eye, there was already no room for tips of slip-up, and thus started to pant with the embarrassment and excitement from Basara's gaze. Naru-san. NN. At that moment, Mio and Yuki's legs wrapped around each other's waist. After that, they poured even more shower gel and rubbed each other's breasts, tips more intensely. Ya, and ha, ya, and fu, an. While creating faint pleasure, the both of them continued to intensely rub their covered breasts against each other's. Very soon, with the sweet hot pleasure snowballing, a pile of foam gathered on their soft breasts. When they released their entangled legs after that, they made some space between them. Basara, come. With an intoxicated gaze, the young youth watching them was then enticed. Basara said nothing. He too, like Mio and the others, had already made up his mind long ago. He silently got up from the stool and sat down in between the legs of both of them. I'm starting now. Basara will help wash you. The feeling that there wasn't a need for words caused both Mio and Yuki to say both happily and shyly, and after that, while enclosing in on Basara with their legs, they used their own bodies to scrub Basara's whole body. The softness of the breasts, as well as the stiffness of their tips, were all utilized. With reservation, scrubbing Basara lewdly. Fua. At that moment, an ecstasy-filled breath escaped from Mio's mouth. No way. Now that the person is Basara? Mio realized that the feeling now was completely different from when she rubbed her breasts against Yuki. This sensation was obviously not the same as the sense of itching from just now. It instead was a hot and comfortable feeling, a result most probably due to Mio's body developing further. Hence, compared to Yuki, who boldly washed Basara despite her shyness, Mio's movements were not very smooth. Right now, from the touch or servicing of her master, the ability to derive pleasure from those activities were already created within her. This fact that makes people tremble for reasons other than embarrassment also allowed Mio to dedicate herself to Basara, who so loved her, making her secretly feel joy close to proudness. But as she thought this, Yuki already came to Basara's back. Basara, I'll help you wash your back. And Mio could only just watch as Yuki began rubbing her breasts against Basara's back. The most important position of serving her master was stolen by her simply. Just like that. Oya, Mio-sama, you had the first strike stolen from you when your mind wandered. Just what are you even doing as the senior? Maria picked on Mio with a sarcastic smile, causing her to bite her lip in dissatisfaction, and said, Please, Basara, wash your hands with your breasts. Sitting down on Basara's legs while facing him, she then pulled his wrists towards her own breasts. Mio was not using her breasts to wash him for something like that. She had already long before wrapped her breasts around his arm and cleansed all the way to his wrists. After letting Basara grab her soap-covered breasts, Mio once again put her hands over his and said, It's fine. Basara's palms and fingers. You can use my breasts to clean them thoroughly. Mio's thoughts and intentions, Basara seemed to understand them with his brief moment of silence. I'm beginning, and he said, as he started to begin kneading Mio's breasts. Seeing her breasts overflowing from his hands, and the various obscene shapes created by each and every one of Basara's movements. No ha! Fwaeawan. Mio, who derived intense pleasure from firstly creating lots of foam from rubbing against Yuki's and then from being rubbed against Basara, suddenly stiffened up in a moment, achieving climax. Are you all right? Basara seemed to want to stop at that moment, his hands about to leave Mio's breasts. Don't stop halfway. Continue. I have to thoroughly wash your hands. Yuki was still washing Basara's back now, so Mio can't show any signs of weakness before she does. After that, Becerra nodded towards Mio, who begged, and then renewed his action of washing his hands with Mio's breasts. Afua. Ya. Ha. Fuaha. Aha. Thus, Mio was swallowed by the torrent of the climax in that moment, saucily arching her back on Becerra's legs. With her hips shaking amidst the intense pleasure, she was rushed up to climax again and again. Nevertheless, no matter what Mio would say now, the Becerra right now would not stop his actions. Hence, this situation continued on for 5 minutes, and the pleasure dissolved Mio's reasoning, leaving her only able to pant while on Becerra's legs. Ah! Fu! You! Fu! You can't be like this, Mio-sama. You are someone who has to serve Becerra-san. So how can you be acting so spoiled towards him? Seeing this, Maria revealed a mocking smile and said, For Mio-sama to be acting like this, I believe a punishment is needed. Punishment? Mio asked with her eyes unfocused, but Maria ignored her and said, Becerra-san, Yuki-san, can I say something to you? After that, she said something into Becerra's and Yuki's ear, and the result. That? Wouldn't it be too much? I object too. Although I don't feel it would be too much, I do not wish to become a tool. Both Becerra and Yuki visibly seemed to be troubled, but Maria gave no compromise. Such an allocation of assignment can't be helped. Subjugating a subordinate is Becerra's job. And as Yuki-san is not yet officially Becerra-san's subordinate, only Mio-sama can display a situation of being subjugated. Yuki-san needs to learn from the process of assisting your future master. Becerra-san, just what kind of a thing doing a master-servant contract as a subordinate from your senior Mio-sama who had already done a master-servant contract. Assisting your master to even more shockingly, deeply, and effectively subjugate a subordinate is also one of the important jobs of a subordinate. Maria then continued, Becerra-san, don't want to see what would happen if Mio-sama were to ever meet such a situation? Didn't you want to have no regrets at all after doing a master-servant contract with Yuki-san? If you aren't willing to do something like this, who would you know if there would be any problems? Hearing Maria's words, Becerra remained silent for a while, before saying, All right, you do have a point. Let's do that. I'm very happy to have gotten your agreement. What about Yuki-san? If Becerra is willing, I'm fine with it too. Let's just do as you said. Yuki also expressed her agreement. I will prove to Becerra clearly that there won't be any problems with doing a master-servant contract with me at all. Very well. Then let us all quickly begin. Maria also nodded, satisfied, and passed a certain something to Becerra in front of Mio. Mio, whose was still in a trance, murmured out loud the name of the thing. Passed to Becerra. Measuring tape? Indeed, it was the retracting type measuring tape used by tailors. And Mio had seen it before, as that measuring tape was used not long ago when using magic to make their swimsuits fit their body contours. There's no mistaking it. The label on the side of the casing says 5M, and since the measuring tape used for measuring people were seldom this long, it had left a deeper impression on her mind. I'm sorry, Mio. Becerra lowered his eyes as if feeling bad about something, and pulled out the plastic tape from the casing. From her breasts to her back, the tape was then wound around Mio's body. No, and Becerra, what are you? Despite being unable to exert any force while immersed in the aftertaste of her climaxes, she still attempted to free herself. Naru-san, you cannot move. Yuki had already came to be behind Mio's back and held Mio's hands together behind her. Nanaka, and release me. Mio moved as if desperate to break free, yet she couldn't summon any energy. While she struggled weakly, Becerra had already pulled the tape from her left shoulder and collarbone, between her breasts, and pulled it towards her back from under Mio's right breast, and then after pulling it up to her right shoulder, it then went between her breasts to the bottom of her left side, repeatedly drawing out the number 8 with her breasts as the focus. It was Just then, that Mio realized that they were using the tape to emphasize her breasts. Since something like this was being done, she could guess what Maria had wanted Becerra to do, even if she didn't want to think about it. Mio is currently being tied up lewdly by Becerra. No, Don, Although Mio was able to put up some form of resistance, it was just a waste of her energy. After wrapping up Mio's breasts in a shameful way, Becerra used the leftover tape in the casing to bind her two hands being held behind her before firmly securing it to the towel rack on the wall. Why did you do something like this? The comfortable aftertaste of her climaxes caused Mio to be unable to exert any force in any of her limbs, so she could only ask this while paralyzed and sitting on the floor of the bathroom. Mio-sama, this is a precautionary training in advance. Maria, who sat down beside her, answered. Training? That's right. Luckily, to this day, Mio-sama was never held captive by an enemy before. But taking into consideration that we will meet many strong enemies in the future, there is a need for Mio-sama to understand that there will always be the danger of Mio-sama falling into the enemy's hands. You had done the master-servant contract as the subordinate, so once you are captured by the enemy, you might consider yourself to have become a burden to your master Becerra-san and activate the curse. Hence, let's take advantage of the current status of not being a captive of an enemy and experience earlier just what will happen to your body when the curse activates while you are subjected to binding. As long as you have experienced it at least once, our state of mind and reactions when the real thing happens wouldn't be all too different. Activate the curse in this condition? Just how will something like this be done? As Mio thought this, Maria said, Well then, Becerra-san, Yuki-san, please begin. With that line, Mio's line of sight moved from Maria by her side to Becerra, and Yuki in front of her. After that, Naru's Mio understood what Maria had meant by those words. In front of Mio, while hugging Yuki from behind, Becerra began to knead Yuki's breasts. The scene in front of her eyes caused Mio's flames of jealousy to suddenly flare up on reflex, and the activation of the curse started in a flash. Yuki, whose breasts were being massaged by Becerra, saw a certain color appear on the neck of Mio, who was bound to the wall. Immediately after, Mio was plunged into an intensely aroused state and let out a fawning shout as if crying. Normally, Becerra would immediately attempt to lift the curse from Mio, but he didn't this time. If the curse were to be lifted just so simply, then it wouldn't count as training for the scenario of being taken captive. Additionally, despite being apologetic to Mio, this is something that is necessary if Yuki were to establish the master-servant contract with Becerra. Thus, Yuki executed her role. Please, Becerra, more. While showing off to Mio the scene of her breasts being massaged, she pleaded, Becerra, everything of me that has changed in these past 5 years, please touch. Each and every one of them clearly prove to me that even if our circumstances are different now, we can still return back to that time. Yuki did not forget to emphasize her own relationship with Becerra, stimulating Mio's jealousy. But what Yuki had set out was also completely her truth thoughts. Forget the unnecessary concerns, and hope that they could return to what they had back then, being able to do things that would be natural as childhood. Sweethearts, do things that were for the best of their partners and interact like they were family. If anything needed to be done to live on, it'll be done. When Yuki had reunited with Becerra, this was the wish Yuki had made back then. Of course, her 5 years ago could only become a burden to Becerra, but she was different now. She can now be by Becerra's side and fight alongside him. Please, Becerra? Hence, even if it were to simulate Mio being held captive, Nanaka Yuki also wanted Tuju Becerra to understand that he can establish the master-servant contract with her without any worries. Yuki. After that, Becerra lightly said out her name and began moving his hands to ascertain the changes in her body. Though not as spectacular as Mio's, her beautiful breasts that had grown a lot in the past 5 years is currently being massaged lightly continuously, changing into various obscene shapes. Ha! And foo! Aha! Other than some itches, there was also the sensation of tingling causing some pants to escape Yuki's lips. After that, no, why is Nanaka hasn't even done the master servant contract? Mio, who was watching them, said some strange and ridiculous words. Mio herself also knows what girls will be like when they let the male they like touch them. That's right, Yuki is undoubtedly experiencing a woman's pleasure right now. Such touches when she was still young would only produce an itching sensation, but now when she knows that there was a meaning behind that action, despite not being under the aphrodisiac effects of a succubus, there would definitely be pleasure and some embarrassment. Although Yuki does not have the master-servant contract had thus had her body further developed by it like Mio, nor did she ever experience the intense pleasure brought on by the aphrodisiac effect of the curse, she was still able to experience pure pleasure from Basara stimulating her senses. Basara, please, even more. Thus, as if obeying that feeling in her chest, she called to him sweetly. Basara then inserted a hand that was brought near her hip area at her back into the swimsuit and began massaging her butt, causing a tingling even stronger, then at her breasts to immediately rush through her entire lower abdomen. Basara, Basara. Yuki continuously called out Basara's name while in his arms, moving her body about lewdly. The swimsuit was pulled lower and lower, and eventually it fall onto the floor. With that sign, Yuki became completely naked. Hence, no, don't. Intense shyness and embarrassment caused Nanaka Yuki to forcefully twist her body while having her chest and butt kneaded. From behind her back, Basara was not able to see her most embarrassing place, but for Mio, who was in front, she could clearly see the feminine reaction that was in that place. Yuki had originally she only had to show Mio her relationship with Basara. She had never expected to even reveal that place to Mio's eyes. Hence, Yuki, whose embarrassment had crossed a certain point, hurriedly used her hands to cover that place up. And gathering her courage, she took a look to see just what sort of expression was Mio looking at her with. However, it seems that it was just Yuki worrying about it too much. Reason being that, as Yuki and Basara's actions was taken to the next level, so was Mio's curse, causing the aphrodisiac effect to also increase. Accordingly, and while sweetly moaning, Mio's eyes has already completely lost focus. What is this? While her sight was clouded over with a layer of white fog, Naru's Mio felt a sense of fulfillment. The sadness that seemed to drive her mad from before had already disappeared before she knew it, and she could only feel an endless sweet pleasure. Just what was it that happened with her? Mio moved her hazy eyes about, trying to make sense of her surroundings. No Naka? Yuki's head was just right before her eyes. But Yuki was not looking at her. She was instead intoxicatingly sucking on the tip of Mio's right breast. After that, Naru's Mio remembered the events that had happened just now. That's right. We were pleasing Basara in the bathroom. Yuki and her had listened to Maria's instructions to please Basara, and Yuki was probably carrying on right now, as the tip of her breast was being sucked by Yuck. Bursts of comfortable warmness diffused from her breast to the deepness of her body. Nanaka seems just like a baby. Mio suddenly felt that Yuki was extremely cute and tried to caress her head while giggling, but she failed to do that. For some unknown reason, she was unable to move her hands. Why is that so? Puzzled, Mio only then realized something new. A kind of rope were wound around her breasts, and someone was kneading them without restraint from behind her. The breast that Yuki was sucking on was also being vigorously massaged by someone. What is this? Seeing her own breasts being treated obscenely, Mio had a shock and began to closely look at just what was it binding her. This is measuring tape. Understanding what it was, Naru's Mio then completely remembered just what had happened earlier. And after gasping due to that, Yuki seemed to realize that Mio had regained consciousness and released her breast from her lips. A silver trail of saliva was then drawn from her lips to Mio's breasts. "No, Nanaka, Naru-san." Mio let out a coquettish voice, and Yuki, who was not affected by the aphrodisiac curse, looked back at her with unrestrained eyes. Her expression was completely that of a woman's, and her beauty could snatch a person's voice away. "Fufu, Mio-sama, good morning." At that moment, Maria, who was wearing a swimsuit, gave her a greeting, while smiling like she was a very well-behaved child. In the period while she was unconscious due to the aphrodisiac curse, a lot must have happened. It's just that she could not remember it. The reason Yuki had become like that was most probably because of the events during that period. You probably are wondering what's going on with you right now, correct? But as you had experienced too many orgasms, your energy has already been depleted to the limit, so please allow me to explain it later. Now, please ask Basara-san to subjugate you, and let it be lifted from you. Eh? Just as Mio let out a sound denoting her not understanding, someone wrapped their arms around her from behind, and after being forcefully turned around, her eyes met the one who was kneading her breasts. "Basara?" Mio blankly murmured his name. The tape that bound her to the towel rack was already gone, and she was currently sitting on Basara's thighs. "I'm sorry, Mio." After those words left Basara's mouth, his mouth slowly closed in onto Mio's left breast. "No. Wait a moment. Basara. That place, that action made Mio panic. Even though it was not her first time having her breast being sucked by Basara, she knew very well the surprising amount of pleasure brought on by the tip of the breasts being sucked by him. However, that place was also the spot that had remained in Yuki's mouth. All this while, just from seeing Basara and Yuki do that stuff before, she had already become like this, and if he were to still do it, Mio desperately struggled as her train of thought progressed to that point, but as her energy was depleted by the countless climaxes, she was not able to put up resistance. Ah! In the moment she understood she could do nothing, she wrapped her legs tightly around Basara's waist. Next moment, the thing that she was afraid of turned into reality. Don't. Basara sucking in Mio's left breast immediately activated the aphrodisiac curse, and a never-before orgasm caused Mio to shout out in the bathroom. In the moment, Mio was hit by an intense climax when Basara sucked on her breast. Oh my God! For it to be this, although she had seen Mio being subjugated by Basara once, Mio, who was now in the extreme peaks of womanly pleasures, was bewitching beyond compare, and hence because of that humongous stimulation she was uncontrollably trembling on Basara's thighs. Mio's every single movement, every single lewd kayu-kayu sound entered Yuki's ears, showed that her swimsuit was already wet enough the point where it could still make that kind of sounds even through the swimsuit. "Isn't it beautiful?" Suddenly, Maria giggled while watching Yuki look at Mio and whispered into her ear, "Don't worry, it'll be your turn soon enough, since you already can do those things." Yuki remembered about the stuff that she had done with Basara before, and her cheeks reddened. Indeed, not long ago, she had her breasts massaged right in front of Mio's eyes and was moaning nonstop, and she had even assisted Basara in helping Mio relieve the curse which had already caused her consciousness to break. Yuki and Basara had indulgently caressed Mio's breasts that were her biggest weak spot, bringing her to a climax time and time again all the way until she had regained her consciousness. Just now they had activated the curse to the point where it caused Mio's consciousness to become hazy. Next up, they will use an even more intense pleasure to lift the curse. As Yuki's hands and mouth got to know of the softness of Mio's breasts and the texture and flavor of the tips of her breasts, Mio recognized that Yuki was fit to become Basara's subordinate. Now that she had gotten this recognition, it means that tomorrow night there most likely won't be any problems with her making a master-servant contract with Basara. When Yuki heard that, she turned to look at Basara, surprised, and he placed his hand gently on her head, gently patting her. Despite there not being a word said, Yuki could feel Basara's agreement. This made her happy, and as if intoxicated, it caused her to put in even more effort with helping Basara in caressing Mio, to answer his expectations and prove that she could fulfill her responsibilities as his subordinate. When Mio regained consciousness, it was not long after that had happened. After that, Yuki once again looked towards Mio, continuously hitting climax, with a sort of jealousy in her heart. I will very soon become Basara's power. Hence, tomorrow night I must definitely show the same expression Mio has on right now, become Basara's subordinate, and experience his care. Mio's private place was wet and hot, as if it was drenched in hot water. That was her first time experiencing a forbidden pleasure. While being massaged by Basara's hands, Mio's left breast once again entered Yuki's lips, and while immersed in the curse triggered by jealousy, Mio once more experienced another extremely violent orgasm. Not just her swimsuit, even Basara's stomach area was already in a mess. This fact caused Mio's embarrassment to cause her to want to just outright die on the spot. But, no, just what is this? Naru's Mio, who just experienced another drastic climax, realized another fact and was stunned. Even that over-the-top orgasm didn't even allow her to lose consciousness. Mio, who had screamed out all the air in her lungs, while still immersed in a state of extreme pleasure, violently shook on Basara's thighs as Basara sucked on her breast. Not long later, Basara released her breast with a Caillou sound. You must not be comfortable remaining like this. Probably thinking that the reason Mio seemed to be suffering was because she was being bound up. Basara undid the measuring tape that was binding her wrists. At that moment, a few accidents took place on Mio's body. First was that Basara's hand had accidentally pressed down on the button to retract the tape. Second was that the spots that had blood circulating again, due to the tape's pressure being released, became even more sensitive. Third, the slippery shower gel caused the measuring tape wrapped around her body, caused the friction between it and Mio's body to be significantly reduced, and the result is, by the time she felt scared, it was already too late. As if in slow motion, the tape slowly loosened around her body, but in the next moment it was rapidly retracted back into its casing. The already extremely sensitive breasts was rubbed by the rapidly retracting measuring tape, causing Mio to be swept to yet another level of climax in a surge of pleasure. Just merely measuring tape had already caused Mio's soul to leave her body. This unbelievable fact caused Mio to have her eyes and neck roll over backwards while in Basara's arms and seemed to finally collapse, slowly, snuggling into the solid chest before her eyes. Basara, too, gently hugged Mio and lightly patted her back, and in that moment, immersed in the aftertaste of the intense climaxes, Mio's whole body trembled, her breasts uncontrollable pulsating, just from simply touching her back had caused her to reach a gentle climax. Thus, Basara only just simply hugged her and whispered into her ear, "Everything's fine now." That's right. Hearing Basara say that, Mio, who was in a trance, remembered that what she had experienced was something that might happen if she were to be taken captive. Sadness that almost made her lose her mind, as well as this sadness and pleasure that pulled her from her body. Basara, who had let Mio experience these things, in her eyes, seemed just like a supreme king. Despite her consciousness turning hazy, Mio told herself clearly that she had to serve the person before her eyes. Oni Ai-chan. At the same time she called out in a sweet voice. She used her hands which had finally regained their freedom to tightly hug Basara. Probably because she had yielded to Basara's subjugating that he felt relieved. Mio lost consciousness within Basara's arms. In order to prevent her from catching a cold, Basara washed off the shower gel on her body, and after wrapping a towel around his waist, he carried Mio into his arms and then left the bathroom together with Yuki and Maria. As Yuki remained in the dressing room to change, Tuju Basara continued on towards the living room and laid Mio down on the sofa. My apologies, I'll be leaving the rest to you then, Maria. No problem, leave it to me. Being entrusted with the task of looking after Mio, Maria nodded with a contented look. The lowly succubus wearing a school swimsuit then continued with excitement that she couldn't hide. I had never thought she'll become like this because of the measuring tape. Even me as a succubus was shocked Mio-sama's qualifications. Even after doing something so crazy, you can still smile happily like this. What a shock, Basara said, dumbfounded. You always end up in bad states because of Mio's punishments, and you still dare to attempt such stuff. I can never catch up to you in things like that. Hearing that, Maria waved her right index finger at him while clicking her tongue. Basara-san is just too naive. After being punished so many times, I have already begun to notice that as long as I work hard to reach the level of making Mio-sama reach climax in a short period of time, there won't be a need to be afraid of her being angry. Maria let out a big laugh towards Mio on the sofa and said while smiling broadly, that's why I had gone a little further while playing around today, and here is the results. I had completely free reign while playing today. Say, isn't this just like the story of Columbus? Is something wrong, Basara-san? Why are you suddenly looking at me with such gentle eyes? Have you fallen in love with me? No, it's not that. Well, if that's how you feel and think, that's just you. Speaking of which, Tuju Basara suddenly thought, when Mio lost consciousness, Maria wouldn't receive any punishments for the moment. But what would happen after she wakes up later? Refreshed? Sure enough, his guess had become reality. While Basara was staring blankly into space in the middle of the night on his bed, he suddenly heard Mio's angry shouts and some trembling, and after that, he heard Maria's screams. Seems like it'll continue on until morning again tonight. Basara muttered helplessly and turned off the lights in his room. It was already an hour and a half past midnight right now. Mio's bellowing and Maria's screams could be heard, with no end to it. Chapter 2. The Other Side to the False Smile. Naru's Maria woke up very early today. The moderate faction had sent her to the human realm to be responsible for protecting Naru's Mio, the only daughter of the deceased former demon, Lord Wilbert, and the sole inheritor his power. So, the moment when the delivery person put the morning paper through the mailbox, Maria immediately had a protective reaction. The small noise that came from outside the house made her open her eyes and exit her bed, without waking Mio, and slightly open the curtain to peek outside. A black automobile then drove past the house at this moment. Upon seeing the familiar back of the person that indeed was the one who usually delivered the morning paper, she released a sigh in relief and released the curtain. After doing her routine morning stretches, she silently returned to the side of the bed. Seeing Mio, who was still in her dreams, she thought to herself once again that the reason that she was here was indeed to protect this person. Here, after staring at her for a while, Mio's cheeks then began to slowly become red. Ah, yeah, Oni Ai-chan. Ah, eh. Upon hearing those sweet and hot words that she said out in her sleep, Maria's two eyes widened and she immediately began moving. She retrieved the camera from under the bed and immediately pressed the power button to turn it on, while thinking, aha, I can't let this rare opportunity slip by. It wasn't just to record her sleep talk, although that will be something she We'll definitely record too. What she really wanted to record down this time was Mio's dream. The dream that Mio is currently having is likely to be one that being subjugated by Becerra, and the main thing is that dream wasn't one made by the succubus Maria, but Mio herself. Now, would that be caused by Mio's hidden desires or by her subconsciousness? No matter what it was, what it had created was definitely something great. From the viewpoint of a succubus, this is something to celebrate about. As her rationality and self-control is weakened in a dream, she might do things even more unbelievable than what she would have done outside of a dream, showing an even more debaucherous side of herself. Oya, my energy is back already. Being this excited, Maria wanted to immediately touch Mio to peek into the dream. But no, that isn't enough. Naru's Maria tried her best to suppress her desires. Peeping into the dream now would only grant her some instant gratification. If there isn't any proof, she wouldn't be able to use it against Mio at all if she were to deny it ever happened, which Maria knew will happen. For creating solid evidence that cannot be denied by Mio. For recording down Mio to add to her secret collection. Indeed, recording Mio-sama's dream and saving it is justice. Having prepared for such situations, Maria had already made some modifications to the camera already by slightly altering the inner structure, YYG, and inserting her demonic power within. Not could it only record Becerra subjugating someone, but by synchronizing with the targeted person's brainwaves, it could also record a dream. After turning on the power and inserting her demonic power, she began setting up what she called the amphibious armament prototype, which was the camera stand. Just what is the contents of the dream? Swallowing her saliva from anticipation, she aimed her 2 eyes at the small screen. And, the synchronization with Mio-sama. She then exaggeratedly displayed her surprise. By right, the dream should have been displayed on the screen, but instead what was displayed was a black screen. Could it be? She's not there anymore. Completely wrong. When she looked up at the bed, Mio was still on the bed, with only the sheets slightly moving. Hugh! Letting out a sigh with a groan, her 2 eyes slowly opened heavily. Anyone who saw this would all unanimously agree that she had the face of a cute teenage girl and the body of a mature woman, combining the two completely contradicting elements into the body of a single girl. The tips of those full breasts poked out from within her sleepwear, prominently presenting themselves. It was probably the dream about Becerra that caused her sensitive body to have a reaction. Being so stunning this early once again, it was really something worthy of praise. Since it has already become like this, then why not just take a normal recording this time? However, what Maria wanted to record this time wasn't the appearance of a Mio fresh out from bed. It was how far she would take it while following her desires in her dream. Who? Maria. Good morning. Hey, what's with you crying and smiling while holding the camera in your hand? How could I not cry? I really wanted to give you many praises for what you had done. But then, Naru's Maria hadn't given up just yet, and also had another up her sleeve. Mio-sama, what you had said when sleepwalking was really erotic. Just, what kind of dream was it? What? Hearing Maria talking about it as if completely knowing about it, her face immediately flushed red. In that opening, come Mio-sama, continue dreaming with me. After saying those words that were practically asking for a beating, she suddenly stretched out her left hand towards Mio's eyes and released magic. In a normal situation, Maria's magic would have no effect on Mio, but it was another story if she was totally unprepared and defenseless when she had just woken up. Mio's eyes widened in surprise, and they then turned hazy, and her body slowly fell onto the bed again. Ho. Forgive me, Mio-sama. I had no other choice, after only letting Mio have a few light breaths in order to stimulate her consciousness. Maria had reminded Mio of the dream and had released the aphrodisiac dreaming magic. With this, now she will be able to record down that dream just now. Right? This time, I must peek into Mio-sama's innermost desires hidden deep within her heart. Hyped with excitement, she then proceeded to raise the camera once again to begin shooting the dream. Just how hot will it be? Moving her hips about, she also swung her succubus tail about, holding very high anticipation with her staring at the tiny screen. Immediately after that, Mio's room appeared on the screen with it being at night. Under the moonlight shining in from the window, Mio was lying on the bed, shyly looking in the direction of the camera. And from what Mio was saying previously, Maria managed to deduce the nature of the dream already. Ho ho, doesn't this mean that Mio-sama's secretly wishes for Basara to ravage her in the middle of the night? Mio-sama, so you are a super M. Mio had a shy personality, plus being frank with herself wasn't something she was good at, so she wouldn't take the initiative with Basara. However, if Basara was the one to take the initiative, she would accept it all despite having some resistance initially, like the day before yesterday in the girls' bathroom in Hijirigasaka Academy. She was subjugated by Basara through quite some resistance. Back then, she had given the excuse of that she would be fine with it no matter what happens and showed off her charms and gorgeousness, but from another point of view that was most likely her passiveness. In that aspect, it was just the same as like Basara's childhood friend Yuki. Yuki really is something great to be reckoned with, but on whether she could do those things without a trace of embarrassment is not necessarily so. It's just, for someone usually so indifferent and cold like her to so be embarrassed with totally red cheeks, and yet still take the initiative in displaying her sensual side to him, scored very high marks in the succubus Maria's books. Also, the reason Yuki would show her affection to Basara regardless of her embarrassment was that Mio was present. Similarly, Mio also didn't want to lose to Yuki. Basically, Mio would try to halt Yuki when she went on the offensive, but once she found out that she wouldn't be able to stop Yuki, she would then begin to compete with her, doing all sorts of lewd acts together with her, supporting her chin with a hand. Maria then nodded with a ho-ho and said, "Oya, it really is nice to have competitiveness between the two of you." Within the camera screen that was capturing Mio's dream, she was lying on the bed shyly, seemingly as if waiting for something or someone while looking in the direction of where Maria is. The one Mio should be looking at now should be Basara, but since that there hasn't been any actions taken in the dream so far, it shows that, please, just what the hell is the Basara in Mio-sama's dream even doing? He couldn't possibly have had a bout of stage fright after coming into the room, right? Just where the hell that damn demon who smeared the cake in the bathroom go? Your audience here is about to fall asleep, excitement bursting at the seams. She then let out a sigh from disbelief. Just then, could it be? She then suddenly used her free hand to lightly caress Mio's skin, and a hand also appeared on the screen, touching Mio's cheeks in the same manner as in reality with what was indeed Basara's hand. Although her shyness was visibly showing, Mio returned the caress to the hand with her face. What a big blunder that I had made to even mix up the observation type and the participation type of the lewd dreams magic. Just how careless can I be? She said that with her forehead buried in a palm. Actually, the lewd dreams magic of female succubi originally could make the target one's dream lewd, while its administration was the participation type. This is so that when they have sex with the males, they could absorb the essences created from having sex with the one they wish to do with in their hearts. But since what Maria wanted to see was Mio's deepest desire hidden in the depths of her heart, what she had originally to release was the observation type, which allowed her to put her consciousness into the dream to observe. But from the heat in the moment, her excitement led to a mistake which led to her releasing the participation type instead. In a sense and in short, Maria had become Basara's substitute. Ha! How unlucky. I have never played the male's role before. She sighed while experiencing a headache. Ah! Never mind. Nothing else can be done to change the situation now, right? I had also wanted to find out how far will Mio-sama take it anyways. Normally, I would be spectating from the sides while Basara makes Mio-sama reach the skies, and since that looked interesting, I might as well make good use of the current situation on hand, right? She left the side of Mio's bed while saying that regretfully and grabbed a stuffed panda doll placed on the cabinet. Opening the zipper, she took out the stuffing almost as if like a routine and put the camera into the doll, positioning the lens through a small hole. In situations like these, I always feel like that I made the right choice in buying an upright. Its developers must have been moved to tears by this, right? While saying things that would probably move the developers to tears for other reasons, she hid the camera so that it would be camouflaged in its surroundings, and then turned around and said, "Oya, I've lost this time to you. I originally had no intention of doing such things, it's true, okay? But since Basara wouldn't wake up so early, this is a golden opportunity. As a succubus, not taking any liberties with Mio-sama. It really is impolite. Well, I was in a totally helpless situation. Totally helpless. Helpless with totally no hope." When Maria finished her speech, her eyes had already become red, panting at the direction of the sleeping Mio. In the camera, Maria should have assumed the appearance of Basara. Hence she cleared her throat with an audible M and said with an expression and tone as if being serious about an unknown something, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Mio. Your most beloved Master Basara is here." Perfect. Maria had imitated her impression of Basara, and then began to start playing with Mio. Straddling the Mio who was sleeping with her back facing the bed, she began playing with the pair of breasts that was separated from her by a layer of clothing. No. Mio had almost immediately began to take heavy pants and began to slightly wriggle. Wow. Just from massaging and kneading Mio's breasts, Maria's satisfied expression had melted away very quickly. This was much more fulfilling than I had imagined it to be. Not only could she totally feel their size and softness even through the sleepwear, Mio's pleasured expression was also fully visible to her, since what Maria released was the participation type lewd dreams magic. As long as she was touching Mio, she could experience Mio's point of view from her dreams. Mio was actually sleeping in reality, her eyes were closed, but Mio was awake for Maria, who was totally into the dream scene, with her own sounds being the same as Basara's. This situation can make people feel wrong from many aspects. Maria chuckled softly, and at the pajamas Mio was wearing the buttons that was done nicely. She stretched out a hand towards them and undid the first button. "Ah, no. You can't." Mio then shyly covered up her breasts. "But what's there to be shy about? Mio, move your hands away and let me see all of you clearly." In Mio's dream, with the voice and appearance that had become that of Basara's, Maria said so cheerfully, and even staring into her eyes with impartial and strict eyes. However, Mio averted her eyes with a reddened face and shouted, "No. I knew that it would be like that." The fight between rationality and embarrassment. Even though it was a dream, the aphrodisiac curse of the master-servant contract still haven't activated. If she were to ignore Mio's will and press on, she might develop feelings against Basara, shaking their master-servant relationship. And more importantly, Maria didn't want to force Mio to do things she feels disgusted with. Hence, that's it, I guess, right? But if Oni-chan really wants, when she was about to retreat from the battlefield, she suddenly heard Mio say that softly. Looking on with dismay, a light collar-like marking appeared on her neck. The master-servant contract's curse has activated. Probably not being honest with her own desires, she said, "If Oni-chan wants, pushing the blame onto Basara, hence causing guilt within her. Following that, she slowly released the hands covering her breasts, looking up towards Maria with teary eyes. "It's fine. You can do whatever you like to." It was totally unexpected to her that Mio would have such a sudden thrust reaction, so it would seem that Mio did harbor such a desire about Basara. But what made Maria even more surprised was Mio's current expression. That was an expression that a normal 15-year-old girl should not have. That was an expression that a normal 15-year-old girl would never have. That was an expression that only Mio, who had no experience with males, and with her body and heart being carved with unbelievable pleasure, could have. Totally alluring and filled with fawn. The breathtaking expression of a woman. Crap, it was originally only intended to be only a evil prank. It's all Mio-sama's fault. She nervously swallowed her saliva. It wouldn't just happen to males only. Anyone who saw this reaction will not be able to resist it. Feeling her succubus instincts burning, she began to undo every button on her sleepwear slowly. When her breasts were completely exposed, she put her hands near her neck and slid them from her collarbone to behind her shoulders. Mio's upper body is now completely bare, with her breasts prominently on display. Ah! A light gasp was released shyly from Mio and moved very seducingly. With the scene in the dream, along with the succubus magic, turning Maria into Basara and her having played with her breasts, the tip of Mio's breasts swelled as if to show off it being filled with pleasure. "For you to have become like that, you really are lewd, Mio." "Ah, since when? You're the one who caused my breasts to become like that." "Me?" Maria giggled while kneading Mio's right breast. After that, she brought her mouth towards it, and while intentionally avoiding the sensitive spots, her tongue drew lines and curves on her sultry breast. "Ah! Don't! Ha! Ah! 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 Oh!" Anguished moans was then released from Mio, her waist being turning about, her thighs clenched together, and the waves of her reverie gradually began to overwhelm her. "Please, don't bully me." Just like that, Maria had slowly and gradually teased Mio to her breaking point, making her beg. "It seems that I had went slightly overboard with this, but still, Mio-sama." Maria herself does not feel any regret over her actions at all. Mio's cute, charming, coquettish actions and sounds has already completely sunk her rationality to the bottom of the ocean. With that, she took that tip of Mio's breast into her mouth, and while attempting to take in a deep breath by sucking, her whole body gave a short and violent reaction. Just look at how cute that face and reaction is, which was what made Maria's mind, from that moment onwards, be filled with ideas and thoughts of playing with Mio, from the effects from the contract, the tuning and development of Mio's body. Sensitivity was indeed very interesting. When Maria licked Mio's neck and torn off the clothes belonging from the upper half of her body, she only put up some very light resistance. But when Maria had kneaded her breasts to various shapes while taking off Mio's lower half of her sleepwear, which would leave her in only her panties, any resistance from her was already gone. Following that, when she regained her senses, Mio already had a face seemingly as if melting in pleasure for some reason while kneeling down with her back facing Maria, and Maria's hand was gripping Mio's panties for some reason, and on the clock, 15 minutes has already passed from when she had begun. Why am I holding this thing? What's even worse and perplexing to her was the thing that she was holding in her right hand, a banana. That was what she was holding within her right hand. What a minute, that banana seems familiar, reason being that it was the banana that she had bought for Yuki and Mio for consumption, 398 yen a stalk including tax. Normally, a stalk would comprise of 5 bananas, but Maria had specially picked a stalk that had 3 bananas that were thicker within the stalk. It was all for the little stuff that makes me, Naru's Maria, happy. Previously, Maria had sneaked into Becerra's room very early in the morning and secretly measured the dimensions of a particular part of his body, and had then went to the supermarket to find an ingredient that had dimensions very close to what she had measured and was suitable for a particular purpose. And then after all that, she had finally managed to dig up a treasure. Of course, it would be this banana, and the correct pronunciation in English would be banana. Recently, she had been giggling from her hiding place while watching Yuki and Mio eat the bananas she had bought for them to eat, and it had already become her secret pleasure, releasing stress while refreshing and giving her mind a wonderful time. Although if she were to pursue in also getting the texture right, Matsutake, or the large hot dog from convenience stores would be a more suitable product. If she were to pursue in getting the hardness right, a cucumber or the likes would be better. But unfortunately, a hot dog would not be too soft and thin. The skin of the cucumber would make it too hard, and Mio wouldn't contain it whole in her mouth if the cucumber were to be cooked, and Matsutake would simply be too explicit, leaving no room for imagination. But a banana would be different. It is highly nutritious. Professional athletes would take it as a snack. Additionally, it has a potent cosmetic effects, giving beautiful skin while having a detoxifying effect, and it can make Mio and Yuki take a few mouthfuls of it unsuspectingly. Right now, that very banana is being held in Maria's right hand. Ah, just how did it turn out like this? She then began to attempt to recall what happened in that blank space of 15 minutes in her memories of getting more and more into the mood, and saying "I want your all" and similar things began returning to her mind. Which means, she couldn't have been thinking of using that banana to take away Mio's first time. Or was she? To that was close. To think that in that moment of following my instincts, I had wanted Mio-sama to eat the banana with her lips down there. Mio-sama's match could never be the banana that's 398 yen a stalk. It really is preposterous. Not forgetting, the price of a single banana is 136.666. It's basically indivisible. Still, despite having said that, she herself has already brought Mio into that state already. In times like this, she has to take up the responsibility that was that of a man's, even though she's not a man. But as a human, she has to be respectful to females, even though she's not a human. I am a succubus. With that, Maria then arrived at an answer. The verdict. Inserting it in a little through the panties should probably be fine, I guess. Setting a safety margin should be the correct way. Just as Maria deepened her decision. Oni-chan. Mio turned around suddenly, setting off panic within Maria. At times like this, Becerra would usually... She then remembered what Becerra would say when subjugating Mio. With that, Maria then hurriedly took off her underwear and threw it aside. Gripping that especially thick banana with her thighs, she carefully adjusted its angle, and then with her two hands firmly gripping Mio's butt, she then said with the expression of her 100% lowly succubus without any hesitation, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Mio. I'll immediately make you... You idiot!" Something hard suddenly came down upon her from above, accompanied with ridicule and disbelief. Jeek! What? Maria was dragged back to reality with that hit, and she hurriedly turned around to look. Becerra? Since when were you here? How is it possible? I hadn't even sensed him at all? It was not long from when you started taking off your clothes, and I'll say, this 398 divided by 3 isn't 136.666. It's 132.666. After hearing Becerra saying all that in just a large breath, how could you do this? Entering a girl's room without even knocking. First, I had knocked for quite some time already, but there wasn't any answer. Additionally, as the sounds coming out from behind the door doesn't seem to be that of sleeping, my only option left was to come inside to take a look. Just, what the hell are you even doing this early in the morning? What else could it be? You should already know by just looking, right? I'm asking because I don't know. Is it really that difficult to understand what's happening? She slightly tilted her head to the side, and then looked once again at Mio, who was in only her panties while kneeling on the bed, and herself, who was completely naked, while gripping a banana in between her thighs. Well, I guess it is somewhat difficult to understand. She regretfully removed the banana sandwiched between her legs, her fun time having been interrupted midway, and waved the big banana around in the air, which then subsequently landed a smack on Mio's butt. Ah! As it was just at the perfect angle, it caused Mio's unbearably sensitive body to release an intense shiver. So just what the hell are you even doing? And just like that, the red-faced Becerra snatched away the banana from Maria's hand. To think that you would be this drastic. I already am totally naked, and now that the banana, the last and final bulwark, has already been taken away from me, there's nothing left of me. Already, I really am totally unarmed and naked now. I wouldn't have resisted, and this is just too drastic an action taken. I only just wanted to let Mio-sama see a little more of it. And Naru's Maria showed a lonely smile, looked at the empty space on the other side of the room, seemingly looking at a faraway space, and said, to let her see the continuation of that original dream, the attempt at creating a sensual and sexy atmosphere under false pretenses. Failed. Phew! Having received a blow from Becerra to the tip of her head and 2 layers of swelling being visible, she then reluctantly dispelled the lewd dreaming magic she had cast on Mio, helped her put on her clothes again and tucked her back in bed, and left the room together with Becerra. Although it was still quite early compared to their usual wake-up time, but compared with the option to return to sleep, it would be better to do some activities early in the morning. And after that, Maria entered the kitchen after putting on an apron to prepare breakfast. Do you really not need any help? Becerra politely asked, while sitting at his usual place on the sofa in the living room. No, this is my duty after all, and I wouldn't ask you to help me just because you made me wake up earlier, so just sit back and relax and just wait for me to be done. Maria's task wasn't just to be Mio's guardian, but also to look after her daily life. Hence, in the Tuju residence, Maria's duties consisted of preparing the dishes, doing the laundry, cleaning the house, etc. And since I have more time on my hands today, I would like to challenge doing something which I had always wanted to do from a long time ago. Dish which would take more effort to prepare than the other dishes. When it's done, I would like Becerra to assist me in tasting it. If it's good, I'll also like Mio-sama and Yuki-sis to try it too. After saying that with a smile, she then began to diligently prepare it. That dish she was making would be a stew dish using fresh high-quality ingredients, and it would first need the broth to be prepared. If it's done in Western style, she would first use the big pot to simmer vegetables or chicken bones to prepare a clear broth. But no matter how early she were to wake up, there wouldn't be enough time to prepare it. Hence, now's the time to use the delicate dashi to finish it. For it to match with the high-class cuisine being prepared, it would, of course, have to use none other than the best rashiri kelp. After rubbing it with a slightly damp cloth, the kelp was then put into the pot with water, as the main objective of this step was to emphasize its delicate taste. The fire mustn't be lighted right at the start to allow it to soak for a while, letting it absorb the water. What would be done while waiting for the kelp would be the main ingredient of the stew to be put into the pot later. In order to preserve its innate taste and flavors, its processing would be minimal, which means that the seasoning used for it would be light. Ah, it's almost that time already. Finishing with the necessary preparations for now, Maria moved along the kitchen counter until the living room came into her view, where she then saw Becerra buried within the just-delivered newspaper. Reading the newspaper by slowly scanning through the first page, it closely resembled the image of the father Jin Tuju. It created the atmosphere of a mature Becerra. Ho ho, the Becerra like this is really handsome. Satisfied, Maria nodded. Jean wasn't just only a father, but he was also known as the strongest hero in the previous war, so his presence in various aspects were important. But now that Jean has left the Tuju residence for the demon realm, the burden of supporting the Tuju household has undoubtedly fallen onto Becerra. Up till now, he has already saved Mio and herself multiple times from various crises. Hence, I must properly thank him. With that determination, she then lit a fire below the pot. All right, it's done. Becerra, please try it. Soon after Becerra had finished reading the first page and moved on to the other pages on the sofa in the living room, he heard Maria say that excitedly. Oh, it's done already? He left the sofa and walked to Maria's side. Here, please have a taste, Becerra. It's hot. With a big smile on her face, her two hands presented to him a bowl. Within the bowl that had steam rising in curls from it, several white circular objects were floating within it. Those are fish balls? That's right, it looks just like the fish ball in Kanto cuisine. Maria had said that it was a dish that required a lot of effort in preparing, so the final dish had somewhat disappointed him. Of course, Kanto cuisine is a traditional cuisine, and as one were to invest time into it, one would have needed to wake up early. Here, just try it first before saying anything. If you thought that it's fish balls, prepare yourself for the shock that would come. Okay? What would it even be if it's not fish balls? Just as Becerra was about to cut it into bite-sized pieces. Ah, Becerra, I'll like to request for you to just eat it whole in just one bite, and then guess just what it is. I guess that would be fine. I'll begin now if there's nothing else. With that, he put it into his mouth, and the soup within it dispersed. It really wasn't a fish ball, and it was slippery to the point where he couldn't bite it apart. Its texture was completely different from his expectations. In an attempt to not let the soup overflow from his mouth while not wanting to return what's in his mouth back to the bowl, he closed up his mouth. Even then, he still couldn't bite it apart. He concentrated on chewing for a long while, but in the end it still only traveled around within his mouth, as if avoiding his bites. Oi, Maria, just what is this? Oya, Becerra, you still can't tell what it is? This is your most favorite thing. After all, my most favorite? While it tastes great, I totally have no recollection of eating something this bad at all. Although it might have been a little disrespectful, he answered like that with that fishball still within his mouth. Immediately after, that's too much. Just in what way does Mio-sama's panties taste? Bad? Oi! Becerra hadn't returned a reaction in the moment after, just had already realized what Maria had just said, and his shock caused his late reaction to have an unintended effect, leading up to the following unfortunate result. Have you been in a situation where the shock made you swallow on reflex? Becerra's body stiffened, and he began to unconsciously swallow. Crap. The moment when he then had that thought, he had already swallowed that unchewable fish ball whole, and he was already feeling it sliding down his throat. No, wait. He looked at Maria in a daze, only to see the culprit giggling and saying, "How is it, Becerra? How does your sister's panties freshly harvested this very morning taste?" Hearing that line, he put down the chopsticks in his hand on the kitchen counter, and after that, "Becerra, why did you straight out materialize your sword without a word? Could it be that you had wanted it raw? I had went the extra mile in specially slowly simmering the panty rolls, and all that was just me doing extra things? Extra mile your head. How can you lowly succubus give someone something like this to eat? You had just made me carry the sin of eating my sister's panties, a giant big cross. You'll scare people to death if you continue like that. Just how do you want me to shoulder that sin? Wait, what's more important is, panties are made from synthetic fibers, right? This wouldn't be just ending with something simple like diarrhea. It wasn't just only questionable morally. Although female panties had less materials than male underwear, They still have to be surgically removed if accidentally ingested. Additionally, when the doctors and nurses in the operating room finally manage to cut open his stomach and find a women's panty within it, who knows what they might think or feel about it if a solution isn't thought of quickly? Tomorrow's headlines on the newspaper might be a high school student sent to ER after ingesting sister's panties. Stopping his train of thought here, his whole body shuddered, and his face turned green. No need to worry about that. I had cast a magic beforehand to turn it into protein if it enters the body. Really? Of course. I would never do things that would harm Becerra's body. Hearing Maria say so, Becerra patted his chest in relief. For now. From now on, Mio-sama's panty shall become one with Becerra's bold and body, and it shall become your energy by tomorrow. Woohoo! Be Becerra? Why did you suddenly just raise your sword without a word? No need for any worry. I'll use only the back of the blade on you. Just as he got closer and closer to Maria with each step he took, he then suddenly turned back in panic, having felt his back being watched. There was a girl standing right behind him, wearing the uniform of Hijirigasaka Academy, but it wasn't Mio. Yuki. That's right, standing at the door to the living room is someone who is the opposite to the bright Mio, someone who has breathtaking beauty. That someone is Nanaka Yuki. I am saved. If Mio were to find out that Becerra had eaten her panty, both Becerra and Maria would have been seriously considering how they can survive. Miss Yuki? He then once again patted his chest, but upon seeing that Yuki wasn't quite normal, he had accidentally used honorifics on her. Her face clearly showed displeasure, hence it seems like that she had heard about him eating Mio's panty. Although the fact that the one who discovered them wasn't Mio was the silver lining to this dark cloud, that was still something that Yuki shouldn't be allowed to know. Within the awkward atmosphere, Yuki had crossed the living room and had arrived at the kitchen where they were at. It's not what you think it is, Yuki. What she just said was, while standing right in front of Becerra, who was trying to attempt to explain, Yuki suddenly did something without saying a word, while slightly bending forward, her hands extended towards the insides of her skirt from below. Yuki shyly lifted her skirt right in front of Becerra's eyes and began to slowly move her hands down towards the floor, hooked between her thumbs, and, being revealed from under her skirt, was indeed the white panty that she was currently wearing. When it had reached her knees, she raised both her left and right legs in succession, and then presented a small bundle rolled up to Becerra. Basara! Oh. What are you even triple out for? Just what are you even thinking of, Yuki? Desperately shaking his head towards Yuki, who held out her panty wanting him to consume it, it apparently seems that the situation has already began to spiral downwards rapidly out of control. No need to for any politeness. After all, I have only just found out that what Becerra likes to eat most is female panties. It's too late for him already. Hearing Yuki say so as if beginning to blame herself, Maria began nodding. Ho. It's not Yuki's fault that Yuki-sis didn't know that, since after all, you both were separated for 5 years and Becerra had grown up a lot in the meantime. He's already at the age where he would prefer panties for all 3 meals for about over 3 years. I won't deny that I had changed a lot in those 5 years, but I had never been like what you just said. He landed a hit onto the head of the lowly succubus speaking nonsense. No need to be shy in front of me. I'll let you eat as many of my panties as you want in the future. Coincidentally, I had wanted to make a trip to the lingerie shop at the mall later after school, so why not just come with me? I'm still unfamiliar with your tastes and preferred textures, so take your picks to your heart's content and let me settle the bill. That's not fine at all. Are you trying to kill me? Upon hearing Becerra abruptly fiercely trying to refute the accusations, her expression suddenly clouded over and said, So you mean that you are fine with eating Mio's ones, but not mine ones? letting slip her countryside accent with her emotions in a great mess and, ready to explode at any time, her face pressed closer and asked again. Ah, I wasn't deliberately eating Mio's. Fine, 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 no matter which way you go, it's still my fault in the end, so just push all of the blame onto me if anything happens. The one who messed up and reversed the contract making Mio-sama into Basara's servant was me, and the one who also made a mess on Mio-sama's body with cake in the bathroom was also me. It's all my fault. That's right. It's all your fault. Stop pretending to be so peaked to escape responsibility. In other words, Yuki, I'm very sorry. I will not eat your panty, and I will not be accompanying you after school to shop for your underwear. So please, I'm begging you, just let me off just this once. It'll end someone's life. He had first put Maria aside and desperately tried dissuading Yuki. All right, since you so strongly deny, me can't do things about it too. Pouting, and after that she then began taking off the top of her sailor shirt. Oi, Yuki, what are you doing? With her top off, she then extended her hand towards her back. Specifically, the bra clasp behind her back and said, when me approached you in the bathroom to help you wash your back, you rejected me. But when me asked again after stripping, you agreed. So this time you would also. Wait a minute. Who would even throw a tantrum in such a strange way? It's just too weird a way. It's not weird at all. You had ate Mio's panty so happily, yet you no eat me. One. Who would even insult people in such a way? That's right, who would even insult people in such a way? What's more, I hadn't insulted or humiliated you at all. Oi, Yuki, stop it. Stop taking even more of your clothes off. Just when he couldn't take it anymore and reached out a hand to grab onto the hand that was about to undo the skirt's clasp. Rightly said, Yuki sis, you're already naked on top, and you're wearing skirt. Without panties. From a certain perspective, this could just be the very most impressive status. Is this even the time to get so excited with your eyes sparkling like that, you lowly arrow succubus? Basara, please. She then wrapped around Basara coquettishly while acting like a baby, and his body stiffened up. However, it wasn't because of Yuki's hugging. It's just like the plotline of a television drama. The teen girl who he had hoped the most to not show up in this situation had just showed up in this disastrous situation standing at the door to the living room. It seems that you're all having a lot of fun very early this morning. After those words left her twitching mouth, her body released a pale light, and it began to spread around the room with crackling sounds. That was an effect from holding back the electrical discharge that she was likely about to release. Did you hear me? Today, after I had some very weird dreams, I found my panties missing when I woke up, and they could not be found no matter how I looked for it. That's pretty weird. Later on, I thought I heard that Maria had cooked my panties for breakfast and served it to Basara or something like that. To ascertain that it wasn't a vision, the two of you over there, can you repeat what you have just said just once more? And why not also explain why? Did Yuki want to hug Basara without anything on while you're at it too? With that, Naru's Mio began to slowly walk towards them with a cold smile. Facing Mio in her current state, the half-naked Yuki could only stay still. While hugging Basara, at her side, Maria was indifferently shrugging her shoulders while sighing. Ah, I still couldn't do anything meaningful. Just how did it even turn out? Like this? You still have the cheek to say that kind of stuff? With Basara's loud roar as the signal, Mio's lightning exploded in the living room of the Tuju residence. Was almost charred black this morning. It was unexpected that Mio-sama would get that angry. After finishing the embarrassing breakfast which the two women had butted heads over, they were finally sent on their way to school with Basara. Maria was in the kitchen washing the dining utensils, while recalling Mio's reactions which had exceeded her expectations. It's been quite a while since I've suffered from Mio's lightning. I'm lucky that she had somewhat restrained her power. As recently Yuki had moved into the Tuju residence, the number of instances of Mio exploding over such pranks had went down a lot. As long as the excuse, "It's all for Becerra," was used, Yuki, who clearly expressed her love to them, would agree even if she had to sacrifice her image. Just now, Yuki forgave him, naturally. She had also put up with the instigations caused by herself. It's almost the same for Mio too, thinking that if she couldn't do it, it shows that she was just all fluff, and it's because of the feeling of not wanting to lose to Yuki that made her not to explode. And that was the reason why Maria had just daringly did what she had just did. It's just so Mio-sama would still get angry even if the one eating her panties is the one she likes. While using the antiseptic dishwashing soap White Pow Pow to clean it until it is very clean, no, shining clean, she released a sigh while deep in thought. There probably wouldn't be any problems on Yuki's side. But as expected, once she found out that Mio had taken away the initiative from her, she would attempt to immediately catch up. But then again, I had never expected for her make the move of taking off her panties and making him say, my initiations seem to be really insufficient. I must continue to work hard. To not have filmed that scene, it really pains her. From the moment Becerra had hammered her head, she hadn't had a chance to retrieve her camera yet. At least remember to clean up after the closing of a chapter. If she were not even able to procure Mio's dream this morning, then her being punished this morning would just plainly be punishment. It'll all be for not all right. Done with the dishes, she then continued with the other household chores. Since today's weather is so nice, why not just sun-dry it instead of putting it into the dryer? After throwing the to-be-washed laundry into the barrel of the washing machine and canceling the auto-drying program and pressing the button, it began to rotate while calculating the amount of clothes to be washed. Humming while pouring in the soap and softener, bubbles began to gradually appear. After confirming it had begun its operation normally, she then started cleaning the house. When she lived her life with only Mio, she would also attend school together with her, protecting her from the shadows. After moving in with Becerra, it had changed to her only needing to send them off to and welcome them back at the school before and after school, respectively. After Yuki moved in, she didn't even need to accompany Mio up to the school gates anymore. Hence, her free time had increased a lot, and even cleaning the house and doing all the laundry could all be competed in the morning. Today's sun is shining brightly, shining on the freshly washed quilts and sheets used by 4 people, which had somewhat added to the time taken for the washing machine to complete the cycle, but it was still done not long after noon. After finishing a simple lunch with what's available in the house, what Maria does in the afternoon would be to make use of the computer in the house to gather information and do research. Between Becerra, Mio, and Yuki right now, deepening their relationship would be of utmost importance. Hence, Maria had to often help create situations and games that were fresh, yet not repetitive. And she was different from Mio and Yuki. Right now, while she knows her feelings towards Becerra was a warm, nice feeling, she was certainly oblivious to the fact that it was love. That being said, it shouldn't be long before Mio herself starts to realize it. Thinking about the reaction Mio will have makes her hyped up about it. Who knows, she might no longer lose it over just a few of her panties being consumed. Things might change to the point where she would beg to eat Becerra's underwear. No, things would get dull and wrong if she became that perverted. Everything needs to be done in moderation. For example, no matter how the tuning will be done in the future, both Mio and Yuki will still need to retain some of their embarrassment if the subjugation to get obedience to Becerra were to become something like a routine. Then playtime with the succubus effects under the master-servant contract would be over. And that was the reason Naru's Maria was on the terrace at the full-length living room windows in clothes that was swaying in the wind, with the laptop taken from Becerra's room on her lap. Right? I must work hard today too. After saying that seriously, she started the download for the beta of a Eroge. Fresh on the market. This was look for anything that would catch her eye. The moment she find anything noteworthy, she would immediately download the official version and offer it to Basara. When one thinks about it, she has been working hard every day without slacking even once, precisely just to support Basara and the master servant contract with them. No matter what happens, I can't afford to cut corners at this stage. Additionally, if Basara were to discover that they have been doing some questionable stuff, her own desires would be left unsatisfied, and she would also feel bad inside if she were to meet the same situation as this morning again and have it end up having Mio's first time being taken away by her. And what should she do? Especially since now is the era where all one ever thinks about silently is I'm bananas. Hence, in order to deepen their master-servant relationship and satisfy their sexual desires, Maria today will also continue to battle armed with a sincere heart and arrow games, determinately skipping over and avoiding any confessions, carefully listening to every word spoken through earphones. She full-heartedly played on, as if wanting to sweep away the gloomy mood that would set in when she's alone. Time passed quickly while engrossed in the games, and the afternoon passed. In the blink of an eye, it was already 3 when emerged from the computer. Time to have some dim sum. For quite a while already all that progressed in the game was the oral sex scenes, which made Maria to say, "No wonder I had an urge to eat something since just now." And she pulled a something out from her bosom. It's big and thick and it's handsome from every angle. The banana from this morning that was almost used wrongly. An afternoon alone is really lonely. If only I can experience Basara just once. With my mouth. If Basara or Mio were home, Maria would be taking off her panties while smiling and saying, "Of course I'm referring to my mouth down here, and before and after it, I would also like to fill my tummy." But only someone who is really vacuity would do that, and so she gave up on that idea. Peeling back the skin with gentle actions, Maria brought the banana towards her mouth and then realized, what's going on here? The dimensions are totally different from Basara's once the skin of the banana is peeled off. To think that there's this structural defect. Damn, a mere banana dared to trick this succubus on its sexual aspects. So when my heart raced while seeing Mio-sama and Yuki-sis consuming the banana, it was all totally for naught. This is such a horrible joke. She had originally wanted to secretly suck on the banana for 30 minutes before bringing it into her stomach, but since its dimensions were different from Basara's, it would be meaningless. Just as Maria was about to bite the banana in frustration, the Tuju residences suddenly had a visitor. "Oh, you're here." Maria's expression naturally turned into a smile, and the visitor neared the terrace with carefree steps. Deftly jumping onto the wood flooring, it raised its head and began to meow cutely. The visitor was a female tabby cat, with 3 shades of color of fur. Not long ago, Maria saw her while on her way back from the supermarket and proceeded to chase her, and they got lost together, hitchhiking a ride back in. The end, and the cat had continued to visit since then. As cats have their own territories, Maria had sent the cat back to a place near the supermarket later, but for reasons that might be that she had taken a liking to Maria or moving around in the area around the Tuju residences. It would occasionally come to visit Maria like now. This time, it was staring straight at Maria as if like it had a request for her. "Do you want this?" Maria asked that once she realized it was looking at the banana in her hand, and the visitor gave a meow as if giving her answer. Bananas contain a lot of potassium, and it might not be good for your health. Since there is no collar on this cat, it is most likely to be a stray. In order to survive, it probably just ate anything that seemed to be edible. Well, I guess just a little would be fine. Maria squeezed off a bit off the tip of the banana, which she hadn't even had a bite of yet, and placed it in front of her. Stepping forward to sniff, the cat then began to happily eat. So, this banana was about the same size as Becerra before its skin was stripped, huh? As Maria petted her head while saying that, the cat raised her head again after finishing the meal in a few bites and mewed once more. But this time she was not asking for more banana. Oh, right. Please have a seat. Maria pushed the laptop to one side, and the tabby cat jumped up onto the just vacated space on Maria's thighs. Every time this cat came by to visit, Maria would always have to have the space on her legs given to her. After yawning a few times, as usual, it would curl up on Maria's thighs and close its eyes, letting Maria stroke its head while she chuckled. Maria had not given a name to this cat. This was to avoid getting too attached to it. The tabby cat seemed to also think similarly and didn't drop by every day. It would disappear after borrowing Maria's lap to nap on for an hour. Although they had hit it off together quite well after meeting by chance, they cannot get too attached to be able to spend time together happily despite not knowing each other's names like now, just like relationships between mature women, and being able to leisurely spend afternoons together was all things Maria like a lot. Going out when the visitor wakes up also lets her get some groceries before the supermarket starts to get crowded. However, she will not able to do that today. What is it? Didn't you already agree to not show up here? Not wanting to wake the cat having its afternoon nap on her thighs, she said, while smiling softly. But the tabby cat seemed to have sensed a change in Maria's atmosphere, and suddenly widened its eyes. It then jumped off her thighs and anxiously stared at an empty space while suppressing her body movements. The space in Tuju Residence's courtyard suddenly twisted, and a beautiful demon woman suddenly appeared from nowhere. Brown-skinned female demon, Zest, directed her cold gaze at Maria. Zalgir-sama has some information that he had ordered me to pass on to you directly. And she continued, Zalgir-sama had completed his preparations to extract Wilbert's power from Mio's body and has decided to make his move tomorrow. You are to provide your assistance when the time comes. That is all. Hearing Zest's words, Maria stayed quiet and thought, the moment has finally arrived. However, Maria actually already knew about it. The day before yesterday, Maria and Takigawa Yahiro, the scene of talking with Lars, was unfortunately accidentally seen by Becerra. Back then, Lars had taken the initiative to talk to her, and she had tried to muddle through. Who knew that Becerra would be there? Zalgir attempting to capture Mio was to take Wilbert's power that was sleeping within Mio's body for himself. This was no different from showing betrayal towards the current demon lord Leohart, who also wanted to get that power for himself. Lars is currently sent by Leohart to monitor Mio. If he came to question her and showed any hints of any intentions being seen through giving an excuse and acting dumb to the end wouldn't work. After Lars left, Becerra asked Maria what that was about when he saw her. Although it seemed that he had believed the excuse she had made up on the spot, some doubt remained in her heart. And that was why at that moment, Maria felt that she could not hide it for much longer already. The current situation, or her own heart. Upon seeing Maria suddenly becoming quiet, Zest asked softly, Are there any problems? None. It's just, there's no need to come here just to tell me this. Maria replied. Becerra and Yuki-sis had set up surveillance magic around this house. Because Mio-sama and I are here, it does not prohibit entering and leaving, but once a demon erupts, it's going to leave behind traces of demonic power. What if they were to find it? Since the plan was to be set into motion tomorrow, such reckless actions should be avoided, right? However, Zest replied while seeming not to mind that at all. No need to worry about that. Before I entered, I had already suppressed my demonic power to a minimum. If the two heroes were still to find traces of my demonic power, please give them an excuse. Something like a low-class demon came by, attracted by the previous demon lord's power, and I eliminated him would do, I guess. That should probably be fine. You had already given them a lot of lies. Adding one more wouldn't be too big of a problem, right? Those words caused Maria to have a reaction. She stood up on the terrace and angrily directed her eyes filled with killing intent at Zest. And the surrounding air froze. The tabby cat at one side saw Maria suddenly become another person and ran away as if she was more afraid of Maria than Zest. Zest continued to quietly look at her, seemingly not afraid of her killing intent. And she understood why Zest had specially came here. He's currently watching me. Can't be wrong. Via Zest's eyes, she could relay what she sees back to Zalgier. Zalgier didn't come in person while sending Zest instead, and it was definitely just to see what sort of reaction Maria would have, since she was about to betray Mio as entertainment, and he's probably looking at all these while playing with those women whom he treats as his sex slaves. That scum! I'll be taking my leave now. Maria couldn't hide the gloomy expression on her face, and it seemed to give satisfaction to the Zalgier who's observing this scene. After saying that, Zest disappeared into the air. Maria, who was still towering at her original spot, tightly gripped her fist, ignoring the pain. The time has come. Tomorrow she will totally betray them. But Maria didn't want it all to end here. Once Mio was at hand, Zalgier's attention all be gathered on her. She has to take this opportunity and defeat him and Zest before he defiles Mio, and try her very best to rescue the prisoner Shiera, her mother. Even though the normal Maria had no chance at all of winning against Zalgier or Zest, if she were to use her ultimate move, she probably, but if she were to temporarily lift the limiters and overload the spirit of her central nervous system for a short while, it should be enough to let her have a chance of winning. Fighting against either Zest or Zalgier alone would be very draining, but it was the only way. If it's still not enough to win against Zalgier, at least I must make use of that woman. Maria had not quietly obeyed Zalgier's orders. To rescue Shiera, she had taken advantage of the times Zalgier and Zest were not present to sneak into Zalgier's hideout to investigate. Of course, from the start, Maria already knew that Zalgier wouldn't keep Shiera in a place that would be easily found, but she still wanted to try to find clues. While she didn't manage to find any clues in the end, she found something interesting in Zalgier's room. It was a device that could produce three-dimensional images, seeming to be an ancient magical tool. Starting it up after pressing a button, the device shone a female's image. It was Zest. That's right, Zest is Zalgier's right-hand man. But comparing his beloved sex slaves, his attitude towards Zest seems to be a bit cold. Zest's powerful demonic powers is derived from her chastity, hence, Maria originally thought that to the lustful Zalgier, while Zest could do jobs related to battle or reconnaissance, she was a failed product when it comes to providing entertainment as a woman, hence giving her differential treatment. However, finding that device made Maria consider of new possibilities. Zalgier might value Zest the most, hence he does not see her as a disposable sex slave, but instead cherishes her as a gem. His usual apathy towards her was to maintain a distance to avoid encroaching on her with a mistake. That would be a pretty reasonable theory. Of course, this could be just Maria overthinking things. No matter what, it would be very difficult imagining that Zalgier having such pure love. But still, Zest is undoubtedly Zalgier's right-hand man. To Zalgier, who had betrayed the current demon lord Leohart, his fate lies on her. If well utilized, a weak point of Zalgier's might be created. This must succeed, as Maria made that bleak vow in that heart. Something soft touched her leg. Looking down, she realized it was the tabby cat that had ran away just now, rubbing herself against her leg. "You can't anymore. You can't come here anymore in the future," she said while smiling bitterly, and the cat raised her head, seemingly worried for her. "Don't worry about me." She squatted down to pet her head, and then muttered to herself, "It's almost time to get the groceries for dinner." On her way home, Maria told herself that she must work harder than usual. Today, this will be her last time making dinner for them. When tomorrow comes, she will never be able to return to this home ever again. Tomorrow, I must defeat Zalgir and rescue Shiera. But between severely betraying Basara and the rest and putting herself into life-threatening danger, one could never draw an equal sign between the two. That's why, even if everyone's safe when it all ends, Basara and the rest will likely never forgive Maria, and Maria herself will also never forgive herself. After rescuing Shiera, she will return to the demon realm and receive her punishment from the moderate faction. Her strict older sister will definitely never forgive what she had done, as well as what heirs she had made. But that's not important. In Nuruz Maria's heart, there are some things that she must protect at any and all costs. In order to protect them all, there was simply no other way. There's no other way. Confessing everything to Basara and asking for his help, Maria desperately to expel the notion from her mind. The her who has always been lying to them is already in no position to be asking for help and depending on others, and there is already no chance at all for her to get out of this mess. Stopping her train of thought, Maria suddenly felt something warm flow down her face, hence she quickly rubbed her eyes. Really? Why am I like this at a time like this? Maria smacked her face with her hands. Basara and the rest will be home soon. Ignoring Mio, Basara and Yuki were fairly sharp. As long as she acts a little differently from who she is normally, she would immediately bring about their suspicion. The reason her lie had not been found out yet to this day was that while she was near Basara and the rest, she tried not to think about her mother, who is Zalgir's hostage, and his demands and orders. That's why she needs to return to her previous mood and state. Since the answer of being able to protect everything or losing everything painfully will soon be known. Although until the end, she had continued to lie to them. But even so, Nuruz Maria is not willing to let her heart's intentions become a lie. Whether was it her mother Shiera, or was it the important members of another family, she must never let her own intentions become a lie. Later at night, Nuruz Maria had completely suppressed her true thoughts as usual, instigating Yuki, shocking Basara, and angering Mio. Correspondingly, she had also meticulously one by one prepared their favorite dishes. As usual, the three of them are full of praises, making everyone happy until their tears were making their heads spin. Maria deeply etched every single one of their expressions and words into her mind, intending it to be her very last happy memory, and that she will never forget it. The her right now, was her smile real? Did she do a good job reenacting the usual Maria? Not only just Mio and the rest. Did she thoroughly fool herself? These questions continued echoing within Maria's heart. Chapter 3. Always wanted to confess to you. Nanaka Kurumi had a good affinity with spirits at a young age. 5 years before the tragedy attacked the village, while her older sister, Yuki, learned sword skills one after another, increasing her abilities as a Kurumi bloomed her talent as a right now among the in the village. Her skill developed to the extent that she could fight with one or two. However, Kurumi couldn't use her ability well right now. The place that usually serves as a channel for the spirits to lend their power would not open that easily. It's because they have come to the demon realm. Wild Art is a city which served as stronghold of the moderates faction. In the past, this city was declared as the strongest, ruled by the Demon King, predecessor Wilbert for generations, a luxurious royal castle and bustling castle downtown, surrounded by the rich nature of the forest Old Aura. Nanaka Kurumi right now was at the middle of the Faust River which flowed nearby. Wild Art Castle. As Kurumi stood still in the riverbank as rocks and gravels roll, she reached her left palm, which materialized the spirit gauntlet to reach the water surface of the river. Her consciousness was concentrated and the channel for spritz was opened. Skill-type swordsman, multi-saber, spirit magician, element master, spirit magician, Element Master, simultaneously in the soul purity arts that Kurumi pushed out in her left hand. A magic circle unfolded in the thin air, disturbing the flow of water. In the river, a vortex began to gradually occur and grew to a size of a meter, and the water rolled up to the sky. As small droplets fell down, Kurumi raised her concentration once more, and the water that shot up gradually formed a certain divine beast, a dragon. Oh! From the top of a huge rock nearby, the little succubus companion who followed after her raised a voice of admiration. She's Naru's Maria. In front of what Maria is seeing right now, Kurumi unexpectedly made a severe expression at once. The shape of the water which curled upwards lost control. The dragon's shape turned for worse, and the large quantity of water fell down the surface of the river like a waterfall in the sky. Isn't that amazing, Kurumi-san? Today, compared to yesterday, you're able to use it up to this extent. This isn't that good at all. To Maria, who claps her hands in admiration, Kurumi replied with a frown. What Kurumi called for was a spirit of a water attribute, usually Undine, and Nereids and various spirits such as Apsaras lend their powers to Kurumi. But due to the demon realm's influence, Kurumi wasn't able to open a channel with spirits well right now. She should be able to produce an even bigger water dragon if that isn't true, and make them soar into the sky just as it is, but the results ended up to a degree that even a small size wasn't possible to maintain. Even as she appealed to a spirit like usual, their voice and reactions felt very distant. Perhaps Kurumi today can only take out half of her powers in comparison to when she's in the human world. Maria gave a bitter smile, then jumped off from the top of the rock and closed the distance to Kurumi. Then, well, since training is going to end soon, let's have lunch. The maid in the kitchen had made us sandwiches. Maria opened a big basket held in her hands and showed it to Kurumi. With meat and vegetables in the inside, the sandwich also have jam-packed various ingredients such as eggs tightly, as expected of a dish from an entrusted maid serving at a castle. Indeed, it seems so delicious even by only looking. Isn't this amount a little too much to eat for only 2 people? Because Kurumi didn't eat a proper meal this morning, this is just right as it is. To the words of Maria, Kurumi went silent. She's right, Kurumi had hardly eaten her breakfast, though she took a seat in the dining room and started eating. She left the seat in a hurry. Kurumi's behavior is something that cannot be permitted. Beside the quiet Kurumi, in a hemp-woven rag, Maria took a seat, laid her back to the grass of the dry riverbed and asked, "Are you still angry about Basara-san and Zest-san's master and servant contract?" She's right. This morning, Kurumi was told by Basara that he and Zest made a master and servant contract. Of course, before coming to the demon realm, declaring it's necessary to protect Zest, so a master and servant contract should be made is really the kind of what the gentle Basara does. Kurumi thought so and agreed upon. However, when she was made to hear that it happened, Kurumi knew the fact that she admitted him to have a master and servant contract with Zest due to her condition. But I can't believe it, to think that even Sis or Mio, not to say anything, for Mio, who was targeted by Zalgir, to even have a connection to the one that murdered her adoptive parents cruelly. She was, so to speak, was the sole enemy for Mio and Basara. As for Zest, who was a subordinate of such a man, to enter a master and servant contract with Basara, even if real thoughts came from their lips, Kurumi thought that those intentions will never be accepted no matter what. However, after a brief silence, Yuki and Mio approved the contract of Basara. Kurumi cried, "What?" immediately, and stood up from her chair, but Kurumi wasn't able to say anything more than that, because in the past she had become undoubtedly an enemy of Basara before. Therefore, since Yuki and Mio, who have not betrayed Basara, accepted it, Kurumi had no choice but to accept. Still, everybody seemed to have understood Kurumi's feelings. Basara and Zest, whom are to blame, remained silent for granted, and for sure the three people, Yuki, Mio, and Maria, also understood Kurumi's and Basara's feelings, so they didn't say anything. However, unable to bear the eyes which turned to her right now as she came to her senses, Kurumi ran out of the dining room and walked along the hallway alone. Then, passing each other by chance on the hallway, Kurumi asked Noelle, the housemaid, whether there is a river nearby, and told her this place. There was a reason why Nanaka Kurumi wanted to come to the river. Before the tragedy that happened 5 years ago, when Basara was still in the village of the hero tribe, Kurumi had often gone out to play in a nearby river with Basara and Yuki. Fishing together, swimming together, they get along well, just like true siblings. Being the younger one, Kurumi always loved Basara and Yuki, and piled up many wonderful memories with the two people. One time, those memories, due to the tragedy 5 years ago, she thought that they were lost completely. After the sad reunion 5 years after they had fought one time, still, Basara remained unchanged from the old days, and valued Kurumi as she was. Therefore, even though it's her mission to live under the same roof as them, she was really happy. Even little by little, she thought that she could go back to the old days from the bottom of her heart. She actually wanted to come to this river together with everyone, while remembering her childhood with Basara and Yuki and their past relationships. She wanted to make a new memory here with Mio and Maria added. And then, if desired, Kurumi won't even mind even if Zest was there. However, she making a master and servant contract with Basara is a different story. She heard the story that Zest has a power of an S-class. By making a master-servant contract with Basara, she'll become stronger than before, raising his power, thus finding herself useful to Basara. Still, Nanaka Kurumi thought she doesn't want to lose to Zest. Therefore, when Kurumi came here alone, she began her training in order to manage even a little the darkness element that she got from Lucia. Maria followed behind a little later. As Maria finished arranging the sandwich and side dishes on the seat. Anyway, let's have lunch first. The brain doesn't act properly when hungry, and I think that's not good in various ways. She said so, beckoning her. Therefore, on. As Nanaka Kurumi nodded, she sat down next to Maria and began eating the food on that day. The sandwiches the maid had made were delicious, though they thought that the amount in the basket was too many to fill in two people, partly due to the fact of almost running outside in the morning. She was able to eat it up with Maria in no time. Even if feeling depressed, if the stomach is filled with something good, a person can get well in a little while. Was the state of Kurumi being perceived? Maria said with a smile. Hey, have you had your meal properly? Thank you. As soon as Kurumi finished eating, Maria poured a drink into a cup from a portable jug. Here, Kurumi-san. Thank you. As she received it, the tea in the cup raised warm steam, filling her with a faint sweet warmth and fragrance from her mouth through her nose. As she sipped it, Kurumi relaxed her body naturally. Then, did it settle you down a little? Maria said with gentle eyes. Because Kurumi-san is if you use magic in that irritated state, even if you are a part of the hero tribe, don't you think that spirits in the demon realm would turn cautious and wouldn't answer? I wasn't particularly irritated, as Kurumi told in a sulky way. Maria, who gave a bitter smile, replied, I know that you're bothered with Basara-san and Zest-san. You could relax with a delicious meal and a cup of tea. This is more deserving rather than spirit magician, element master, wasting yourself feeling depressed. Maria was certainly right to establish an emotional bond with the spirits of the demon realm. If you don't believe in it in the first place, it won't start. But even as she focused on how she materialized her spirit gauntlet and fitted in the slot for spirits of highly compatible attributes, it was duller than usual. However, even though things appear this way, there is still an improvement. Yesterday, when they have only just arrived in the demon realm, elements completely become corrupted due to the evil influence, and she wasn't able to feel any spirits from within. So Kurumi, reaching to the point of using magic to this degree, was because of that woman who gave the dark element which made contacts with the spirits of the demon realm made easier. What do you think about my older sister? While looking at the element of the dark color that fitted into the slot, Kurumi replied, to me, who was given such a thing, and even getting along well with her, I'm thankful. However, isn't she the adjutant of Ramses who dislike Mio? It is so that merciless Lucia Wanisama to be on good terms with me, and even give me a special treatment. It's difficult just to think about it. Thinking through, Maria said, possibly, she may have taken a liking to Kurumi personally, don't you think? How? What part did your sister took a liking in particular? Oh my, then don't you have any ideas? There is no way, right? Kurumi replied with an immediate answer. Then, is that so? Maria uttered in a casual tone. Then I'll tell you, she replied, pushing down Kurumi on her seat. Why, Maria? Kurumi uttered and cried in surprise, but her clothes were unbuttoned until the front was opened up all the way by Maria's experienced hands. And as Maria reached out her hands and took off the hook of Kurumi's skirt, I heard it. Kurumi-san. In the office of Lucia Ainsama yesterday. Startled and gasping for breath in that small opportunity, even the hook and the zipper was opened, and the skirt of Kurumi was dragged down. Wait. That is not it. Though Kurumi tried to stop her desperately while turning red. Before the physical strength of Maria, who is a power type, her resisting at this level became futile. Afterwards, I, until now, have been cooperating so that Kurumi-san could catch up to Yuki-san and Mio-san. Nevertheless, doing it with Basara-san in front of Lucia Ainsama without me knowing. In addition, hearing that it's because of you stealing glances at Basara-san that it happened. Is it true? Maria asked, stripping off Kurumi's jacket together with her brassiere. Yeah? Idiot. Kurumi tried to cover her chest with both hands in a hurry, but Maria bound both of her arms with her tail, making Kurumi raise both of her hands on the top of her head, and revealing the good things that the both hands were blocking, while Maria slowly unclothes the socks and shoes of Kurumi one by one. Fufu, Kurumi-san is such a bad person. In the bath last night, didn't you say such things, right? But that's because, without regarding the hesitation of what she wants to say, Maria continued, unclothing Kurumi and then, Kurumi raised a voice that seemed to faint at last. With her upper body naked, she has been left with only her panties, exposing her skin under the blue sky which reddened in shyness. Maria looked down, with eyes that seemed to have ignited her succubus instinct, and took off her own clothes too. Then, as she ended up only in her panties similar to Kurumi, for Kurumi to be liked by Lucia Ainsama, I'm very happy as a friend. There is no need to hide anything. Really now, there is no need to be reserved in these sort of things for me. Maria made a small laugh. Now I have to punish you for this, she said, and began prying open her both legs. No, Maria. Though Kurumi tried to refuse desperately, she wasn't in a state to resist as both of her hands were bound up. As she entwined her legs around Kurumi's modest chest was rubbed lasciviously by Maria's own chest, and now, Kurumi leaked a sweet cry. The pleasure brought of the touches of love of the succubus Maria is unbelievable. Additionally, Kurumi, to the whisper of the devil, called Maria to catch up to Mio and Yuki. Indecent things have been done to her almost every day by Maria in the Tuju house. Of course, Kurumi's body completely remembered the taste of that pleasure, though she didn't enter a master and servant contract in particular. Her body has made sensitive almost the same as Mio and Yuki. Recently, such thing, outside. Though ashamed, her body trembled helplessly in the sweet sensations. running through her whole body. Then, "It's all right. I'll make Kurumi-san a woman of Basara's liking who doesn't lose even to Mio-sama and Yuki-san," Maria replied, then tried to lick her cheeks this time. "Ah, I can be a woman that Basara would come to like as she thought so." She accepted Maria's unreasonableness, and as Kurumi became weak to pleasure, "Fufufu, other than Basara-san, who in the world is it that Kurumi likes? I'll make you remember properly." Maria, while expressing a sadistic smile, put her lips near her left side, quietly, and then the next moment her weakest place was breathed with all her might. Fuaeawan. Nanaka Kurumi, reaching her peak under the blue sky, raised a flirtatious voice as her body trembled in delight. Doing an exciting act outside, Maria was more intense than usual, caressing Kurumi's body dearly until she's completely unable to stand up. She continued giving pleasures of a woman badly until Maria is satisfied. Therefore, it has not become just a simple training anymore afterwards. Having taken a break till the sun sets, the two people returned to the Wild Art Castle. And now, heading for the bathroom, Kurumi stepped her foot inside. She couldn't return for the reason of having a smell of a woman, though she washed it at the river with Maria. Her body had become a little chilly by that. 'Cause if she caught a cold with this, she herself will become an even more burden to everyone. She wanted to avoid such pitiable situation. Besides, because she has taken such an attitude on that breakfast, it is still difficult for her to face everyone, especially Basara and Zest, as she didn't know how she should receive them. Though she couldn't keep on running away forever, she wanted to delay it a little more. And as Kurumi parted with Maria at the hallway, she took off her clothes in the dressing room, went full bare, and set foot in a large indoor bath. Then, though it's still early for dinner, Kurumi found that there were figures of somebody who came ahead of her in the wash place. It was Yuki and Mio. Ah! The moment Kurumi raised her voice in awareness, the two people who have been washing their own bodies noticed her. To Kurumi, who had an awkward expression in a moment, Yuki and Mio looked at each other, then expressed a gentle expression at once. "Welcome back, Kurumi. Maria seems to have gone to you. Did that child cause you trouble?" They greeted with a smile. It was an expression that didn't mind what Kurumi had done this morning at all. For this reason, as Kurumi approached it, Yuki and Mio apologetically, "Both of you, I'm sorry for this morning." She spoke words of apology while bowing her head. Although elder sisters had agreed upon the contract of Basara, "Of all things, I did such behavior," and as Kurumi looked at the girl gentler than herself with pure intentions, "and on how Mio, after all that things Zalgir has done to you, still accepted it. There isn't anything for Kurumi-chan to apologize. I also am a little surprised at myself, after talking about it with Basara beforehand, to tell you the truth. My feelings are too complicated to understand even for myself. After all." As Mio gave a wry but gentle smile, "Hey, sit here." She moved the bath chair and placed it down next to them. The space between Mio and Yuki had become available. However, Kurumi couldn't sit down on that chair. Between these two people, it was the seat, similar to the dining room this morning. Kurumi became emotional as it was the place which she ran away from. Then, to Kurumi, who stood there, Yuki gently pulled her hand towards that place. Then, having got the permission, Kurumi sat down carefully. "Kurumi, your body is a little cold." Noticing her body temperature, Yuki uttered. Kurumi nodded deeply. "Because I entered to the river outside a little while ago. Then, step in the bathtub early to get warm. We'll continue the talk over there." In the suggestion of Mio, Kurumi nodded again and washed down her body in hot water, and then Kurumi went to the bathtub with Yuki, submerging herself in the hot water sandwiched between the two people. Wrapped up in tender warmth, it relieved the tension in their bodies, relaxing them for a bit. To each hands that were feeling the stone bottom, Mio and Yuki's hands overlapped hers gently. About Basara and Zest, there is a reason that I permitted it. Making an introduction, Mio on the left said, the reason that I permitted the contract of those two is all thanks to Yuki. And Kurumi-chan. Elder sister and I? That's right. Yuki and Kurumi-chan, didn't you guys fought against me and Maria at first? But now we are all living together. Though it was all thanks to Basara's assistance, it is really dangerous if you think about it, no matter what Basara says to you too. Aren't we taking advantage of him overlooking us? However, Yuki and Kurumi-chan didn't do such a thing. Because you believe that Maria and I won't ever harm Basara, right? Well, that's. To her hesitation to voice out her affirmation, Mio smiled. Then, I am also the same, right? Without opposing Basara, Yuki and Kurumi accepted us as friends. Therefore, I also thought you as such too. And, while meeting Zest again in the demon realm, right now revealing her lack of intention of harming us, I thought that it's possible to approach her in the same way as Kurumi-chan, don't you think? Plus, while working as a maid and Shirasan's bodyguard, when you see her who is looking at Basara with eyes which seems to be in pain, I see my former self overlapping her. Mio's former self? Yes. After father and mother were murdered by Zalgir, I have been through various circumstances. There was a time that I even couldn't put my trust on anyone aside from Maria A. Man above all in particular. Mio stated with a face as if remembering something unpleasant, then abruptly made a gentle expression. However, to us who approached and deceived him from the start, Basara was still gentle. After knowing about our circumstances, he chased us all the way in order to help us. At that time, Yuki advised Basara not to be involved with me anymore. But, Mio, Basara said that he will still protect me, and Yuki will remain as his important childhood friend, but that doesn't mean he did forgot what happened 5 years ago, so if the hero tribe who protects this world can't protect me, then it will be his duty. That's what I thought at that time. If it's Basara and Jin-san, I believe that they are reliable. Such thing as Zalgir, our trusted lawyer, the men in town, there are no such man as them. Like a true family, like Oniai-chan, they are people who think of me importantly. Therefore, thinking about it, it was so wonderful that I cried. To the expression that Mio showed. Once more, Kurumi understood the feelings of the girl named Naruzmio towards Basara. That profile too, that she had gazed ever since she was young. Yuki was also the same when she yearned for him. For Zest, who was entrusted to the moderates, Shira's existence probably was just like Maria's case for me, I think. And as I encountered Basara and having needed that fellow, Zest met Basara too, and like that he was needed. Yuki and Kurumi-chan too, even though we had met through various ways, Basara and I altogether accepted you in the end. And Basara, with the same feelings at that time when he helped me, was trying to help Zest. Therefore, for this reason I have to accept Zest. I think. Even she is the subordinate of the enemy who murdered your parents? Kurumi asked, and nodding with a yes, Mio. But suppose that if Zest was the one who killed my parents, I would never forgive her. But she's not, and as for opposing us, it was only in accordance with Zalgir, who is her creator, and as his subordinate. Then it is just the same as with Maria being threatened on the pretext of Shirasan's safety. In addition, Zalgir, who was the main culprit for all of this, was no more. Being on good terms with each other all of a sudden may be difficult, but by understanding each other little by little, I think we can. It was the statement that made them accept the master and servant contract of Basara and Zest from the bottom of their hearts. Then, LDIT? Elder sister? Looking towards the opposite direction, Kurumi asked, My thoughts haven't changed ever since 5 years ago, Yuki said in a smooth tone. Even this time, I'll still follow Basara, and for that I became stronger. And Basara right now, in the same way as that time when he protected me 5 years ago, has been desperately protecting everybody, My mission is to protect his side and support him. If their thoughts are the same as they may be accepted as a companion separately. But if it's the opposite, suddenly, Yuki stared with cold eyes. If there is an existence which seriously tries to hurt Basara, whoever that is, I won't forgive them. Even it is Zest, or even Mio and Maria. Mio, who heard it, leaked a wry smile. But rather than being disgusted, it was a bitter smile that felt a certain kind of hope. However, Kurumi wasn't able to smile. Instead, she asked in a soft voice, "Even me?" As I said, I would not permit any existence to seriously hurt Basara. Therefore, the hand which was held in the hot water was clenched. Then she gently embraced her elder sister. Kurumi, in which her waist was held in, looked up at Yuki before her eyes, with a little surprise. Until now, and also from now on, I know best that such behavior is impossible for Kurumi. When coming with Takashi and Shiba before, even though you said that you hate him so much, you didn't seriously try to kill Basara till the end. Yuki smiled and gently pat her head. From there, Mio, after Kurumi-chan left this morning, did Maria go to Kurumi's place by the river afterwards to have lunch later on? Saying in a significant tone, Kurumi nodded to her question. That, you see, if someone were to take Kurumi back, she should be the most suitable. Well, this was because Maria volunteered for the position. To this extent, the lunchbox was brought intentionally. As for being worried about her, she understood it, but Maria, she has a reason why she did it that way. After coming to the river, Maria also had a similar feeling that was close to Kurumi. For her worries, she was grateful, though she had been pushed down forcibly. At the end, she certainly thought that she would intend to leave it unsettled for pleasure as always, but then, perhaps, even now? In the Tuju household, well, Maria had often entwined with Kurumi in various ways. Could it be that, were she doing that on purpose for the sake of Kurumi? As Kurumi yearned for gratitude to Maria. But Maria's just like that, losing her calm more than usual, a fellow who has been trying to chase behind Kurumi-chan immediately. Though Kurumi-chan couldn't understand the master and servant contract with Zest at once and left, that person said, I must explain it to her properly with a straight face. Mio's voice said with a smile. Eh? To Kurumi, who asked again in reflex. Well, we saying such things had gotten an adverse effect. And thus Maria went. So, Fufu, Mio laughed. We then were able to leave Kurumi-chan as it is. Maria asked the maid for a box lunch, then went to Kurumi-chan's place as soon it was ready. Took her some time, but right now for the current Kurumi-chan, due to the influence of newly arriving to the demon realm, is unable to take out her original powers. It is for something to do in the meantime. Therefore, even though you didn't call out so as to make sure you weren't in danger, Maria came out without notice. That said, there was also a guy who chased after Kurumi immediately. Did you not notice? Basara? For me? Yes. By the way, the maid who prepared the lunchbox which Maria took. Who do you think it is? To the implied words of Mio, Kurumi wasn't able to speak anything. Then, Kurumi, as you come out from here, go to those two. To the question urged by Yuki, Kurumi nodded obediently. I'll apologize to the two people properly and give them my gratitude, she thought strongly in her heart. Kurumi, however, wasn't able to tell those words of gratitude to Basara and Zest during dinner. Before the two, Kurumi wasn't able to confess her feelings. It's because Basara and Zest didn't show up at the dinner table. Basara didn't only just entered a master and servant contract with Zest last night. Regarding Kurumi's affairs, Basara explained midway, though Mio didn't know the reason either. It is said that Basara made a conflict with Ramses, who was the present top of the moderates. His chasing of Kurumi, who have gone out this morning, has become a problem, and because of that, they are forbidden from going outside the Wild Art Castle. Basara was forbidden from going out of his guest room. tonight, so he was unable to meet Kurumi until tomorrow morning. A maid was standing in front of his room, preventing anyone from going in and out. In addition, Zest, making the bento which Maria brought to Kurumi, was blamed for entering the kitchen in defiance of the original order imposed to her, which was rearranging the archives. Normally, entering the kitchen wasn't supposed to become a huge problem, but even though there was Shira's mediation, having made contract with Basara without notice to Ramses, Claus, and the other moderates seemed to have quite an impact to them. Although Shira talked to Ramses and the others to ignore the matter of the master and servant contract, Basara had done another problematic conduct, this time spreading to Zest, which became his subordinate. In other words, both of them, it was my fault. Night at Wild Art Castle. As the moonlight creeped in behind the courtyard, Nanaka Kurumi sat down on one knee. Before that, she was in the guest room fitted for a girl, taken care of by Mio and Yuki, until she became impossible to endure and left the room, arriving at this courtyard. Though I don't intend to stand in their way with my behavior, knowing how long herself been troubling everyone around her, Kurumi bore an intense self-hatred. Then again, there were also other existences worrying about Kurumi, besides Basara and Zest. Ever since she came back from leaving the castle, she didn't see Maria's figure at all. According to the story of Noelle the housemaid, there seems to be a person who saw Maria being invited into the room of Shira, her mother, but when she was called for dinner, there weren't even an answer inside the room. After looking inside, there were not a single sign of the two people. Don't tell me, Maria too? Because she was connected to the issue with Basara, it seemed that she was also punished as Zest was. Because of the incident with Zalgir, the situation of Maria who has betrayed Basara in order to help Shira, who was taken hostage at present, is in a very delicate position among the moderates. Yesterday, after arriving at the demon realm, she was called by Lucia and was severely punished to an extent in her office. Worrying about Kurumi, Basara went outside, but Maria didn't chase Kurumi immediately, for the reason of letting Zest prepare their lunchbox. According to that point of view, Maria was connected to Basara and Zest's misconduct, finding an opportunity for something like a false charge to find an error of the other party's behavior, then blaming them and putting oneself in an advantageous position is commonplace in politics. Therefore, a calm judgment is required more than anything. I have to be careful. Nanaka convinced herself once more, and put up her face, which was looking down. She has certainly troubled Basara and Zest, and may have also involved Maria. That's why she mustn't trouble them any further. Though she is not a leading figure of the government, Mio, who inherited the traits and talents from the family line of the Demon King predecessors, had set foot to the spot that greatly affected the fate of the demon realm. That matter in question must be borne in her mind as Kurumi renewed her determination. Person came and quietly stepped over the lawn of the courtyard. On the spur of the moment, Kurumi stiffened and stood up on the spot. What had come was a single maid. However, that maid is different from the amiable Noelle and other gentle maids. A beauty with coldness of absolute zero. After that, what are you doing in a place like this? Looking down, Lucia approached before Kurumi's eyes. Those eyes are the same eyes that witnessed Kurumi fall into pleasure by Basara. Recalling those as she reached in front of her. Nothing. I just want to be alone for now. Reddening her cheeks in embarrassment combined with tension, Kurumi averted herself to those eyes. I see. By the way, did you see Mother and my younger sister? No, I didn't see them. I was here for a while, so. Answering honestly because it's no use to lie, Kurumi asked again. On the contrary, you haven't seen them? I thought you had dinner with the two together. Yes, they seem to have disappeared somewhere. I don't know where. Are they okay? That they may be dragged into some trouble? Kurumi became uneasy of Maria not returning. Then, don't worry about it. Mother and little sister's disappearing is because they are running away from me. Eh? Though I can't tell you the details, those two are fine. Rather, this would be a whole lot better. It's just because they had done a selfish behavior without me noticing. Is that so? Though she said it displeasingly, no serious tone was seen in those words of Lucia. Perhaps those two extravagant people have conducted a behavior that angered her. Knowing that Maria is safe, Kurumi heaved a sigh of relief. On a side note, I cannot help but admire them very much. Saying so in reproving tone, Lucia touched those cheeks softly. I have received the report of the story of Basiradano and Zest. About those two having been blamed, perhaps you may feel responsible, but if you're all alone in this place, you will only make those people around you worried for nothing again. You shouldn't become a stupid daughter who repeats the same mistake over and over. As she said in a gentle voice, Kurumi looked down and remained silent. Lucia, in the present top of the moderates, is the adjutant of Ramses. Typical to politics, although they have the same agreement to avoid Mio. Become a demon king because Ramses is harsh to Mio. They have a complicated relationship and are emotionally fighting against each other. But now Lucia was gentle to Kurumi. The first time she saw her, she could only think of her as a cold-hearted woman, and when the succubus baptism was poured in front of her in her office, she even felt awe in her overwhelming force. However, when she came to see the state of Kurumi and Maria later on, it became a cool atmosphere that lets you feel the gentleness inside. And when Kurumi tried to use the spirit magic at the demon realm, she even gave a darkness-colored element to her. Certainly, she thought that Lucia wasn't interested in the likes of Kurumi, but that reminds me, how was the condition of the element that I handed over? She said so, continuing the conversation. I heard that you went to the river and tried it in various ways. Though I can execute it, usually as compared to the power at that time that I spent in the human realm, it was awful. Without understanding why Lucia paid attention to her, Kurumi waved her neck from side to side. Yesterday, Maria can exercise it to a playful degree without a problem from the bathtub of the large indoor bath. However, it was far too ineffective to be used against an opponent in battle. Thereupon, can I see your state for a moment? As requested by Lucia, Kurumi materialized the soul purity gauntlet on her left hand and switched the main slot to the darkness element that she got from her. As Lucia took her left hand, she stared at the dark-colored crystal ball fitted into the slot patiently. In this situation, Kurumi shouldn't get along well with Lucia this much. However, she got this from her. She cannot refuse if she wanted her to show it to her. Besides, the relationship between Maria and Lucia, though they are sisters, is a little constrained in some way. Therefore, Kurumi, who can get along well with Maria, to have an interaction with Lucia, as long as their relationship improved even a little, Kurumi wants to be useful to them. It's also because Kurumi too, after the tragedy 5 years ago after Basara left the village, her relationship with her elder sister Yuki became somewhat awkward. However, when Basara was made to fight when the village assumed Mio as an extermination target, Kurumi and Yuki's relationship was restored because of that. Of course, she doesn't think that she can do the same thing as Basara. Yet, this morning, Maria worried about Kurumi and chased after her. For Maria's sake, she wants to repay this kindness even a little. Kurumi is willing to do what she can. Then, I see. Certainly, it appears that it is still in its sleeping state. Sleeping state. To Kurumi, who asked like a parrot in return, Lucia nodded with a yes. Just like what I already told you, divine protection of a high-ranking spirit dwells in this element. However, that doesn't mean that it has an effect of protecting the user. Only a part of a young spirit body resides in this crystal ball, separating it from the high-ranking spirit. That means it's the same as our sacred treasures, so to speak, the demonic sword Brynhildr of Basara and the spirit sword Sakuya of Yuki, and also the soul spear Byako that Takashi used in the extermination mission of Mio. Each weapon alone possesses a strong power, but that's not all. If it has recognized its user like Yuki, the user can utilize its original abilities at its maximum power. Yes, if you can perfectly establish a bond and unite with the spirit, the element will be awakened and will come to lend you its original power. Simply because there is no established bond with the spirit that Lucia says, Kurumi's condition is still the same as she showed Maria by the river. To her, who fell silent, the negative part inside yourself, accept it, Lucia said with eyes staring at her. As you know, there exists the holy attribute and the dark attribute, and the hero tribe can borrow both of these powers. Basically, just like when you operate on positivity to use the dark attribute, we the demon race utilize it using negativity. However, this positive and negative rather than good and evil has a concept that is almost near as the plus and minus or positive and negative values of temperature. And now, perhaps until now, to establish a contract with the positive spirits in order to borrow their power in this world, you have also tried to be positive by yourself, to appeal to the spirits in order to borrow reasonable power. Naturally, that is the right way to perform it in the human world. It's because most of the spirits in your world belong to the positive state. However, that method does not apply in this demon realm. In this world where dark magic is strong, most of the spirits here exist in the negative state. Even if you appeal as positive, spirits will only be cautious. Rather than that, I'm surprised that you had borrowed power in that way even a little. After telling her, Lucia quietly embraced Kurumi, and then, there's no need to fear thinking that as a mistake. Both the positive and negative are parts of you. If you understand these things properly and communicate with a spirit, they should respond to you for sure. I understand. I'll give it a try. In the arms of Lucia, Kurumi honestly nodded. Then, the beautiful maid succubus softly applied a little more force to her embrace. Then the hand which rested in her waist fell down for some reason, and softly touched Kurumi's butt, putting up some fingers to that finger work that felt and stroked the place accurately. Lucia's Hyan? Sniffling sweetly, her body wiggled and raised a discomfited cry. Afterwards, Nanaka Kurumi, you are too good after all, Lucia said in an amorous voice. Yesterday, from the time when Basara did it with you, as I thought you are very cute. Then her fingers made a snap. In an instant, all of the sewn clothes of Kurumi were removed, and pieces of cloth fell to the ground in a blink of an eye. Even the bra disintegrated and in just a moment made Kurumi with only a single piece of panty. New? She tried to scream in reflex, but her lips are sealed gently by the hand of Lucia. Do not be surprised. The skill of this level is a very easy task for me who has mastered the maid's work. Kurumi, who was told for granted, as she was pushed down on top of the lawn with her mouth being blocked up. This is bad. And as Kurumi, whose flustered instincts tried to escape from the hands of Lucia, after witnessing Lucia's pair of eyes looking down at her, she forgot to resist. In an instant, what was over there, in truth, was the reverse of the usual. Cold-hearted eyes of Lucia, romantic eyes which seemed to be totally charged with heat. Those eyes, similar to Maria's expression as she trained her to become the girl of Basara's preference. During the day in the demon realm, it seemed that you had done it with Maria in broad daylight. In that case, this time in the broad moonlight of the demon realm, I will fill you with lots of love. With the background of the waning moon on her shoulder, Lucia put her hand inside Kurumi's underwear, but then, Lucia-sama, suddenly, two maids appeared nearby from the side of a certain bush. In contrast with Kurumi becoming shocked all of a sudden, Lucia, who remained calm while her mouth was held down. What is it? Just now, Maria was found at the 3rd floor of the West Tower. However, capturing aside, we barely even managed to reach her. At present, She is being chased by several people. To that report, Lucia's pupils regain its calmness. I see. What about mother? The whereabouts of Shirasama is still. Very well. If we manage to capture Maria, we will make her spit out her story and end this. Nina, to those who are chasing that child, don't lose sight until my transmission. Understood. To those words of Lucia, the maid called Nina turned back her heels and ran. Lucy. For you, send her to her room in place of me. Then, mend her clothes. Isn't it? Please leave it to me, Lucia-sama. Lucy replies with a nod, and as Lucia released her hand away from Kurumi's mouth, after doing a little rough thing, then stopping just before reaching the good part. I'm very sorry. I have to go to punish that younger sister of mine. Seemingly reluctant to part. As for the continuation of this next time, Pili, please don't worry about it. Really? Kurumi said while her face reddened. It will really trouble her if they continue this later. In fact, she wanted to forget everything that happened in this courtyard to begin with. In that case, Lucia followed after Nina, who went ahead and ran to the other side of the courtyard. Kurumi, who was left sunk down on the lawn above in her underwear. Good for you, Kurumidano. Lucia-sama seems to be very pleased with you. Yeah. To the point of disintegrating my clothes and pushing me down. To the sarcasm that Kurumi returned. Lucy, without minding at all. You don't have to worry about the clothes, because I'll make it over properly. In return, as she picked up and gathered the pieces of her tattered clothes. Well then, Kurumidano, please wait for a little bit, because you probably won't be able to come back to the room in that figure. I will bring something for you to wear. Then at that timing. No, that won't be necessary. Just beside Lucy, a succubus younger than Maria appeared suddenly. Eh? Shirasama? To Kurumi, who became dumbfounded, Lucy, who was startled, leaned back and made a stance, but she was too late. Shiera, as she stuck her forehead to the forehead of Lucy, while looking into her eyes, return to your room alone and begin mending Kurumi's clothes. Yes, Shirasama. Then Lucy's eyes became drowsy and returned an obedient nod to Shiera at once. If you are asked by Lucia when she returns, well, tell her that Kurumi came back to Mio's room first. Is that okay? As Lucy nodded with a yes at Shira's order, she returned inside the building and went just as it is. Kurumi, whose thoughts couldn't catch up with the sudden events. That was a close call, Kurumi-chan. But now that I've come, it's already okay. The moment she said so, the lowly mom succubus smiled. After the incident in the courtyard, Kurumi was invited by Shiera and was taken to her private room, though she really wanted to return immediately to the rooms of Mio and Yuki to express her true feelings. If you were to return with that appearance, Yuki-chan and Mio-chan will definitely worry again, you know? As she said so, her will to go back to the room wavered. She, who wanted to be alone, said, I need some fresh air for a moment, and left the room. But if she were to return wearing only a single panty, everyone will surely get worried. Not wanting such thing to happen, Kurumi obeyed Shira's words. And even though the room is identical to what Mio was using, Kurumi was led to a more gorgeous space, though it's inferior to the guest rooms which Kurumi and the others used. That emphasizes more people. The space had excellent quality, decorated with luxurious furniture, eloquently indicating the rank of Shira's position among the moderates. And now, why am I in this appearance? Forced to sit before a high-quality dresser, Kurumi raised a perplexed voice. Well, you will catch a cold if you continue to remain in your underwear. Forever, right? But these clothes are a bit uncomfortable for me, Kurumi said shamefully, dropping her gaze down below. There, her figure, wearing a sexy blue baby doll negligee that reaches her belly button with thin laces that see through the tips of her chest lasciviously, even more a teaback, set up with matching garter belts and fishnet stockings, reached her own eyes. Kurumi reddened her cheeks in intense shyness. Then, ah, as expected from my excellent daughter, these materials are great. Behind her back, Shiera, who wore a luxurious necklace, said gleefully while standing over a stool, as she readjusted the position of the large jewel hanging on her chest. And, "It's done, how is it?" she said, satisfied. Kurumi, who was asked for her opinion, raised her face unwillingly, and with reddened cheeks, looked at her own figure being projected in the mirror. She was speechless. What Shiera had put on Kurumi, though it's different, when put on Mio and Yuki, was an underwear which looks like too adult-like for her, who is a junior high school student. And yet no, for this reason, for me to become like this. Kurumi, who had undergone a complete transformation with an indecent underwear, couldn't hide her surprise. With her youthful face and her developing body with traces of immaturity completely standing out as she wore them, the unbalanced lasciviousness, the appearance that even Mio and Yuki, who weren't born in that figure, would never reach a taboo-like beauty. Fufu, you look rather happy. How can I be happy with something like this? As she looked back, panicking in denial, Shiera had already descended from the stool and was going to the center of the room. She took a teapot at the table and then, "Come over here. I made some hot milk." A dull white-colored liquid was poured out of the pot, and as Kurumi sat down in front of Shiera, a cup was handed to her. A faint sweet aroma spread all at once. Kurumi, who received the cup, hesitated to drink immediately. However, playing tricks to one's drink is only a work done by a worthless man. I don't imitate it. Supposedly, if I want to do something to Kurumi-chan, I will do a more elaborate method in a way that I can enjoy myself more in various ways. Shira's childish eyes turned cold for a moment, then sip her share. "If it suits you, why don't you give it a try?" "And no, I'm sorry." Kurumi apologized immediately. Though she had a childish figure right now, Shiera was once a great succubus that is famous all over the demon realm, and Kurumi is only just a little girl. Though she doing such behavior will only hurt her pride as a succubus badly, she didn't know what she had done. As she put out her lips to the hot milk which Shiera made delicious, with a warm and pleasant feeling, she muttered over the mild taste. Unintentionally, "It seems that it sweets your taste. Good." Observing Shiera, who smiled, Kurumi put her mouth to the cup again while heaving a sign of relief, and this time, she felt the hot milk warming up inside her body. About Zest having a master-servant contract with Basara. Does it disappoint you that much? As she saw Shiera, Kurumi, whose mind is still wandering in the clouds, momentarily held her breath. "I heard it from Maria this morning. That daughter of mine was really troubled, you know. Is it because I'm the only one who opposed Basara's master and servant contract?" As Kurumi asked in a stiff voice in reflex, the young succubus smiled wryly. "No, I understand your feelings, but I want to clear it in my mind somehow. However, it seems that I can't do it by myself. It's somewhat really irritating. I say, such a thing bothers you? And I'm also anxious whether Lucia-chan did or did not make passes at you. Kurumi is only mine, or something like that. I don't belong to anybody in particular. What the heck did she confess to her mother? That Loliero succubus. Saying things like Maria in the daytime, as Lucia was saying a while ago. What on earth do they want to demand Kurumi to that intense? Am I releasing some kind of pheromone that makes a succubus excited? To Kurumi, who asked with upturned eyes, Shira's eyes rounded from surprise. Then, "I see. Those daughters should think you're very cute." "What do you mean?" "Because you're so pure and defenseless that they want to teach you various things." To her, who stared blankly, Shiera Fufu smiled. "Hey, Kurumi-chan. To you, me who is the mother of those daughters, while being dressed in such clothes, asking whether it excites me, perhaps," as she said, with her eyes became like a snake eyeing for its prey. "Are you saying that you want to do it with me, too?" No, I don't really mean by that at all. Fufu. Just kidding. If I make passes at you, it would be really bad for Maria. As she denied it in a hurry while blushing in an instant, Shiera returned her snake-like eyes to its former innocent ones. Feeling relieved from the bottom of her heart, I have troubled that child in various ways during the incident with Zalgir. So if my cute daughter consulted her worries as a mother, it makes me really want to help her, right? So that's why in this room? Yes. By the way, that baby doll was my present to Lucia-chan from a long time ago. It's a gem that I took pride of, but unfortunately, that child didn't wear it, not even once. So I sneaked into her room and stole it in secret. Because it was stowed, it's likely to be hidden in the depths of her closet, so I have searched that closet from inside and out with Maria. In addition to that, during the search in which we had found various things like her old diary or album from a long time ago along the way, Lucia-chan came back to the room, so I seized Maria in the scruff of her neck and threw her towards Lucia, and escaped. Though it appears that Maria seemed to have escaped well, too. So that explains why Lucia was looking for Shiera and Maria. As Kurumi was shocked by this, the other reason is, I'm the one who incited Becerra to enter a master-servant contract with Zest. As Shiera, have you heard about it? Inquired Kurumi, who contorted her face a little, responded. Yes. Becerra told me the details during breakfast. Words. I'm also partly responsible for the vexation Kurumi-chan is holding. These words don't really mean as an apology, but I think your feelings have become lighter this time. Well, this is something serious for Maria and Mio-chan, you know? So I have to tell the truth in order to ease these feelings. What do you mean about the truth? Knitting her eyebrows in inquiry. Oh my. Is it all right to say this? The childlike succubus said with a light sneer. Are you jealous of Zest? Is it because even though you're also yearning for Becerra, you couldn't enter a master-servant contract with him? Kurumi blushed at Shira's sudden remark. In response to the reaction of that person who has been hit by a bull's-eye. Come on, Kurumi-chan. If all you did is to receive all that indecent teasing from Maria, your feelings will never catch up with Mio and Yukiyu. No. With her pupils turning like the snakes, she said that as if she had seen through the depths of Kurumi's heart. Like you, it's also a big deal for Maria, who couldn't enter a master and servant contract with Becerra, you see? Besides, Maria is indebted to Becerra, whom she betrayed regarding the matter of Zalgir. You tried to eliminate Mio-chan by the orders of the village, and have fought against Becerra too. And for that, this child who is mentally indebted thought of you as a companion in a similar situation. No, I'm different. To Kurumi, who denied with a bitter expression. Is that so? If that's true, then don't you think it's impossible for you to get along well with Zest? That's. Mio-chan has the pretext with Zalgir, and unlike Yuki, who participated in the battle, you don't have any direct grudge to Zest. Besides, due to the fact that she's Zalgir's subordinate, she has a higher debt than you and Maria. However, though Becerra have mentioned of the possibility, you judged that he who valued Mio shouldn't exchange a master and servant contract with Zest. The reason why is because she inherited the power of Wilbert for the sake of solving her problem of being the target of the current Demon Lord faction coming to this world. Should have taken a grave determination with a big anxiety for Mio-chan, so it should be too cruel for her to accept Zest, who was the subordinate of Zalgir, who harmed her foster parents, as a companion. Nevertheless, Shiera said, as for Becerra having entered a master-servant contract with her, that easily. For Zest, she has a debt similar to you, who was once an enemy of Becerra. Mio and Yuki, whom you thought should get mad and object them, had accepted Becerra and Zest's master and servant contract, contrary to your expectations. Therefore, in the spur of a moment, it has been decided that you'll raise your voice in protest in place of Mio and Yuki under the pretext of Zalgir, so you justified yourself out of jealousy and criticized the contract of Basara and Zest. But since Mio has forgiven such a thing, it didn't have any meaning. For this reason, it became impossible for you to endure the atmosphere and went out of the dining room. Then, Shiera spoke her finishing words at last. Would you like to enter a master-servant contract with Basara? Kurumi, who was asked the main question, trembled. However, after a moment of silence, no, she gave out a voice of denial to answer her own question. Then a wry smile formed in front of her eyes. Anyway, it's not possible for you to enter a master and servant contract with Basara after all. Well, you might think, why not? I think Basara-san understands the reason, probably. After all, Shiera thought, perhaps he is already aware of my true mission. And what will that be? Well, I wonder. Kurumi turned a sharp glance to Shiera, but she returned with a calm smile. But it's apparent that the person who made the master and servant contract is more advantageous if we are to fight in this world. Yet Basara didn't do so, because he treats you with great care. When you had to do that in front of Lucia-chan, didn't Basara touch you only for patching things up for the moment? Yes. You know it perfectly well. On top of that, you ran away opposite of your real intention. In war, it's important to attack the enemy's weak point. For the current Demon Lord faction, the present you will be an easy target, right? You who always worry and hesitate, causing you to suffer. Not to mention yourself, are you even aware that you are exposing Basara and the others to danger too? Then how should I do it? As Kurumi declared sardonically, she reached her limit of patience and raised her voice at last. You shouldn't make a master and servant contract with Basara. It's absolutely no good. Shiera understood the risk. If Kurumi were to enter a master and servant contract with Basara, and if it were to be found out by the village, all will be finished. If she were to become known to have a contract with the magic of the demon race, Kurumi will be punished without hearing her talk. If the village were to launch an investigation in full scale, it will be noticed immediately that Yuki had entered a master and servant contract. So then, the responsibility will extend to their parents, and the village will not overlook Basara and Mio this time. I must not let this happen by all means. I will protect Basara and the others. That's the reason why I came over. Nothing. As I said, entering a master and servant contract is impossible. Eh? As Shiera said indifferently, she was stared with round eyes. That's because even if you are being jealous of others and cannot make a master-servant contract with Basara, I have a method for you not to feel a sense of inferiority. By doing that, of course, becoming a weak point for Basara and the others will be nullified. Such thing. How? Face your true feelings. Didn't Lucia-chan talked about this too? Not only to take pride of feelings of righteousness, but also to accept the weak minus part as well. Not only you will be able to make a contract with a spirit, but you will also be liberated from your suffering right now. Shiera corrected. Because that feeling of yours is a feeling of yearning for somebody, it won't be able to let go if you keep holding it all alone. If you want to face it seriously, you'll have to convey it to your partner properly. Right? Convey to my partner. Kurumi muttered softly. Shiera then nodded. Have you looked at Mio-chan and Yuki-chan when the curse of the master and servant contract activates? Those children who have obtained guilty feelings being eased from just the existence of being led by their feelings. And this talk isn't only limited to the person who entered the master and servant contract, therefore, go face its way to the place of the person whom your feelings have to go to. When you were able to become honest with yourself, there will be no need to think that you will become a burden to Basara and the others. If you do so, the spirits of this world will surely answer to you. But I can't meet Basara tonight. Because of Kurumi, Basara is banned from going out. So not to add more of this, she mustn't trouble Basara and intrude for her own convenience. However, it's all right. My space tunnel is connected to the guest room which Basara uses. Besides that baby doll negligee that you wear, didn't I say that it was the gem of my pride? Shiera with great confidence said, as long as you wear it, your voice and the person's voice who is looking at you will never be heard to the other parties. It has that magical effect. Why does it have such a function? Though it's certainly convenient for her, Kurumi, who seemed dubious, asked. That time, Shiera smiled. Suddenly, Kurumi noticed that her body was feeling hot. Huh? What is? Although she was in such appearance, it became strangely hot. The moment she thought so, Kurumi, who fanned with her hand, and as the wind that was fanned by hand swept the scruff of her neck, Kurumi leaked a sweet moan. No way. This is? A sweet, heart-rending sense swelled up inside her body. The one that Kurumi knew of too well. In other words, yes, the other effects given to the baby doll negligee with multiplex structure is that it has a delayed action that will bring a strong aphrodisiac effect to the one who wears it. Shiera revealed the secret to Kurumi. However, different from the baptism of the succubus and the curse of the master and servant contract, it will also have an effect that invokes charm towards its surroundings. And this charm, to the partner. Yes, you will absolutely be in a situation that not a single voice will come out, you know? Therefore, try not to be noticed other than the person concerned, as later on you two will no longer hear voices around you. Well, Shiera said, besides me, who is the maker, charm isn't effective on a person unless it meets a certain condition. But feel relieved because it will certainly work. For Basara and you. Was I deceived? Within intense horny condition, Kurumi, who desperately tried, took of the lingerie off. Nfufu, you should better stop. Your horny condition won't be solved even if it's taken off until you satisfy the right conditions. It will only grow even stronger if you try to take it off all by yourself. After she said so, Shiera, who tried to approach over the table, said, besides, you know I'm not the type who tells lies, right? I don't do something as boorish as playing tricks on someone's drink, and that negligee you're wearing right now really suits you well. Also, the obstinate you have no choice but to become obedient in front of Basara so that Basara can do you to the extent without you being jealous with the other girls again, because that's his intention for you in the first place. Basara is with me. Kurumi gulped down hard. Then, just like elder sister and Mio? To Kurumi right now, whose consciousness began to melt by her horny condition, Shira's words seemed so charming, like a whisper of the devil. Then, as if adding insult to the injury, yes, coming from the hero tribe, Basara has a bit magic resistance against charm, but there's no need to go on the verge of losing his sanity. There's no need to worry. However, but once he say that he doesn't really hate Kurumi, that horny condition of yours will be cured right away. It's an easy task for me who made the underwear, and it's because I don't want to bully you particularly. However, if you really want to be freed from that state, if you want to really help Basara and everyone, please be serious from then on. I'll be there to support you. Now go to the person who will liberate you from your suffering, to the place where Tuju Basara is. Saying those words to that extent, her resistance is already futile. Her situation, her condition, all of them urged the current Kurumi to go under Basara. Therefore, after Nanaka, Kurumi took a gulp. She conveyed her wish to Shiera with a quivering voice. After carrying the dinner to his guest room, Tuju Basara, who immersed himself with training in his room every day, washed off his sweat in the bathroom's equipment. And now, as he turned his back on the bed, he rearranged his present circumstances. Now is the night of the second day they came to the demon realm. Though it is quite different from his first assumption, many have already moved in. Parallel with the situation, though several problems that need dealing with and necessary interaction have arisen. Among them, He didn't imagine Ramses, who desired the power of Wilbert, which Mio inherited, refused to have a talk with him. Well, on the day they arrived in the demon realm, he didn't think that he would enter a master and servant contract with Zest. Of course, considering the situation he had put Zest in was the best choice. Basara didn't regret having entered a master and servant contract with her. Even with complicated feelings, Mio and the others still consented. But there is one person who was against his master and servant contract with Zest. Kurumi. Because of the incident in the dining room this morning, Basara muttered the name of the girl he wasn't able to talk to softly. Zest in the past completely fought against Basara as an enemy. For Kurumi, who is an active member of the hero tribe, she would obviously reject the contract by all means, though Yuki seemed to have accepted somehow. She, who has gone to the point of going against Takashi and defying the orders of the village in order to protect Basara, is a special exemption. As Kurumi had said, she was ordered to become Yuki's support and monitor the situation from the village, in case Mio was being targeted again by S-class demon race such as Zalgir, in order for the damage not to appear in the human realm. That's why she came to Basara's place again. Perhaps monitoring Yuki is also included in that order too. Therefore, the worst-case scenario is not only Mio, Maria, even Basara to get rid of them altogether with Yuki. The village won't restrict themselves to launch that order for sure. As for Kurumi having chosen as a double agent, did the elders judge that they could investigate this trend without him being cautious if it was her? Or did Kurumi volunteer to avoid the harm being extended to her elder sister, Yuki, at any cost? Or maybe both, although Basara entering a master and servant contract not only to Mio but also to Yuki already became a problem of the demon race if it were to be known that he entered a master and servant contract with Zest, who was a subordinate of Zalgir. The village might eventually regard Basara as a dangerous existence. Yuki's situation right now will only worsen more. 2. Thinking at Kurumi's viewpoint, it's natural for it to be unforgivable for her. Still, Shiera has urged him to have a master-servant contract with Zest. But it meant that he was now in a situation where he had driven her into a corner. Basara couldn't leave Zest alone like this, entrusting her to the moderates. Basara reassured that, in particular, towards the ceiling, Tuju. Basara stared at the back of his left hand. They are something I want to protect. Mio and Maria, who became his sisters-in-law, and Yuki, who is his childhood friend, have become like a family to him, and Zest newly joined there too. However, there is one who cannot accept it the same as them. It was Kurumi. Just like Yuki from a long time ago, she was already valued like their younger sister from her discretion. There is the tragedy 5 years ago, and even though they fought a few days ago, Basara had already thought of Kurumi as a member of his family he wanted to protect no matter what. However, he cannot leave Zest alone, even if it will be called a selfish whitewashing. Even then, Tuju. Basara will never hand them over, no one, not anyone. Basara in silence firmly grasped his left hand, which he pushed out towards the ceiling, but from his distance, a dry sound rang twice unexpectedly. It was a knock from the door to the hallway. As he descended from his bed, Basara moved from the bedroom to the living room and then, yes, demanding a reply from the other party, he made a short answer with all caution. It is Zest. Basara-sama, I apologize to call you at this late hour. Basara suddenly knitted his eyebrows to the familiar voice. Meeting other members is completely forbidden tonight, and if he wasn't mistaken, Zest should have certainly given an order of rearranging the archives in the library. Then, Basara, using the position detection of the master and servant contract just to make sure, after knowing it was really Zest on the other side, he opened the door. Then the beautiful brown-skinned maid stood there. What happened at time like this? Then, Basara noticed that there is no figure of the lookout that should have been here a while ago. What about the maid on the lookout? She exchanged places with me and returned to her room. From now on, I'll be in charge of this place until tomorrow morning. It seems like these maids have their own respective works, too. Basara's restriction will be until tomorrow morning, so in order for them not to stay up all night and interfere with the duties they're in charge of the next day, too. Basara's problem which caused them trouble, have they judged that he's suitable to let Zest become his subordinate? Is that so? Sorry about that. Zest. Basara knitted his eyebrows all of a sudden. The body of Zest before his eyes is shaking a little, and then, in a moment, Zest fell down, so Basara embraced her at once. What happened? Are you all right? Basara noticed the bruise-like collar appeared from the surface of her neck. Then, why? The curse doesn't activate if the person doesn't have a guilty conscience at its master. It should be rare for Zest, who became obedient as a maid, to have such feelings for Basara. No, not until now. He cannot let Zest stay on the corridor in this condition. I'll carry you to the room. It's fine, Zest. As Basara said so, he carried Zest and brought her into his room. He cannot let her in this constitution lay like this in the sofa of the living room. Therefore, Basara decided to use the other bedroom different from what he's using. And when he laid Zest down the bed, I'm sorry, Basara-sama. I'm so sorry. Zest, who thought to have bothered Basara, apologized many times. It's all right, you don't need to apologize. The curse will only get stronger. So don't think of it too much. Okay? As Basara told her, he exposed Zest's bare chest while trying not to see it as possible. Now, take a deep breath, slowly. He spoke to her gently and urged her to calm down. Whenever Yuki and Mio's curse activated lightly, he exercised this kind of action. If she wasn't relieved by this, then he will have no other choice but to yield her to pleasure, to ease the feeling. Then, following his words, as Zest commenced to take deep breaths, Basara averted his glance momentarily. As Zest, who has bountiful chest, took deep breaths in such state where her bare chest was exposed to light, with those soft bulges rising and falling lasciviously, the stimulation is too strong. For Basara, who has fully tasted that sensation last night, it made him want Zest to surrender to her desires. But, are you an idiot, me? Basara desperately gave up. If he were to make Zest submit without understanding the reason why the curse activated, it will be no longer a master-servant relationship for them. As Basara suppressed himself, Zest's curse settled down after a short while. What the? Zest? How did this happen? Basara asked for the cause while looking at her with anxiety. I'm very sorry. I had endured this for a long time, but, rising up from the bed, Zest apologized while lowering her gaze. Then, she spoke the reason why the curse of the master-servant contract triggered. That is, because Basara-sama had entered a master-servant contract with me, who has been part of the incident concerning Mio-sama. A discord has begun to occur among everyone. For that, I cannot bear to meet Basara-sama and the others. While entering a master-servant contract, Zest worried that she may cause a problem to Basara, and that triggered her curse. Basara said to Zest that it was all right, so she surrendered herself to pleasure and made her at ease. After Basara told them, Mio and the others had accepted her entering the contract with him. But when Kurumi ran away from the dining room, the curse had come out, but she got it over somehow thanks to Basara and the others' support. After that, she planned on asking Kurumi for her forgiveness when she returned to the castle. However, she wasn't able to make it. She was criticized because of using the kitchen for Kurumi without permission instead of arranging the archives of the library, which was ordered to her. Even so, Zest thought she made the right choice. It wasn't anything in particular. The real problem is the fact that I entered a master-servant contract with Basara-sama caused you to be confined in this situation. Because of the contract with me, I have brought trouble to Basara-sama. Zest is the reason why Kurumi ran out of the dining room and why Basara who followed after her was subjected to punishment. A disorder occurred to his team all after Zest made a contract with Basara. This is bad, Zest thought. The current Demon Lord faction is a powerful enemy. Even if we have a chance to win if we take absolute precaution, it will be too dangerous to face them to a battle with our current condition. Therefore, Basara-sama, if Basara-sama prefers, it's alright, simply because I love you dearly more than anyone else, Zest proposed to her master, with her face that seemed to burst into tears. To Shira-sama, please cancel the master-servant contract with me. Basara made a stiff expression to the words of Zest. She making such a face filled Basara's chest with pain. But the curse of the master-servant contract didn't activate. Basara, who is her master, was convinced that this is the best choice. But as Zest thought that he should give up on her, Basara made a sigh and said, "No, that won't be necessary," he clearly declared, but Zest still doubted her ears. "Why? The way things are going, Basara-sama and the others will be in danger. Certainly, both Kurumi and I might have lacked composure this morning," Basara interrupted with strong words. "But for example, if we were to cancel our master and servant contract here, even if we solved the problem of Kurumi's feelings, another problem will surely come out next time." "Another problem?" Basara replied with a yes. "I have entered a master-servant contract with you because I thought it was absolutely necessary, and that there is no other way around. If we were to cancel the contract here, then I won't be able to retain my composure anymore." Basara-sama. As if Basara said something unbelievable, Zest stared in blank surprise. "If you thought that I was brought to a difficult situation because of you, then it's even more painful for Kurumi right now. I want to end this without anyone suffering any further. For this, we have no choice but to ease Kurumi's feelings right now." Basara's words continued, and then little by little Zest understood how much she had yearned for him. Basara just made a master-servant contract yesterday to her who is a former enemy, and even said that she's important. Ah! Zest then noticed that there was something overflowing beneath her eyes. As she touched it softly, Zest felt a wet but warm feeling. She cried. She stared in utter amazement at the young man who regarded her with utmost importance, and as she entrusted her body to him, Basara hugged Zest tightly on the bed. "I don't intend to hand you over to anyone. That's the reason I made a master-servant contract with you. Therefore, please don't regret entering a master-servant contract with me, and believe that our contract is not a mistake." In this moment, Zest to the entire existence of Basara, the young man in front of her eyes, she decided to dedicate all of herself to him. She felt happiness, true happiness. Yes, Basara-sama. Conveying how strong she held these thoughts, she embraced Basara with all her strength. Basara then gently stroked her back. "Thank you very much. It's all right now." Before long, Zest regained her presence of mind and stopped her tears. Then, as she separated to his body, Basara averted his eyes in a hurry. Upon noticing that her breasts have been exposed, "I apologize, Basara-sama, to this unsightly appearance. No, I'm sorry for doing something shameful to you." To the blushing Zest aside, as she hid her large chest by her arm, Basara gave an apology, because he treated her as a woman with great care. "This is no good, Basara-sama, saying something like that." Zest, shaking his head to set aside the unbearable feeling, Basara stared blankly. Why Basara, to her nakedness, it probably told her. Zest was Basara's maid. Despite this, he saw her as a woman. When Zest thought so, her whole body shook from so much joy. "I am your maid, Basara-sama." Zest leaned on Basara with clouded eyes. She couldn't endure it anymore. She wanted to serve Basara. She wanted him to seek his happiness. Such thoughts couldn't hold back anymore, compressing everything on the word maid. Zest is Basara-sama's maid, so She doesn't mind whatever Basara liked to do to her because it is her joy in itself. So as to tell him, a hot sigh reached at a distance. Then with a gulp, Basara, Zest, to his call, as Zest approached with her lips, Gatton. A loud sound reverberated the wall. Zest turned around in spur of the moment to the sound that came from the big closet beside the wall. And, from inside the closet, noticing the clear presence which did not exist a while ago. Shira-san, Basara called first, because there isn't a clear proof. His voice was tinged with caution. Sneaking in the closet of the bedroom, moreover, in the middle of the night, among many places on this castle, Shiera building a space tunnel here has the highest possibility. Basara-sama, please leave it to me. Descending from the bed, Zest stopped Basara and stood before the closet. This wild art castle is the primary base of the moderates. Moreover, Mio, who is the daughter of Wilbert, is staying here right now. In addition, this is currently midnight, where it is easy to blend to the darkness too, so the security level has been raised to the maximum. There is not a chance for an assassin of the current Demon Lord faction to enter, and to think about it, there are no such assassinations having done in plain sight to begin with. Still, preparing for the worst-case scenario fall on Basara is the duty of his maid, Zest. Zest. Basara called her name, urging her not to lower her guard. With a nod, she watched the handle and slowly opened the double-doored closet. Then, the moment they saw what's inside, Zest stiffened. There was someone inside, of course. Thinking something like that is obvious. But a girl in a sensational underwear, wearing a glorious jewel, was beyond their expectations. Moreover, standing still, a body of a young maiden flushed in pink, giving off a scent of a woman. Kurumi-san. Zest called her name in shock, and as Basara came over, Kurumi, you? He saw Kurumi in an indecent appearance, taking away all his words. Facing Zest and Basara, Kurumi adjusted her focus with drowsy eyes, and an "Ha!" Basara. Wandering aimlessly, she sweetly uttered, collapsing on the spot. Tuju. Basara rushed and held Kurumi, who was about to fall on the floor. From the closet, Kurumi's figure, dressed in a baby doll negligee, felt surprisingly hot. It's like she was in the state as if she's totally under the aphrodisiac curse. Don't tell me. Lucia did something to you again? Yesterday, recalling the incident in the office of Lucia, he asked, No, it's different, Kurumi spoke, in spite of writhing in agony in his arm, with eyes wet in tears. Alluringly, I was dressed by Shira-san, and as a result I was brought here. I knew it was Shira-san after all. However, there was no figure of Shiera anywhere. Perhaps after bringing Kurumi here, she left her as it is inside the closet and have returned immediately by herself. Then, and suddenly, Tuju. Basara felt his pulse throb fast, and, for some reason, he was unable to separate his focus on Kurumi. Although Kurumi is alluring to begin with, he felt a sensation similar to when he was in Lucia's office yesterday. Though her baby doll figure is certainly radical, she's like Mio and Yuki, yielding under the aphrodisiac curse. Nevertheless, what is this? Out of the desire that is the man's greed wanting to ruin Kurumi, Basara got down with both his knees on the floor while hugging her. Basara-sama, are you all right? Zest rushed and knelt on one knee to support him. After that, perhaps, because of this baby doll, Kurumi said in a sweet, feverish tone. I right now. To the partner that I saw, it casts charm on it. What a ridiculous underwear. How can the effect be removed? Should I take it off? As Basara asked in behalf of his desperation. Zest nearby shook her head. No. In the past, Shirasama has mentioned this for a play before. Zest has also received the effect of the charm. Towards Kurumi with her eyes turning to the same color of excitement as Basara, she stated her explanation. Suppose that If this is the thing which Shirasama presented to Lucia-sama a long time ago, the method to destroy the magic effect of the baby doll. As I remember, it's only one. Did you know it, Zest? Then please tell me, what should I do? That is, he asked her in desperation. Then, after hesitating a little, Zest chose her words carefully. First, the person who puts it on who is in a horny condition, the partner who saw her must make her feel comfortable. Next, for the person who has been influenced with charm, she needs to make contact with the said person. It was necessary to be the person who has made contact to. And suppose that the charmed people are two or more when both sexes is involved, the effect will be repeated over again, so to solve it, it must be in sequential order of being charmed. Wait a minute. Then Basara, who heard the explanation, stared Zest in utter amazement. The next moment, Basara felt an intense excitement with respect to Zest. Zest, on the other hand, while rubbing her inner thighs lasciviously, turned her pupils full of heat to Basara. Yes. In this case, first is Basara-sama with me to Kurumi-san. Next is Kurumi-san with Basara-sama to me. Finally, Kurumi-san with me to Basara-sama. It becomes like this. It's a lie, right? What is that? An underwear that promotes group sex. Basara reached his blank amazement to another level. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. With her eyes that will burst to tears in any moment because of the aphrodisiac state, Kurumi apologized. No, it's not Kurumi's FAU, Basara uttered, suppressing his desires in desperation while holding Kurumi in check. That's not it. I went to this place because I asked. Why? Then Basara tried to ask something, but wasn't able to, because his mouth was sealed with Kurumi's lips. Tuju Basara, with both hands supporting Kurumi's back of her head, was kissed. What the Basara, confused with the sudden event for the time being, in order to calm Kurumi down, and put his hands on both her shoulders. Kurumi? Then, noticing something, he separated from her body. Before Kurumi, from the edge of her closed eyes, something streamed down her cheeks. Kurumi was crying while kissing him, so Basara moved his hands on her shoulders to her back and hugged her, because of the charm effect, impelling him with the desire to push Kurumi. Because of the charm effect, impelling him with the desire to push Kurumi down, Basara tried hard to control himself. After a short while, Kurumi separated her lips, and then, I heard, with Basara, cannot enter a master-servant contract. To her words, Basara nodded at once, matching her guess more so in front of himself. Kurumi cried in pain. He almost said, I know, or you don't need to worry. But Basara strongly endured this welling desire and remained silent. Perhaps Kurumi right now received a cruel order from the village. To her, speaking words of comfort is easy, but such things are only for Basara's self-satisfaction. Kurumi, I heard, said to Basara. Then what he should do is to let Kurumi spit out all the pains she is holding. On top of that, accept her just that, and think of the ways to free Kurumi from her suffering. Shiera leaving Kurumi in this condition surely aimed for that. For the stubborn Kurumi, taking off her mask quickly in front of Basara is impossible within her normal condition. Then, but even so, don't leave me out. Before long, Kurumi squeezed words from the depths of her throat. About me, elder sister and Mio, please treat me similar to Zest. While sobbing convulsively, as Kurumi mentioned her desire in desperation, Tuju Basara listened. That is, the wish of the girl named Nanaka. Kurumi kept suffering from holding all alone, being assigned a cruel order, wanting to avoid the situation for it to be carried out. The situation advanced towards the wrong way one after another. Still, Kurumi, being unable to say the truth, suppressed it with hard feelings she had been holding all alone. Just how long would you be anxious? Just how long would you suffer? Finally spitting out her wish and pains, Kurumi spilled tears like rain. More than that, she didn't say anything. Or rather, she couldn't say anything anymore. Therefore, it's okay now. Tuju Basara wished to himself, you won't need to endure it any longer. The kindest answer to Kurumi perhaps might be able to return their relationship as it was in the past. Simply those innocent memories of their childhood when they were smiling happily. Perhaps the village, to the tragedy 5 years ago, was still bound to the past. Basara too is the same. He has not forgotten the crime that he himself had committed. But, in order to protect Mio, he cannot remain captive by the past. Mio is also in danger, in suffering. The way to save her exists only in the future. And, now that he can never come back in the past, the way Kurumi can be saved is also in the future. Actually, Kurumi might have understood for this reason she suffered even more. That's why I understand. For you not to suffer, I'll do anything. Basara, to his childhood friend whom he loved like a younger sister, hugged with all his might. Kurumi hugged tightly in return, and as she turned her face to the side in his arm, sorry, Zest. Because of me, I have also involved you. No. The truth is, Basara-sama, I wanted to make up with the two of you. With Kurumi apologizing with a face that's about to cry, looked down to Zest. An apology. So, you don't need to apologize, Zest. After Basara saw that Shirasan is the one who put Kurumi inside this closet. At that time, she should have certainly noticed that you were here. The incident this morning was caused by the master-servant contract between Basara and Zest. Assuming such conduct in order to convince Kurumi, she may have thought that involving Zest might be more effective. Basara also, although he was glad that the relation of Kurumi and Zest improved. My bad. Probably because of the charm effect I cannot control myself anymore. Just by hugging Kurumi, his reason seemed to blow away when he relaxed his guard. Then, I don't mind, for I am Basara-sama's maid. Zest delightfully, with eyes full of heat. Basara-sama, please think of only satisfying oneself and Kurumi-san. Then Kurumi, which also heard it, I too. Do me the same as Zest. In Basara's arm, looking up at him quietly. Do it as promised. Basaroni-chan. She entreated with moist eyes due to the aphrodisiac state. So, I'll start. As Tuju Basara said so and lifted Kurumi, Zest accompanied them and moved to the bed. Sandwiched between Basara at her front and Zest at her back, Nanaka. Kurumi was laid down on the bed. First is, me and Zest to Kurumi. Ha. Yes, Basara-sama. Please let me help. With a nod, Zest replied to Basara and reached her hands from Kurumi's back, opening the buttons of Basara's shirt. Sandwiched between the two. I am truly doing this with Basara and Zest. Kurumi imagined what will happen from now on, making her feel more aroused. But as Zest unclothed his shirt with experienced hands, and Basara, allowing her to, she felt the bond between them, making her chest feel painful. In contrast, Basara-nikin, the kiss. So Kurumi promptly lifted her arm at once, and with upturned eyes she entreated Basara to attack her armpits. Basara and Zest, who have seen her do the aphrodisiac state of Kurumi in her baby doll figure, took the charmess effects. Kurumi, thinking about the burden she brought to the two, tried to end it as soon as possible, but why? Kurumi still felt the greatest pain. She had been holding her inferiority complex to Yuki, Mio and Zest, who entered a master-servant contract with Basara. Of course, Kurumi's underarm is her greatest erogenous zone. If Basara were to attack there, no matter how much she struggled, Kurumi will surely reach the peak with ease. But even if Basara attacked her armpits and made her climax immediately, and while feeling dizzy from the reverberations of the climax help Zest do him, even if she was able to do him together with Zest in the end, even if the magic effect of the baby doll is released, Kurumi's inferiority complex will not disappear. This inferiority complex is surely Kurumi's negative part, which Lucia and Shiera were talking about since she had developed more complicated feelings this far. If only she faced her weakness, have been more honest with herself and accepted her negative feelings, she won't need to disregard her inferiority complex to Zest anymore. But there is one magic switch can make her obey and put the obstinate Kurumi away. It is a kiss from Basara. In the dream, a spirit showed upon to her request. There came many indecent acts with Basara at that time. Basara kissed Kurumi and had fallen into lust all at once. If Kurumi were to kiss Basara, she could be a girl who can do anything. Kurumi then begged like a spoiled child, making Basara react. As he thought of bringing his arm behind her ass and drawing her close, he snatched Kurumi's lips. Basara's tongue in heat viciously entered inside her mouth, indulging it greedily. Probably because of the charm effect of the baby doll, his kiss was more aggressive than yesterday. And an chew, Basara. Niken, ha Basara Niken. Slurp, Kurumi entwined her tongue with his, seeking him in ecstasy. She didn't mind the effect of charm. Basara, excited at Kurumi so much, couldn't contain this unbearable pleasure. Kurumi-san. As Kurumi floated in happiness from kissing Basara, brown arms hugged her gently from the rear. Something warm and soft pushed her full back. Zest? It made Kurumi think of the woman she didn't notice earlier. Before long, kissing Basara long enough to use up all the oxygen in her lungs, feeling happiness from within. Ha. And fu. Ha. Ha. In a single breath, she separated her lips at once, and just like in the dream, Kurumi's reasoning was completely melted by the pleasure. Slowly, as she looked towards the rear over her shoulders, Zest was already in a single piece. A panty. She had probably taken off her maid uniform while Kurumi was immersed with Basara's kisses. The soft sensation touching her back, these highlights even when wearing clothes, was none other than Zest's huge breasts. Beautiful. For Kurumi, Zest's sex appeal was an object of envy. However, with Basara's kisses melting her thoughts, and Zest's embrace making her feel a sense of comfort and security, Kurumi couldn't think of it as unpleasant. So, Kurumi slowly linked both arms on the head. Basara Niken. Zest? Please do it, and willingly exposed both her weakest sides to the two. Without any words, Basara brought his mouth to Kurumi's left armpit, but, please wait, Basara-sama. Zest stopped him. Kurumi looked back to her with drowsy eyes asking, why? Basara-sama, is your right hand good? Well, it's good, but is there something wrong? Facing Zest with a serious expression, Basara presented his right hand while slightly knitting his eyebrows. Then, Zest, holding Kurumi with her left hand, raised her forefinger and the middle finger of her right hand while slipping it on the back of the right hand of Basara. Kurumi-san is demanding the same treatment as us with Basara. In that case, even if I can't use the actual magic, I think that it is still the best to enter into a master-servant contract with Basara-sama. So, if you may, I can emulate a procedure as good as the original one. Such a thing exists? As Basara gave a mutter of assent, a magic formation appeared on the back of his right hand. Only the form is imitated to the end. It's a mock one, but as Zest made her introduction, Kurumi-san, please kiss the magic formation on Basara-sama's right hand. Kurumi also understood what she meant of demanding the same treatment. Though she didn't actually see it, she already heard the story from Yuki and Maria. Zest? Zest understood her wish and suffering more than anyone. Kurumi, who's about to cry, turned and faced Zest at her rear. Oh, eh? Then, finally noticing a certain fact, she was stunned. At Zest's neck, a bruise-like collar wasn't present. In other words, even though she saw them giving away hot kisses with each other a while ago, Zest did not get jealous and didn't invoke the curse of the master servant contract. Perhaps She adored Basara so much that even if he did indecent acts with other women, she won't get jealous at all. Or maybe, due to the charm's effect, she probably have been influenced by Kurumi and it stimulated her more. But still, if Zest even had a little thought of Kurumi not deserving to be Basara's partner somewhere in her heart, the curse should have activated. She, who didn't accept Zest and even caused trouble to everyone, Zest completely accepted such Kurumi. The moment she thought so, all her ill feelings to Zest vanished in an instant. Zest! Crying, Kurumi hugged Zest, and as tears spill like rain in her embrace, Zest gently wrapped Kurumi in her huge and soft chest. Well, Kurumi-san, let's make you enter a master-servant contract with Basara-sama. Urged by Zest's words, Kurumi nodded and turned to Basara. Then, presenting the back of his right hand showing the magic formation, Kurumi. Basara softly called her name. Kurumi, gently closing her eyes, kissed the back of Basara's right hand at ease. Ah! Then, Kurumi opened her eyes again and saw the unchanged Basara before her. But that already is enough for her, whom was loved dearly like a younger sister, not just a childhood friend of a young man, but also a master who will connect a new bond. Kurumi, yes, as she replied in bliss to her master calling her name. Congratulations. Zest in the rear gave her blessings in a gentle voice. Then, as Basara lifted her chin in front, hold still. He drew his lips to her neck and sucked it with all his might. Yafuan, Kurumi, whose senses were intensified by the aphrodisiac, raised a lovely voice while leaning her back with a sudden twitch. But Basara didn't leave from her neck and sucked it harder than before, in addition to Zest hugging her tightly from behind, and after her neck was sucked for more than 10 seconds. And Basara Niken? When they separated their lips, Kurumi asked a question. Then Zest informed her. She got something in the pocket of her maid clothes that she took off, and, opening a compact mirror on her palm, she showed what happened to Kurumi's neck through the mirror. And there, reflected the reason why Basara forcibly sucked Kurumi. Clearly left in Kurumi's white neck was a red mark put up by a violent kiss. Whenever everyone else activated the curse of the master-servant contract, a heart-shaped collar would appear. The kiss mark Basara made to Kurumi's eyes seemed like that collar. Then that mark disappears if your anxiety and suffering reaches zero. By those words, Basara treated her the same way as everyone she was convinced from her heart. On his embrace, Kurumi was forcefully pushed down by Basara and received an intense kiss. Then also, with force as if he surrendered to the effect of the charm. Basara Naika, Rero, Enchu, Fefatamu, and Basara shifted to an even more obscene kiss, entwining Kurumi's tongue, and then pulled the shoulder string of the baby doll negligee, lifting up the hem. Then Zest in the rear raised both of her hands, and while breathing in sweet agonies, she undressed Kurumi's top with surprising swiftness. But the effect of the charm on Shira's baby doll negligee didn't disappear just by taking it off. So, Kurumi-san, Zest joined them, and the top of the bed finally became the medley of carnality of the three. Of course, Kurumi was attacked first. Kurumi was already in aphrodisiac state before coming to this room. That a slight touch in her chest and butt could make her reach the zenith. But Basara and Zest being under the charm couldn't do such a simple caress. The tips of Kurumi's chest that were tense in horniness was sucked by Basara without mercy, and Zest with her hand in her panty. Her butt was rubbed violently. Aya, and fo. Ha. Ya. Ha. Aya. She had experienced a similar treatment so far, but this is the first time she felt this intense. Kurumi reached the climax 5 times from the two people for only 30 seconds. Kurumi received completely the intense pleasure she wished from Basara and Zest. The two people became like this because of Shira's baby doll negligee that Kurumi put on before coming to this room. She understood what would happen rather somewhere in her heart. She wanted something like this to happen. So, and yeah, well. As she reached the peak while raising a flirtatious voice in a posture caught between the two, giving her pleasure that she had never felt so far, Kurumi was being turned into an indecent girl. However, not yet, Kurumi-sen. Please feel it more. Kurumi to Basara and Zest, whose desires intensified further. Both of you, do it more. She raised both arms, opening her most vulnerable side to them. Then, before she put her hands on the top of her head, Basara and Zest stuck fast to her right and left armpits. Then just after that, with her sense of pleasure gushing out of the pores of her whole body, Kurumi reached an intense climax she never had before, with a climax so intense that her view whited out. Nanaka Kurumi trembled in pleasure. It was so intense that her consciousness flew away. Only her body knew what happened in real time. Even if she didn't enter a master-servant contract with him, the relationship between them, Kurumi's thoughts to Basara, wasn't anything inferior to everybody, and it is the proof that she could catch up without limits. That's why that salvation was Kurumi's desire. So, and you. As the white fog which wrapped up her view before long had gradually cleared. Are you okay, Kurumi? Kurumi-san, are you all right? Seeing Zest and Basara looking at her with worry. I'm okay. Kurumi didn't surrender just yet. Only 1/3 of the process to destroy the magic effect of the baby doll negligee has been completed. Neither Kurumi's aphrodisiac nor Basara and Zest's charm haven't been released either. Still, the two people were considerate to Kurumi. She had to respond to their feelings. Besides, the aphrodisiac effect still remained. But even though she saw Basara and Zest, she didn't feel any pains caused by her inferiority complex anymore. I have been loved dearly by these two. Therefore, Nanaka Kurumi said in bliss. This time it's Zest's turn. And now, Kurumi pushed down Zest together with Basara gently on the bed. Then, as Zest's twin peaks shaking suddenly entered her eyes, Zest, your nipples are already stiff. To return the favor of making her reach her climax, Kurumi pointed it out in retribution. Yes, because I was charmed by Basara-sama and Kurumi-san. Zest smiled with reddened cheeks, though her composure was somewhat vexing. Please do her like you did with me. Basara-nikan. Well, I have no choice. Basara nodded to Kurumi, who wanted to end the situation quickly so that she could start caressing her. She urged Basara to feel Zest fully. Then, Kurumi faced Zest, and as she slipped her both hands and rubbed her. But inside her panties, beginning her assault, Basara then removed his hands from her back and reached her front, rubbing her breasts roughly as it held Kurumi's face. Placing her both hands to Kurumi's shoulder while squirming her waist back. And forth lewdly, Zest raised a sweet moan at once. Furthermore, as Basara picked up her nipples that became stiff and rubbed it with his fingertips. Zest clung her soft and tender legs to Kurumi's waist tightly. For Zest to act this cute, for Zest, who is more of an adult than herself, to become this dirty, Kurumi felt aroused at her figure, who fell into disorder. As Kurumi's both hands slipped inside her panties and rubbed her butt, Zest became more and more sensitive, making the insides of her panties wet in no time at all. Her body entwined along with theirs, and as the three people shared 5 long minutes of lust, Zest panted sexily, naturally filling the room with indecent sounds. Kurumi's hand, which was inside her panties, became sopping wet with honey of a woman in heat, and every time she rubbed her ass, sounds of gushing water reverberated the place. Kurumi-san. making Zest's body tremble in shame in the end. But to that expression that intensified her intoxication to lust. You don't need to be shy, because I am also, too. Because Zest and Basara kept making her come unreasonably, her panties are already wet. That's why wanting to make Zest wet more and more. Hey, Zest, can you tell me your weak spot? Kurumi beside her asked. And it's my ears. Feeling pleasure through Kurumi and Basara's caresses, Zest answered, while shaking her hips licentiously. That's why Kurumi-san, if you don't mind, would you and Basara-sama. That's why Kurumi-san. If you don't mind, would you and Basara-sama return the favor? Though feeling shy, being glad that she felt the same. Yes, I'll do it. Kurumi said so, slipping both of her hands from Zest's panties. NNN. To that timing, her fingertips slightly brushed something inside her panties, causing Zest to twitch her back suddenly, shaking her ass in front so Kurumi, with an upward glance, told the gentle maid who fawned like a child. Zest, get down on all fours. Yes. Zest smiled, and took a pose as she said, with her big chest shaking as she moved. She posed with her but in an indecent position. Kurumi, can I leave it to you? Basara said so, then brought his mouth close to her ear. Understood. Kurumi nodded, and turned to the other side and put her lips on Zest's left ear. And then, Kurumi exchanged glances with Basara, and on Zest's right side, she brought her lips close to her ears, whispering softly the words she have been wanting to say for a long time. Zest, I'm sorry for this morning, and for the lunchbox. Thank you. She quickly told so, and together with Basara, they approached Zest's ears, and in that instant, Zest raised a sweet moan, making her whole body tremble in intense pleasure. Bitten in both ears by Basara and Kurumi, she magnificently came, and the proof is, Zest, who's still in deep ecstasy of her orgasm, from the edge of her panties, love juices which weren't able to absorb in that single piece of fabric, overflowed along her brown thighs. Before long, she recovered from the climax, then turned her face to Kurumi, who was admiring her breathing full of seduction. Kurumi-san. This time, it's Basara-sama's turn. With a captivating smile she proposed to Kurumi. Anyway, would you like to try doing something what Mio-sama and Yuki-san haven't done yet? What Sis and Mio haven't done? As Kurumi, who's still allured by Zest's sex appeal, asked, the lustful maid continued, Basara-sama, would you accept this humble one? Zest requested Basara with eyes still moist by the pleasure. Then, without any words, Basara slowly rose from his feet, stood on the bed, and opened both his legs to a shoulder length. Thank you very much. Then, as Zest thanked in respect, she removed his belt and began taking off his trousers. What are you? This is what Mio-sama and Yuki-san haven't done yet. Zest looked back at the perplexed Kurumi and said with a smile, then turned to Basara again. This time she took off his underwear, making him fully nude. Being under the charm, they came many times in succession in his intense loving. And now, to Basara, who was laid bare, they felt excitement that they had never felt before. Wow! After witnessing his thing before her own eyes, Kurumi swallowed her saliva, without averting a single glance. She had seen him nude one time after coming to the Tuju house where she had a chance to take a bath with him, but this is the first time for her to see this thing from up close. Then, before Kurumi, Zest kneeled in Basara's side. Pardon for my rudeness. Holding her prosperous kingdoms with both hands, she received Basara's thing in between. And there, she saw Zest's chest engulfing Basara's place. Then, she dripped saliva from her mouth to her cleavage even more, and stroked Basara's thing with her valley, shaking her breasts slowly from top to bottom, as she served with her chest making gushing sounds. Come, Kurumi-san, your mouth too. Zest made a bewitching smile, inviting Kurumi. Why mouth? No way. Kurumi hesitated, as expected. Although she's already a junior high school student with Maria teaching and training her various things, she already had more than enough knowledge suited for her age. That's why Zest's radical behavior and her extreme proposal, making her face red hot. And then, it's alright. With this from Mio-sama and Yuki-san you'll be getting one step ahead of them, and with those chests that stroke Basara's place, molding hers in a more indecent shape. Look, if Kurumi won't come, Kurumi-san's part, I will use it to serve Basara-sama more. Enen, are you okay with that? Finally, bringing her lips to Basara's tip from the valley of her peaks. And knew, it made Kurumi raise a scream at once, stopping Zest. After asking to do Basara similarly with Zest, yet she herself couldn't do what Zest had done. Moreover, to be left out among the three, she hated it all. It'll be fine, though she's embarrassed to tell Mio and Yuki in the past. She had used something Maria prepared, similar to the size of Basara's. She practiced services with her mouth. So, Kurumi's mouth right now already knew its size and how to love it for a long time. So Kurumi made up her mind, and standing on her knees opposite to Zest and in front of Basara, according to the practice, I should do it like this, she persuaded herself, and looked up at Basara with upturned eyes then. Basara, Niken, please make me do it with my mouth too. Feeling embarrassed, Kurumi's head was patted by Basara with gentleness. The pleasant sensation gave her courage, and the next moment, Nanaka, Kurumi licked the ravine of the chest of Zest, and began servicing to Basara with her tongue. And Rero, Churu, Reru, Picha, Wa, Pero, Riru. While being caressed by Zest's mounds, Kurumi daubed Basara's thing lasciviously with saliva, as if painting it with her tongue back and forth. Then, wow. So this is Basara Ai-chan's. Basara's male pheromones from her nose and mouth reached Kurumi's brain, numbing her thoughts and making her even hornier than before. So, Kurumi gradually pressed her face and buried it to Zest's breasts even more. Wa, comma, nmu, reru, chu, comma, picha, en, reru, rero hapu, pu, reru, chu, chupi, npunryu. So as not to make Basara's thing filling her mouth reach her teeth, she accumulated thick saliva in her mouth, and with her tongue, she sucked him. In horniness. In order to please him further, Kurumi earnestly served him with her mouth, while being rubbed in the middle of Zest's breasts, blowing it until she had difficulty breathing and her jaw felt painful, lewdly, making sounds with her tongue. As he approached the limit, she parted with her mouth. Then, feeling good, Basara lightly raised his waist, and with force he rubbed it inside Kurumi's throat in rhythm. But, ha, Basara Ai-chan. Kurumi's reaction is still full of bliss. The love she felt to Basara overflowed in her mouth, and as if she forgotten how to cough, her mouth continued, moving sexily so she didn't notice. Like assisting someone riding a bike by supporting his back, then releasing him from his hold. Zest's chest, which sandwiched Basara's thing, quietly pulled back and slipped away, and Kurumi, to serve him with her mouth, moved in front of Basara in a trace, stroked it with her hand, then began moving her face to it back and forth. Then Kurumi ended her service at last by taking it deep in her throat. Kurumi! Basara called out her name, firmly holding the back of her head. The next moment, large amount of semen seeming to scald her was shot inside her mouth. Nanaka Kurumi seemed to faint in sweet agony as she indulged herself while holding his in her mouth, to a degree that seemed to drown her by its momentum and quantity any time, and yet Kurumi swallowed it all with a gulp. Then, Emu, and Chu. Kurumi sucked it all up, drinking it till the last drop, then gradually separated her mouth. Eh? Finally, she noticed something. Zest had already stopped servicing Basara and Kurumi all alone, had led him to ecstasy. I knew you can do it, Kurumi-san. With eyes wet in the stimulation, Zest smiled and said, informing how Kurumi served Basara so obscene eloquently. No, you're lying, Emi? And so Kurumi's body trembled in the shame that struck and welled up inside her. Then, Basara, tightly embracing her, sorry, because you tried your best really hard / very much, I was not able to say it on the way, whispered to her ear, gently patting her head. In Basara's arms, next time if you deceive me again, I'll chew your ear in front of everyone. Yes. As she nodded while sulking from the side, Zest hugged Kurumi from her back together with Basara. But for a moment a mischievous smile appeared. But before that, Kurumi-san did Basara-sama on her own. So in order to undo the effect of the negligee of Shirasama, let's do him both this time, Zest added. And as for Basara-sama, it seems that it still desires our service. Eh? Ah, Kurumi blanked out for a moment, but she understood what Zest meant at once, because as she was hugged by Basara, Kurumi felt a hard thing touching the area around her belly. No, this is… To Basara, who became flustered, Zest with a smile, Kurumi-san, if it's fine to you even for a bit longer, I want to deepen the bonds with Basara-sama. Then, in a drop of a beat, this time together with us, till the end. As Kurumi nodded to those deep words, Zest resumed her service to Basara, all in order to solve the magical effect of the baby doll. And so, Basara and Zest, the bonds of the two people, have strengthened even further. Afterwards, Kurumi succeeded in nullifying the effect of Shira's baby doll negligee. However, because of Zest's proposal, until the kiss mark on Kurumi's neck that Basara applied disappeared, the three decided to strengthen each other's bonds on the bed, sharing Basara's climax several times. And now Nanaka Kurumi woke up, regaining her awareness. It seemed that she didn't notice that she had fallen asleep. The small light, coming from the gap of the curtain, told them that it's already morning. On the bed, as if she was caught by Basara and Zest, Kurumi laid down in between them, and the next moment she remembered all of what she'd done on this very bed. She blushed so red-hot that it seemed there is a fire coming out, curling herself up in the bed. She was driven by the impulse of wanting to disappear at once, but endured her feelings of shame desperately. Nanaka Kurumi didn't forget the advice that she received from Shiera and Lucia, so last night she was able to accomplish it. That's why Kurumi faced her own self and intended to accept it. As Shiera had said, Basara accepted that Kurumi properly. Zest so too. So, this time it's my turn, isn't it? As she tried to persuade herself so, Kurumi looked at Zest sleeping right next to her. This woman of the demon race, it's unthinkable for Kurumi, even more, to share a bed together with a woman who made a master servant contract with Basara, but now she didn't feel any resentment. In the midst of the performance last night, Kurumi had her inferiority complex fade away inside her, but the hallucination that fell her into that horny condition, it wasn't a temporary one. As she thought so, the back of her left hand suddenly pulsated. What was that just now? So as not to wake Basara and Zest, Kurumi materialized the Soul Purity Arts gauntlet on the main slot, the element she had got from Lucia in the darkness-colored sphere, a golden magic formation that was not there yesterday appeared. There is also an increase in the wavelength of magical power too. The element which was sleeping until now has awakened. Therefore, so that's it. Certainly accepting your own weakness and facing it, you can get over it. Kurumi, that saw the change in the element, smiled in relief. As she was pushed down by Maria, was about to be assaulted by Lucia, forced to wear an underwear that she wouldn't ever wanted and left in a terrible state in Basara's closet by Shiera, She wondered, why do you think they did that? The progress was in a mess along the way, but she was glad by the result. With Maria, who said, "I'll catch you up with Mio and Yuki," making many indecent acts with her so far, Kurumi found out that it was all to help her realize her true wish. Of course, another purpose is to satisfy her instinct as a succubus. Well, even just a little, I should say my thanks to them, right? Smiling wryly, being relieved from the burden, drowsiness attacked her at once, and Fua N. Kurumi, who did a yawn, rubbed her sleepy eyes, decided to lie down and sleep again for the second time. Because she didn't come back to the room last night, Yuki and Mio might have worried about her, though Basara's house arrest is to be lifted at daybreak, perhaps. As for no one coming here, Shiera will explain the situation. Or she might have already conveyed them to Yuki when she had left Kurumi and had gone back to the space tunnel alone. Besides, Basara and Zest are still asleep too. So, I guess it's okay if I take another nap. However, since Zest is here when Yuki and Mio wake up, realizing that she didn't come back, it may just be a matter of time that they will rush in here. But if Yuki and Mio were to see this situation, which is bad for them, she was kind of looking forward to see what kind of face they will make. So Kurumi, who leaked a snicker, slipped her body in between Basara and Zest. The two people who were still sleeping embraced her closely like it all seemed natural. Basara with his strong arms, and Zest with her soft breasts. The feeling of being held in them is the best. Feeling these things that herself had finally obtained at last, Nanaka Kurumi happily doze off once again. Chapter 4. Accompanying you before you depart. Well then, for everyone's hard work put into the sports festival, Kenpai, Hijirigasaka Academy Student Council Vice President Kajura Rika, who was also the president of the organizing committee, called out, and the people at the table echoed in unison, lightly tapping each other's glass cups. The people in the organizing committee from the student council this year numbered 4. Right now, this dinner party is their celebration. The celebration for the organizing committee itself was held recently, not too long ago. However, the student council members who was in charge of the students' school life were different from the normal students who could return to their usual school life after being done with the matters of the organizing committee. They had to review the activity reports of every department and check if there were any deficiencies during the preparatory processes of the entirety of the sports festival, picking out on points that needed to be reflected or improved on, and prepare a student council activity report for consideration in the coming year. Of course, when they were attending to the matters of the organizing committee, they also had to deal with the daily matters of the student council at the same time, as well as their finals. Hence, if any of the past second years couldn't finish settling the after-event matters of the sports festival in the second semester, it'll become a headache-inducing problem. Thus, the student council members who participated in the preparations of the sports festival would customarily finish it in the last day of the second semester. In other words, they would keep themselves busy until December 25 and hold a celebration on that very night. The time right now is a little after 5 in the evening, and they were at an Italian restaurant that only connoisseurs know about near the station. At the innermost seats, there were only 4 from the student council that participated in the sports festival, yet there were 6 chairs and they were all filled. That was because, other than the student council members, Kajura had also invited 2 other persons. One of them is the stunning infirmary teacher that no one in Hijirigasaka Academy doesn't know of, Hasegawa Chisato. Hasegawa-sensei, thanks for your help on that day. Kajura put down her glass cup down on the table and expressed her thanks with a shallow bow. No need to thank me again after so long. It feels weird. Looking after you is part of my daily work, so it wouldn't become something special just because it's during the sports festival. Hasegawa gave a slight smile, and at that moment not just the table Kajura and the other were at, the atmosphere of the whole restaurant raised. Immediately, I had thought that I knew the extent of the beauty of this person. Kajura Rika once again became surprised at the beauty and presence of Hasegawa, who sat opposite her towards her left. Tonight, Hasegawa wasn't wearing the usual white robe Kajura and the other students would usually see her wearing in school. Instead, she was wearing a ring-necked evening dress that daringly had a big hole at the front of the dress showing her breasts, and with the addition of long black tulle gloves, she was extremely glamorous. Occasionally on television shows there would be exquisite girls advertising high-class hotels or clubs. Right now Hasegawa is radiating the dark beauty of a night butterfly that could take the breath away from even the Hollywood stars in the Oscars avenue of fame. Since she was beautiful to that degree, Kajura couldn't be jealous even if she wanted to. She was completely moved. She was already beautiful enough with the white robe she usually wore. This way surpasses from when at school. When they left the school after classes ended, Hasegawa had already changed into this. According to some of what Kajura has heard, some students had saw across her in the corridors and seen her enter a taxi before speeding away. From the staff entrance became very excited, causing a small commotion. It's okay. We students do usually receive sensei care after all. The expressing of thanks for the duties that Hasegawa said was referring to Tachibana Nanao, whom anyone would think that it was a female wearing the male's uniform. Indeed, not only did Hasegawa just contribute greatly as a support staff during the sports festival, during normal school days, everyone in the school, including students and staff, were all cared for by her. That's why, Hasegawa-sensei, we are really grateful for you usually taking care of us. Nanao thanked Hasegawa somewhat shyly. At a gathering with few people, Nanao would inevitably attract everyone's eyes. The reason the introverted Nanao still said that despite knowing that is because the physically weak him regularly entered the infirmary and received no less care from Hasegawa. After that, the remaining student council members sitting on Kajura's left and right, first-year student Takei Tuko from General Affairs, and second-year student Kanu Santa from Accounting added, "That right. The one looking after the whole school is just only Sensei. Thus we want to give a reward to Sensei on behalf of the students." Kanu said as if from the heart. To have a meal with Hasegawa-sensei, who is worshipped by the most number of people in our school, and to be able to see you dressed up to us, that is the greatest Christmas gift. Right, Tachibana? Why, yes, Kanu is right. Hasegawa giggled, seeing Tachibana awkwardly nodding while answering, and Kajura hurried, tried to smooth things over. "I'm sorry, Sensei." Kanu is speaking loosely again. "Don't worry about it. I was just remembered something someone had said. YJG. To me a long time ago. Does that mean that Sensei has had a meal with a man somewhere before? Well, what do you think?" Hasegawa said carefreely, dodging Takei's excited questioning. "Speaking of which, today is the last day of the second semester, and I've heard that the staff would also hold a gathering every year. Is Sensei coming? Here really fine?" "It's fine. Interacting with the adults there with alcohol doesn't really go with my personality." Hasegawa gave a bitter while replying Kanu, and her smile suddenly changed into a mischievous one. "Actually, you inviting me really helped me. Usually for gatherings like those, I would make up some reason for not going. But the principal and dean had been nagging me since last week for me to at least just show up at the end of the banquet, so I had used this gathering today as an excuse to escape. For a great beauty like Hasegawa, simply just attending the staff meal would cause some troublesome or unpleasant things. Wearing such an outfit is to add more weight to the excuse of this gathering. For Sensei to prepare herself to this degree, Kajura, who was the vice president, really wanted to give her as much hospitality as possible. Hence, Sensei, thank you for thinking so much about our small gathering. I hope Sensei will enjoy herself," Kajura said pleasantly to Hasegawa, who was tasting the red wine, and then turned her line of sight to straight ahead, sitting opposite her and Sandwiched between Hasegawa and Nanao is the second person the student council had invited today. Like Hasegawa, Kajura and the others felt that this person had also contributed greatly to the success of the sports festival. Hence, Kajura Rika's thanks came from her heart. Tujukuin too. Thank you for your help. It was that with your assistance that everything was as smooth as it had been. Hearing Kajura, who sat opposite him, say so honestly, "No, I didn't really do a lot." Tuju Basara was flattered. It was not modesty, despite how he had taken up the task of the student council like Kajura and Nanao to supervise the sports festival's organizing committee's work due to circumstantial reasons. What he mainly did was just sorting out and checking through the documents, as well as occasionally confirming the progress of the various departments and doing some errands for the staff and clubs when there was a need, and had done nothing that was really worthy of receiving an invite from the management group. Besides, Basara had already participated in the organizing committee's celebration with Mio and Yuki, as well as Sakaki and Aikawa. Additionally, I had caused some trouble with those third-year senpais. During the preparation period, Basara had a confrontation with the males from the respective factions, causing a small commotion. Of course, it was something that couldn't be helped. The third-year students, especially Donahue's harsh words towards Kajura, Basara couldn't pretend that he hadn't seen them, but Basara's conflict with Donu and the others was just merely his sense of justice for not overlooking Kajura being insulted by them. Back then, when Basara was on his way back from Hasegawa's apartment, someone had controlled the normal civilians to attack him, but couldn't find any leads on that perpetrator and was only able to merely just put Donu on his suspect list. Basara's active provocation is mainly to observe Donahue's reactions. However, similarly, Basara could not deny that his actions had implicated Kajura and the others managing the organizing committee. If it was a student who wholeheartedly wanted the success of the sports festival in his place, that student would have chosen an even safer way, since there were many such ways to handle the situation. Yet, please don't think that way," Nanao by his side suddenly said loudly. Seeing the frail Nanao reacting like this, everyone present looked at him, shocked. Because of that, Tachibana seemed to suddenly realize what he had just done, and his face reddened. Yet, he still said while looking into Basara's eyes, "Because what Tujukuin has done has helped us a lot, right? Is that so? It's great if that is the case. But Tachibana, why are you so cute today?" As Basara's heart was unconsciously moved, Tachibana's right, that Donu-senpai suddenly becoming so obedient after that is because you were there in the first place. No, you're giving me too much praise. And that was true. Even if Basara did teach a lesson to those defiant third years in the organizing committee, the real reason they became peaceful was due to Nanao using the demonic eye, with Basara's teacher Sakazaki controlling them to attack Basara. Yet in the eyes of those who didn't know about it, it seemed as if like Basara had intimidated Donu. All I did was just make Donu-senpai even more angry. You're mistaken, Tujukuin. Kajura gently interrupted Basara and said while shaking her head. Indeed, directly confronting Donu-senpai isn't an action really encouraged, but if you hadn't stopped them back then, the organizing committee would have been thrown into a mess because of them, and there would be no room, no salvage the situation. Then again, even if that situation didn't happen, I feel that you had contributed a lot, because you were there to settle the miscellaneous tasks. You had lightened our workload by a lot. That's right. Tujukuin does things really smooth and quick, and not only can you do the office work, you are also really strong. Feels as if not only can you make decisions really quick, you seem to also be able to predict what'll happen next. Takei added on to what Kajura said, causing Basara to give a forced smile, predicting what to do next and continuously quickly making minute decisions. These words were just as if describing the way, like him, fights. Thank you, everyone, for thinking of me so greatly. Although Tuju Becerra no longer has the identity of a hero, his past experiences obtained from his time spent with his companions still remains with him solidly to this day. Thanks to that, he could protect Mio, who was implicated in a dispute, and fight alongside her. Originally, he was supposed to be satisfied with just that, but if could have a normal life where he could also help others, that would also be great. Even if it was impossible to return to the past, he could leave his painful memories behind along with it. Those precious moments in the past can create their own value for things other than battle. To Tuju Becerra, this is a form of salvation. Becerra's expression and tone unconsciously turned solemn, causing him to naturally become imposing. Shit, this is a rare celebration with everyone happy. I can't mess up the atmosphere. But is it really fine? I mean, reserving the whole place, Becerra said hastily while looking around the interior of the place. Even if this speed-type fighter, Infinite Slayer, is a small restaurant with less than 20 seats for customers, reserving the whole place should probably require at least 10 people. Not every couple would have time to be together on Christmas Eve, and adding on that it is the season for year-end parties and that this place is near the station, the number of potential customers aren't small. To this question, it's fine. This restaurant is willing to let us book the whole place every year on this day, and at a low price too. If anything, it seems that this has happened for almost 20 years. Kanu smiled while saying that, and Kajura added, it started 17 years ago to be exact. The legendary vice president at that time was highly capable, completely revolutionizing our schools. Originally neat and orderly sports festival and cultural festival to be as lively as it is now in only just a short period of time after transferring to our school. The unisex three-legged obstacle race that Tujukuin had participated in was originally his idea too. I didn't know that it had such a long history. I had thought that that was something thought up recently by person on a whim. I had heard that he was a mass of charisma and had many worshipping him, and that many people had joined the student council because he joined, causing the student council of that term to have an extraordinary amount of people. Soon, the boss of this shop got on well with him and began to let our student council rent the place to host the celebration for the sports festival at a low price. If I remember correctly, Azuma was the person's surname, right? Takei asked, and Kajura nodded with a correct, and said, Azuma Takahito-san. Unfortunately, he soon transferred schools again and there was no contact from him anymore after that. Gaha. Koho. Upon hearing that name, Becerra, who was holding a glass cup and drinking oolong tea, suddenly choked. Tujukuin? Are you okay? I am fine. I'm sorry. It seems it accidentally went into the trachea. Becerra thanked the worried Tachibana who was helping him pat his back. And thought, what the hell were you doing playing around, Dad? Becerra suddenly wanted to bury his head in his hands. The name Azuma Takahito is the pseudonym frequently used by his father Jin. Just by changing the readings and positions of the phonetics, the name would become. It was incredibly sloppy, but his personality in the first place thinks that things like this would be better if it was made simple. He had not expected that the three-legged obstacle race was something that Jin had created. Hearing their explanation just now, he had thought that the idiot was from a long time ago, but he didn't expect for that idiot to be his father. And the son had participated in that race as if to repay the debt the father had incurred. History is indeed really scary. If that's the case, my dad would be my senior. According to history, 17 years ago would be the end stage of the Great War in the Demon Realm. Since the fighting was beginning to end, it is possible that Jin would become a student of Hijirigasaka Academy for a mission. If he had to return to the battlefield midway, an excuse for quickly transferring schools again could be created. Jin becoming friends with the boss here was probably due to frequently making contact with each other. during the undercover mission. As Basara thought about Jin's past, he steadied his breathing with Nanao's help. Just then Tuju Jin, Azuma Takahito. Say, Tuju-kun, do you want to join the student council? You mean me? Kajura's sudden question caused Basara to ask back, shocked. Seeing you become this surprised is making me become embarrassed. As I said just now, your performance this time had really helped us a lot. That's why I think that you'll definitely be able to show even more of your worth. After joining the student council, and I had also heard that you didn't join any clubs. How about it? Kajura then continued. We plan to continue to remain in the student council for the next year. The four of us, including you that organized the sports festival, will become the core members of the student council. If we can draw on your strength, we can feel more secure. Unconsciously, Kajura's expression became very honest. Not just her. Nanao, Kanu and Takei also earnestly looked at Basara, showing that it was not just Kajura who thought that. I see, so, to tell the truth, Basara could somewhat guess the reason for being invited to the celebration. Kajura having him sit at the seat opposite her was to make it easy for her to speak to him. This is really touching. In Basara's heart, being regarded this highly by Kajura and the others made him truly happy. Speaking of which, the preparations for the cultural festival that will be held in spring usually begins in the winter break from the previous year. Tuju, do you have anything on during the winter break? I'm sorry, Kanu-senpai. From tomorrow I'll be going somewhere far for something. Basara apologized with a shallow bow, and Hasegawa, who sat beside him, holding red wine, asked, somewhere far, is it? You'll be going overseas with Naruse and Nanaka? Basara nodded while replying, yes, that's it, and brought the topic to a halt. Since he can't say out the truth, it'll be better to not let the topic develop. You a person with a real life, Takei said while making the whites of the eyes show, and Basara could only smile bitterly while scratching his cheek. From a certain angle, Takei was right. For the winter break this year, Basara and the others' real life will become even intense, since later Basara and the others will be heading to the demon realm with Maria's sister Lucia guiding them. So, I'm sorry, I'm not able to help during the winter break. Seeing Basara apologize with his head lowered, Kajura's eyes met with Kanu's with a self-blaming look, and then said, don't worry about it. In the first place, asking you to help out during the winter break when this is the first time raising the topic is already inconsiderate. Kanu, you only just want to slack off a bit more, don't you? Kanu laughed unapologetically with a well, and Kajura sighed. So, Tuju-kun, I'm not asking you to decide now. If possible, may I ask you to consider it carefully over the winter break. I understand. There was no point in endlessly dragging out the deadlock atmosphere, so Basara nodded and, Hasegawa-sensei. Using the opportunity, he raised to Hasegawa a question. When going overseas, is there anything to take note of? Not long later, Basara and the others will be going to the demon realm to take care of the various problems surrounding Mio. What they will be facing will either be the demon lord Leohart or the high-class demons making up the council. There will inevitably be a big battle with them. Though he had psychologically prepared himself for that, Basara would still like to hear what Hasegawa has to say before departing. In the past, every time Basara spoke to Hasegawa about his thoughts, she was always able to direct him down a path. Just like magic, she had often helped Basara to overcome difficulties. Hence, despite knowing that he was being imprudent, Basara still asked Hasegawa for advice. Then, well, it's not just restricted to going overseas, Hasegawa said as if after the prelude. When going overseas, usually there won't be much time, because the original plans has to keep up with the changes in situation. Of course, I'm not asking you to not plan, but if you stubbornly keep to the original plan, you'll easily forget what the most important thing is. What the most important thing is? Basara asked, and Hasegawa nodded and said, yes, When going overseas, your attention can easily be attracted by the fresh things before your eyes, causing you to not see the things far away. Clearly, going to a foreign soil, something like that is probably inevitable. But try to always remind yourself to try to be more flexible. If there is some place that you must go or something that you must do, then put all of your mind to complete those goals. Listen closely. Don't think of completing everything in just a single trip, no matter how far that place is. If you have the heart, you can go there once more anytime. For things that can be postponed, leave it to next time. I see you're right. Thank goodness I asked. Basara was glad from the bottom of his heart. The advice Hasegawa provides, always a feeling of enlightenment. Things that can be done anytime and things that he wants to do no matter what. Although the two might seem similar, they are in fact different. And as the destination is the demon realm, it produces a feeling that there might not be a next time. But in fact, if there's a need, retreat first and then look for an opportunity to make a move. Basara and the others originally thought that they had to deal with all the problems no matter what, but that way of thinking is too conceited and would easily cut off all their options. While there are some things that he must not give up on, the need to thoroughly deal with everything nicely is non-existent. Especially what Mio was carrying and implicated the conflict between the moderates faction and the current Demon Lord faction, affecting the whole of the demon realm. Wishing to settle everything at one go is just wishful thinking. So, did that help you? Yes, thank you. As Basara nodded and answered the lightly smiling Hasegawa. Sorry to keep you waiting. The female waitress came to the table carrying plates with the appetizer, bringing this topic to an end. Tujukuin. As the waitress served the plates to everyone on the table one by one, Nanao, beside him, gently pulled on his sleeve and whispered into his ear. About that thing from just now. If it's possible, can you also consult Naru-san and Nanaka-san? If they accompany you, you'll probably enjoy yourself more. I see you're right. I understand. I'll consider it. Basara once again whispered, thanks, and Nanao happily smiled with a NN. That's true. Basara thought positively. Right now they were in a situation with the two biggest powers in the demon realm focusing on them. If the issue couldn't be settled, he wouldn't have the heart to join the student council. But if these messy and troublesome matters can be settled, it was a choice worth considering. Mio and Yuki, as well as himself, sincerely wished to enjoy the school life. Enjoy the life that was taken for granted. When the appetizers have been served to everyone, the meal started. First up are 3 types of platters like ham and cheese, followed up by Italian pasta with an abundance of mushrooms, before coming to the main dish for Christmas. It was large roasted turkey meat with sauce made from sherry vinegar and grilled onions. This is really high class. From at the a la carte menu, although the prices are more reasonable than the high-class restaurants, it still wasn't at a level really affordable for a high schooler. With the meals, the beverages were free flow, so naturally it wasn't really much cheaper. It looks like the bill will go into the student council's budget. Either they have got sufficient funds or there was a special discount from the fact that Jean and the boss are old friends. Basara looked around through the corners of his eyes and saw the others focusing on the dishes, eating heartedly. Never mind. This isn't something I should be worrying about. We've already begun eating already, so worrying about it would do nothing. Following the others, Basara cut out a piece of meat with a knife and fork and put it into his mouth, and the flavors of the meat and sauce immediately spread. A refreshing vanilla fragrance filling his nose, probably rosemary, was added to whether the sauce or oil. Delicious! Is that so? Glad that you like it. Seeing Basara give praise, Kajura gave a gentle smile. That was an elegant expression that he had never seen on the organizing committee. Kajura's unexpected side caused Basara so unconsciously stare at her. And he almost dropped the knife and fork, but that was not because his hand slipped due to Kajura causing his mind to wander off. There was a hand, suddenly pinching the inner side of his thighs. Looking down, Hasegawa, who sat beside him, had put her left hand under the white tablecloth. As Hasegawa was wearing a sexy dress that attracts glances to the breasts. Unconsciously, Basara tried to avoid looking at her as much as possible. But she made an attack on him while he was in a disarray. Basara sent a sideway look at her saying, "What are you doing?" And Hasegawa quietly stopped moving that hand. However, that hand still remained on Basara's thigh, and it remained like that even after finishing the wine in the cup. She ordered another cup, and the waitress came with the bottle. Just then, wah! Tuju Basara's whole body suddenly stiffened. Hasegawa's fingertips had then begun gliding over his thighs, indigenously using just enough force to almost make him let out the wrong sounds. It passed the stage of producing an itching sensation, a provocative caress. Itching sensation, a provocative caress. Is this much fine? Ah, yes, thank you. As Hasegawa thanked the waitress that poured wine, she kept her hand at a dead spot where the others couldn't see, nonchalantly caressing Basara's thigh. To Hasegawa, that might be a small prank, but Basara couldn't stand it anymore. Basara sent a sideway glance to Hasegawa for her to stop, but she just continued chatting with Takei before her, while using her fingertips to write "cheater" on his thigh. What? Basara became protested in his heart, and his sentiments accidentally appeared on his face. Tujukuin, is anything wrong? No, nothing's wrong. Basara hurriedly evaded it, pretending to be calm, and turned his attention to the food, since in the situation with him holding on to a knife and fork, he would be at Hasegawa's mercy. Oya, what's the matter, Tujukuin? Why did you suddenly begin eating so hastily? At that moment, Hasegawa took a dig at Basara with a carefree smile. It's because the turkey is very delicious, and I can't stop once. Accidentally let myself go. I see. Since you like it so much, I'll let you have half of my portion too. Saying that, Hasegawa then pushed her own plate to Basara, who had a tight expression. I've already cut them into pieces already, so don't worry about hygiene and eat with a peace of mind. Looking down, half of Hasegawa's turkey meat has already been cut into bite-sized pieces. As she can predict what I will say, doing this much preparation for a under-the-table prank was definitely too thoughtful. You don't have to, sensei shouldn't. Young people shouldn't hesitate about something like this. Also, don't start eating so quick so suddenly. It might cause indigestion. Okay? Hasegawa revealed an exquisite smile to Basara, who declined, but Kajura asked worriedly, Sensei, is it not to your taste? It's still early now, I can go to the kitchen to ask for a change of dish for you, is it okay? Nice one, senpai. Basara cried out happily in his heart. No need, the food is delicious. It's just that lately, I'm on a diet. No, Hasegawa-sensei has got such a nice figure. There's no need for any diet. Kanu said in an irresistible tone to Hasegawa, who had a wry smile. But, unexpectedly, I'm also a woman. Once I find a man that I love, of course I would want to become even more beautiful for him, no? Hasegawa instead replied openly. After the sudden confession caused everyone to widen their eyes. So sensei does have a boyfriend? Takei's upper body leaned towards Hasegawa and said with sparkles in the eyes. Many people in the school was saying, Sensei becoming especially beautiful for the past month is definitely because you have found a boyfriend. Basara originally thought that Kajura, whose personality is to go by the book, would stop Takei, who was trying to conceal the excitement from showing, but in the end she was still a girl, and asked while shocked and curious, could Sensei be going for a date after this? No, but if the other person wants to, then I guess we will. Hasegawa shot a glance at Basara after saying that. He already had a headache from the prank under the table, and now the topic is becoming dangerous. As he became even more uneasy, Sensei, Please give me the meat. To halt the topic, Basara moved the turkey meat to his plate, inserted the meat quickly into his mouth one after another. Delicious! This turkey meat really is amazing. However, no one wanted to look as Basara gobbled the food. It's probably a workplace love. Could it be Sensei's lover is someone in the school? Well, what do you think? At Takei's questioning, Hasegawa calmly smiled and evaded the question. Then at least tell us if the person's age is bigger or smaller than yours. Sensei is usually so cool. Could it be that you're different when the two of you are alone? Well, his age is smaller than mine. As for whether I'm the same when we're alone, I also don't really know. But Hasegawa moved the hand that was caressing Basara's thigh further in and said, usually I don't really care about the gender between me and other people, but before him I will often remember that I'm a woman. So I want to show to him the appearance of a woman that no one else will see. Hasegawa's bewitching appearance of Hasegawa giggling took everyone's breath away, and words to tease her couldn't be voiced out. Thank you, Sensei. Just then, Tuju Basara put down his knife and fork after finishing all of his meat and the portion Sensei's had given, and moved a hand under the table to grab Hasegawa's hand that was caressing his thigh. However, Hasegawa had already expected that he would do this. Why did you finish it so quickly, Tuju? Is it really that delicious? Thanks to you. Basara's words to Hasegawa had an irony that only she understood, and that exquisite and glamorous infirmary teacher giggled while her fingers crossed, with Basara's in a lover's grip, and raised her index finger and began moving it towards Basara's thigh and drew a few heart shapes. Tuju-kun, you're really sweating a lot. I am all right. The turkey spices probably helps perspiration. Basara tried to muddle past it and said something like that. Would you like to have the desserts served now? Seeing everyone's plates are now empty, the waitress came forward and asked, Okay, I see. Please do so. Only then did Kajura return to herself and hurriedly nodded while replying. Today's desserts are tiramisu, ice cream, and mixed berries. What would everyone here like? Everyone here immediately chose their own favorites from the waitresses provided options. When she went back to the kitchen to submit the orders, the atmosphere at the table changed. Since only the desserts are left, I guess we can probably start that presents exchange now. The student council tradition is finally here. Then time to take it out. After Kajura's suggestion got Kanu's echo, Hasegawa's hand drawing heart shapes on Basara's thigh under the table finally stopped. At least it stopped. Basara cautiously let go of Hasegawa's hand, and Hasegawa's hand slowly appeared from under the tablecloth. Fufu. And with a satisfied smile, she used her hand to naturally unhook the hair behind her ear. Finally, Basara heaved a sigh of relief, reached for the storage basket under the table, and took out the paper bag containing the presents. He had known beforehand that there would be an exchange of presents today, and had not forgotten to bring presents. The budget was up to 2,000 yen, and to respect the intentions, handmade gifts are fine too. But probably no one wants a gift handmade by a male, thus what Basara were gifts bought using the budget given. When everyone got their presents ready, Kanu went to retrieve a square box, about 30 centimeters wide on each side over from a neighboring empty table. On 4 sides of the box plus the top, holes 15 centimeters wide have been made, which made Basara, who had noticed this strange box early on, curious. So it really was prepared by senpais. Just what is that? This is a student council tradition our Hijirigasaka Academy passed down from generation to generation. Doki Doki Boxkuin Z. Kanu placed the box on the table and sat back down and said, as the celebration was held at Christmas, the student council president at that time had suggested for everyone to exchange presents. And the legendary vice president I had told you about before said that simply just exchanging presents is boring, and thought up of a game that used this box. There's 5 holes on the box, right? In every one of those holes there are paper strips. The top is assigning numbers, and the holes at the sides are for what number to receive present from, how long or how many times, by yourself or with what number, and what to do. Kajura then continued, in other words, this is while drawing lots to exchange presents. It is a game where you have to do what is written on the paper strip. For some reason, Kajura-senpai seems very reluctant to play this. Basara felt that there was something wrong from Kajura's tone and expression. It's because some of the instructions are quite audacious. It all depends on your luck, and the instructions were all prepared by the senpai back then. Just like the game of kings where you can give reckless instructions to someone, it can do things like breaking down relations between people to the point where it cannot be salvaged. Is that so? What the hell was that damn dad thinking? Amazed, Basara asked. Then, inside that large white bag over there is. Yes, there are many items that the instruction will use, and they're all in here. What a scary Christmas gift pack. Speaking of which, if you really do not want to play, you can just simply exchange presents. Okay? Jean is the idiot that thought up of the stupid race of being sandwiched between females in that year, so everything in the box will definitely be instructions filled with bursting youthful exuberance. No, this is something that must be done. Unexpectedly, Kajura shook her head and said, didn't I just say tradition? That generation of student council that created that unprecedented grand sports festival is the legend of our school. So to gain some of the atmosphere of success, the tradition gift exchange held at this restaurant will begin. Rather than saying tradition, it feels more like a curse. Because, Kanu said, in the past there were many who didn't want to play this game or had changed the instructions to be a little lighter. But at the next sports festival, there were unexpected calamities. You mean? Basara asked as he looked at Nanao and Takei talking. Enen, I've only heard about it today. If we don't play it this time, something will go wrong for the next generation who will be organizing the sports festival. The two of them gave a bitter smile to Basara. Is there really such a thing? It feels more like a superstition. Probably, Kanu said to the doubtful Basara. Wasn't there the issue of too many people in the organizing committee this year, the quarrel with the third years, the sudden tornado on the day itself, and many other problems? To tell the truth, at last year's celebration, there was a red face that said, I won't do as this instruction says. Making some big talk that she won't lose to this curse and will definitely make the sports festival we had organized this time a success. Hearing Kanu's words, someone's body twitched, and the face turned red. That person was none other than Kajura. Seeing her reaction, Kaju added, on with a wry smile, but from my point of view, the sports festival this year wasn't really successful. So in consideration for next year's sports festival, I hope you can respect this curse. I see. I'm sorry, Tujikuin. It looks like I had dragged you into it. No, that was not something Kajura should be apologizing for. If anything, Basara wanted to apologize for Jin's mismanagement. Hasegawa-sensei, for that reason, will probably become very noisy later on, so we'll need to have you bear with it. Kajura said, embarrassed. Of course, we won't do something illegal like drinking alcohol. Isn't this something that went on for over 10 years and is like a tradition? After so long, I had not heard of any trouble caused after the previous student councils play it, and we had also reserved the whole shop. If we play it here, there probably won't be any troubles. So don't worry, I won't be a wet blanket and not let you play because of just a little noise. Besides, Hasegawa continued, I had never seen such a game. I'll be watching as the audience, so you guys enjoy yourselves. Sorry to keep you waiting. As Hasegawa said while smiling, the waitress arrived with their desserts. Now then, we'll start as we eat the desserts. After that, Hijirigasaka Academy's gift exchange tradition began with Kanu's words. Firstly, Everyone drew a number from the top hole and decided on everyone's number. What Basara drew was number 4, which means that he will be the 4th person to draw a present and instruction from the box, and as long as no one else draws number 4, I won't be dragged into someone's order. Basically, this is like Russian roulette. Kajura had said that it can break down human relations from another angle. Under this condition, the morals and views of the person drawing the lot plays a role, doing as the instruction says, no matter how heartless it is. Now, it's my turn then. Kanu, who had drawn number 1, drew a piece of paper which has been folded twice from every hole at the sides. Instead of opening the paper strips, he passed all of them to Takei. Making the person with the next number read out the contents was a rule made for increasing the tension of the atmosphere. Kanu-senpai gets gift from number 3. Takei opened the strip with the present number first and announced to the audience, and Nanao then slightly raised her hand and said, I am number 3. Here you go, Kanu-senpai. Oh, thank you. Once Kanu received the gift wrapping was quickly taken apart, and the gift inside the small box is a clock? No, it's a step counter. Yes, to be precise, it's an activity gauge. It can track things like the distance walked and how many calories was burnt. Nanao nodded and said shyly, it's because my body isn't really healthy, so I wanted to gift something that's good to the health. If senpai doesn't mind, can senpai try it? From the implications of him saying, can senpai try it instead of why don't senpai try it out? It shows that Nanao's cuteness isn't merely just in his appearances only, his appearance was also cute, igniting some warmth in Basara's heart. Okay, I'll try it out then. Takei, hurry up and see what instruction I had drawn. Takei nodded while saying okay, and opened the rest of the paper stirps. First one was 30 minutes, and next is alone, which caused everyone to sigh in relief, while Kanu pouted. TCH, no one's collateral damage? Lastly, Takei opened the paper strip containing the instructions. Run around the neighborhood. This is the sports festival celebration, and you want me to run that long? Alone in the cold. Kanu's face turned into a look of anguish. Era, Tachibana's gift will come in handy right away. Isn't that right? Kajura then said as if to retort Kanu's whining, while laughing. Make sure you don't slack off, and just looking at the activity tracker will reveal if you cheated. No way. Right. I think that there are some items to use. It's this. Kanu retrieved a black waist fanny from the large white bag and said, here you go. There's a towel to wipe your sweat and a t-shirt for you to change into inside. Way too thoughtful. Damn. Kanu took the fanny from Takei's hands and took out the activity tracker. From the box Nanao gave, installed the batteries and put it on the wrist and said after stuffing all of the tiramisu on the plate into the mouth. Well, at least I won't be dragged into the instructions after this one. I'm off. Then, at this moment, Hasegawa stopped Kanu. Hold on, Kanu. Wear a jacket before you go. No need for that, since I'll take it off after running one round when I become too hot, and since I'll be coming back here, it'll be much easier. This way, you have to consider the state where your body will before cold after you sweat. Also, as the infirmary teacher, I don't really approve of running right after eating. If you want to run, it's best to do a slow jog for 30 minutes. First to warm up your body. So it'll turn into an hour? Tomorrow's the winter break already. You do not want to spend it on the bed due to indigestion or a cold. Do you? Saying that, Hasegawa then retrieved a 500 yen coin from her purse and flipped it at Kanu through the air. After Kanu caught the coin that flew through the air, Hasegawa continued. Even if it's winter, sweating a lot will cause your body to lose water. So, don't forget to buy some water halfway through. Okay, I'll be going then. After listening to Hasegawa's advice, Kanu nodded and then exited through the entrance after putting on a jacket. After everyone watched Kanu leave, well then, I'm next. Number 2 Takei drew the lots and handed them to number 3 Nanao. The number 5 present Takei drawn was the leather Nook slipcases Kajura prepared. Until the end of the game and with number 5. Even after receiving your present, I'm sorry to have to drag you down. With me. Can't be helped, it's the game rules. Kajura smiled bitterly while replying. Yet, she didn't know that this leisure acceptance won't last long. What's wrong, Tachibana? Basara suddenly felt that Tachibana was acting weird, and asked, a bit worried. Well, only to see Nanao's face turn red, and instead of reading it aloud he showed the paper strip to everyone. A few minutes later, Kajura's face was reddened to the point where people would sympathize with her as she sat opposite of Basara. The instruction Takei had drawn was, remove underwear, and Kajura also had to do it. Kajura-senpai, I'm sorry. Takei, who awkwardly apologized, was seemingly not as embarrassed as Kajura, and that was because Takei had worn shorts under her skirt. Even if was somewhat embarrassing to not wear underwear on the upper half of her body and to directly wear panties under the skirt, it was still much better than Kajura's situation, since she is really not wearing any underwear both on top and below. The violating predicament curse was witnessed by Hasegawa personally, so it was really followed through. Kajura usually wears black tights, yet today she came wearing nothing else between her legs, which means Kajura, who was dragged along, was in a worse situation than Takei. To think that last year's debt would still hound this year, Kajura couldn't help but to lament. Ironically, this instruction is the very instruction that she had refused to follow last year. Normally speaking, she would have worn some shorts under her skirts this year as a precaution due to experience like Takei did. But having experienced the powerful jinx of this game, Kajura was apparently scared that appearing in the same outfit as last year would cause history to repeat itself. And in the end, that thinking had backfired on her. Senpai, the instruction is for until the end of the game, so let quickly finish the game. Oh, you're right. Thank you, Tujikuin. Basara saw Kajura, who was a little tearful, cheer up a little and nod. Then, I'm next. Nanao gulped, nervous, and handed the paper strips to Basara after drawing them. The gift is Takei's gift box of chocolate of a name brand, and the contents of the instructions. Time is 20 minutes and method is done by someone of the same sex, which will be me, since Kanu-senpai is not here. Sorry, Tujikuin. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. The duration drawn was shorter than Takei, and since it's with Nanao, it seems more like helping instead of being implicated. Hence, Basara opened the last paper strip and immediately widened his eyes. What's wrong, Tujikuin? Could it be something really bad? Not really. It's probably still fine, I think. Basara said so hesitantly, and showed the instruction to the others. Indeed, it's still fine. That's right. There's no problems at all. How lucky to have drawn an easy one. Tachibana-kun, Kajura, Hasegawa, and Takei immediately expressed their agreement. However, only Nanao, why? This is obviously really shameful, expressed rejection with a bright red face. What was written in that strip was, cross-dress as the opposite sex. The reaction of Kajura and the others made Nanao dissatisfied and sigh. Ugh, that was to be expected. Just simply changing by himself is simple enough, but having Basara do it would mean Basara would have to take off Tachibana's clothes and personally put on female clothes onto him. Having two males do such a thing is a very horrible punishment game equally to both the executor and the receiver. Yet when compared to Kanu, who had to run in the cold winter night, and Takei and the implicated Kajura, who had to not wear underwear, this indeed is much lighter. Nanao took out a red pouch from the white bag and asked while looking at him, Tujikuin, because it's embarrassing to change here, can we go to the toilet? Okay, you're right. This made Basara's heart to suddenly become tense, and he then followed Nanao into the male's toilet, and locked the cubicle door to prevent people from straying in. So what kind of female attire is it? Is it difficult to wear? Taking of the clothes would not be a problem. Both Nanao and Becerra are wearing the same male's uniform. But if the females were some special kind of attire, things could become complicated. It appears to be the girls' uniform of our school. Nanao released a sigh in relief after checking the pouch's contents. That's great. You're used to removing our school's girls' uniform, so there won't be any problems. Well, I guess so. Nanao was probably referring to Mio and Yuki. After the events of the sports festival, Becerra and Nanao know each other's true identity. Thus, Becerra told Nanao of the fact that he was no longer a hero, as well as the master-servant contract with Mio and Yuki. As the chances of the curse of the master-servant contract activating in school was not zero, he felt that explaining it to Nanao beforehand would help in preventing misunderstandings. However, being told by him with a cute smile that he was used to it and that there won't be any problems really feels awkward. Although it is a fact that I am used to it, to relieve Mio and Yuki when they activate the curse of the master-servant contract, Becerra often needed to take off the girls' school uniform when wearing. If they had to do it at school or at a place that is not at home, Becerra would help them wear their clothes again when their bodies become limp after being hit by Climax's head-on. Hence, the speed at which Becerra assisted them in removing their uniforms became faster and faster, and a recent side effect of this effect was Maria quipping, as expected of a speed type, not only just in battle, you're also very fast in taking off girls' clothes. Whenever he remembered the annoying expression Maria had back then, Becerra would become slightly angry. At that moment, Nanao said shyly to Tujukuin, "This would drag that of Kajura-senpai. Should we get moving?" "Ah, I almost forgot. Before this ridiculous game ends, Takei would have to go without a bra while Kajura had to go without underwear, and Nanao would have to wear this girl's outfit for 20 minutes. Then excuse me, I'll be taking it off now, Tachibana." "Yuan." Nanao nodded, and Becerra's hands then began taking off the clothes of this cute friend of his, removing the student jacket after undoing all the buttons, and after undoing the belt, he got ready to pull down the pants. What's wrong? Is this fine?" Nanao's shock caused Becerra to become flustered. Nothing, I'm fine. Please continue." But Nanao only shook his head and urged Becerra on, and Becerra slowly pulled the pants down slowly. And then, before Becerra's eyes, Nanao twisted his body about embarrassedly. The image of those thin white thighs crossing caused great sense of guilt in his heart, making him feel as if he's a criminal. "Tachibana, remove your foot." The red-faced Nanao nodded to Becerra, and did as he said. After hanging the jacket and long pants on the cubicle door, as Becerra was about to take off Nanao's shirt, he said as if unable to hold it back anymore, Tujukuin, I would like to wear the skirt first." I see." Becerra had removed the clothes in the order he was used to, and had not taken into account Nanao's feelings. Right now is different from when helping Naru-san or Nanaka-san take off their clothes, as we only just need to change clothes. Also, Nanao said shyly, embarrassedly, "To tell the truth, my body right now." I understand. "I am sorry." Becerra hurriedly apologized, just like as Becerra who revealed his true self. And the master-servant contract with Mio and the others, Nanao also had told Becerra of another secret about his body apart from him being a vampire, and Becerra had accepted that secret to not have their friendship deteriorate, and after wrecking his mind over it, he has decided to see Nanao as a male. So he is actually this shy, as Becerra finally realized the reason why Nanao had protested against Kajura and the others. "Say, Tujukuin, if it was a girl like me, would you feel anything?" Nanao suddenly asked with puppy dog eyes. Well, I'm not sure." Becerra forced himself to answer vaguely. If this question from Nanao was purely due to feeling inferiority towards his own feminine appearance, Basara would immediately deny it and even scold him. However, these words spoken by Nanao in this current state held a completely different meaning, despite that what Tuju Basara valued is the person known as Nanao. But to me, no matter what, you're still you. And Basara honestly said to Tachibana that no matter which of it was his appearance, his thoughts wouldn't change. NN, thank you. Nanao gave a slight smile shyly and said, but I would really prefer to wear the skirt first. Ah, right, of course. Basara nodding desperately made Nanao laugh, and Nanao took the skirt from the pouch. Add this, what to do, Tujukuin, and stared into the pouch and pleaded Basara for help. What is it? What's wrong? After that, Nanao took out the thing stuffed right at the bottom of the pouch. To before Basara. It was something obviously different from the uniform. A complete set of cute underwear. Seeing such attention-drawing women's items, Basara and Nanao looked at each other, not speaking a word. Please do it, Tujukuin. In the end, Nanao put the underwear into Basara's hands. No, wait. This is really just... It's fine. Otherwise, Kajura-senpai, Takei-san, and Kanu-senpai's efforts will go to waste. So, Nanao continued, please follow what you are used to, and treat me as a girl. Seeing Nanao resolving himself while trying to suppress his shyness, Basara strongly nodded. I understand. I'll try to make it fast, so please endure it. After that, Basara sped up in doing that. After being removed of his shirt and the t-shirt as the undershirt, Nanao upper half was now naked, save except for his boxers. Revealing his own chest to someone else caused Nanao to tremble from being embarrassed. However, Nanao put up no protest to Basara. In order to quickly end the game, he gave himself up to Basara. Thus, after Basara went around to behind Nanao's back, and after putting the bra onto his friend's chest and doing the back hook, he raised both of Nanao's hands and quickly helped him put on the sailor suit shirt. Despite Nanao's chest area had bulges now, and at the tips of those bulges were something obviously different from a male's, and that he had incidentally touched something soft while putting it on just now. Basara didn't think about it and focused on his current task. Basara quietly hooked his fingers into the boxers, pulled it down in one shot. Perfectly round buttocks was exposed, causing Nanao to almost scream out. He had covered his mouth and held it back. To his friend working so hard, Basara had him lift up his left and right legs a little successively and took off the boxers. As he had went behind Nanao, first he couldn't see how his front looked like. But seeing from the changes in his upper body, this is probably not good. But despite saying that, Tujukuin, probably because it's his first time revealing his body to Basara, Nanao was extremely embarrassed, even to the point where, just like when Mio and Yuki fell into the aphrodisiac curse, he unconsciously began to twist about. Sorry, please endure for a bit longer. Thus Basara said some words to give him some comfort, and after putting the girl's panty onto his legs, he said, Here I go, Tachibana, and pulled it up to his waist, holding it by the sides in one breath. But, because of the influence from nervousness, the panty was pulled a little higher than planned and dug in between his thighs, causing Nanao to throw back his back and head, his whole body becoming tense. And then collapsed like how a girl would after reaching climax, backwards, against Basara. Basara then put the skirt onto Nanao, and after doing the zipper and buttons, he whispered into his ear, I'm sorry, I was too nervous and became a little too rough. Let your breathing calm down first. No need to go back quickly. Nanao raised his head in a daze. I'm alright, so, Tujukuin, I think we should return quickly? If not, this game will never end. At the end, Nanao used his eyes to say, I see. It's okay if you're fine with that. Basara changed his thoughts as he nodded. for Tachibana and for Kajura and Takei, who was forced to remove their underwear. He had to focus on ending this game as quickly as possible. And then Kanu, who had to run around outside, wouldn't have to be dragged into the rest of the game. Hence, Basara helped Nanao leave the cubicle with an action that was like a hug and returned to the table where everyone was waiting. Ah, they're back. The first to realize it was Takei. It seems like she was going to say something to Nanao, who had changed into female clothes, but could not while keeping her mouth open. Kajura then turned around to look due to this unexpected reaction from Takei and gasped, speechless. Not sure if it was because Nanao wearing the female uniform was too cute or that it was because was more feminine than a girl's. There was only one person, Hasegawa, who calmly raised her wine glass to sip the red wine. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Basara returned to his own seat while supporting the waist of Nanao, whose face still held traces of blankness, to sit back down at his seat beside him. It's my turn now then, and straightforwardly drew the paper strips and handed them all to Kajura, who was next. Kajura seemed to have gotten a shock from Basara suddenly acting differently and read out the contents a little nervously. Time was 10 seconds. Person was done to number 3. And, says kiss. I got it. Basara only said just that to Kajura, who announced that a little disturbed and didn't give it too much thought. What's of utmost priority right now is to end this game. Is it okay, Tachibana? And if Tujukuin's fine with it, I'm okay with it too. Nanao nodded clearly, and Basara said, okay, here I come. Not only was Nanao still cute as usual, there was also an air of blatant sexual appeal around him, with him leaning towards Basara, and Basara immediately lifted his chin. Are you two really? Basara ignored Takei's shout and moved towards Nanao's lips, and then kissed. At that moment, Fua. Nanao cutely screamed and violently tensed up and trembled non-stop. The reason Nanao could scream was because what Basara had kissed was not his lips but his neck. Even if he wanted to quickly end the game, Basara was not unswerving to the point where he would kiss lips to lips, since the instruction was simply, just kiss without specifying a place. This should probably be fine. It's just that Nanao gave an extremely sensitive reaction, causing everyone present to misunderstand. After 10 long seconds had passed, Nanao slowly collapsed towards him, and Basara asked worriedly while holding his thin shoulders, Are you all right, Tachibana? Was the effects from changing clothes still lingering? Nanao then released a deep breath in and slowly pushed himself upright away from Basara's body. In his misty eyes, focusing on somewhere far away, a slight red glow seemed to appear. Der Meister, and murmured something in a very small voice that even Basara, who was in front him, had trouble hearing. Tachibana? Nothing, don't mind that. I'm sorry for suddenly scaring you with such a weird shout. Nanao gave a smile and said nothing else. And that was why Basara had only found out later about the implications that his own actions and his words to Nanao carried. Vampires sucked blood from the neck and injected their own blood to turn people into their subordinates. To Tachibana, who was a half-blooded vampire, voluntarily revealing his own neck to let others touch it was an action that carried significant implications. Are you really all right? Yes, I'm all right. Nanao smiled at Kajura, who showed concern. Now, last up is Kajura-senpai. Let's quickly end this game, and urged her to quickly draw the last lots. Kajura Rika nervously stared at the box for a while, and she stole a glance at Basara and Nanao, who sat opposite her. Ever since they returned from the toilet, Nanao seemed to have become another person. Right now he had changed into girl's clothes because of the instructions, and his appearance was really different now. But even if Nanao had always been this cute, the attire is obviously not the reason now. The Nanao before Kajura's eyes had not only just changed into girls clothes, he had practically turned into a real girl. And also, there was also another person before her whose atmosphere around him is now completely different from usual. Tsukuin, from Kajura's viewpoint, is much calmer than usual, to the point where it was ice cold. Who knows, making him play this game had made him angry, but this Basara fascinated Kajura Rika. Right now, Kajura Rika saw the figure of the one who had stopped the third-year Donu from insulting her. Back on that day. Ever since from that day onwards, Kajura had paid special attention to Basara. So, inviting Basara into the student council was not simply just because his performance was great, it was also for her who prefers to take things seriously, to see if she had taken an attraction to someone of the opposite sex. Kajura-senpai. Basara felt Kajura staring at him, and asked, Sorry, I'll draw the strips now. Kajura hurriedly put her hand into the box. As number 1 canoe is not present, the paper strips were given to number 2 Takei to view. The present was the storm glass canoe had prepared, and time is 10 minutes, and person is done by number 4. It's me again. Sorry. Kajura couldn't help but to apologize to Basara, who sighed. It's fine, senpai shouldn't worry about it. Drawing lots is something that depends on luck after all. And thanks. Basara gave a forced, thoughtful smile, which almost moved Kajura to tears. But at the same time, she was afraid that the instruction would destroy her relationship with Basara, so no matter what, she had to avoid that ending. Hence, she resolved herself to endure any possible instruction and strive to become a respectable senpai. And so, 5 minutes after she announced to herself in her heart, Ya, ah, Tsukuin NNFF, ya, ha. Kajura Rika experienced a woman's pleasure under Basara's hands, reason being that the instruction Kajura had drawn was have someone rub your chest. Kajura was dragged into Takei's instruction and had taken off her underwear, so she had originally wanted to refuse it. Yet this year's sports festival had run into many troubles, and it might very well be a result of her refusing the instruction during last year's celebration. Then again the others had followed the instructions obediently so as to not cause disaster to next year's sports festival, so Kajura couldn't have just herself refusing the order and letting Basara think that she is a selfish and headstrong person. Although Kajura, who was often criticized by her peers to be too serious, had never experienced something like this, she had heard from them often that they had played games with an even heavier taste when in a relationship. Since this was nothing in comparison, everything will turn out to be fine if she just endures the embarrassment and itching feeling for 10 minutes. Kajura Rika had accepted the instruction with such a mindset. However, she of course wouldn't know that Basara had the experience of making Mio and Yuki reach climax and be subjugated countless times. And, coincidentally, Basara thinks that the reason he was able to make Mio and Yuki fall so deep into pleasure is due to the effects of the curse of the master-servant contract. In actual fact, even though Hasegawa was not under the effects of the aphrodisiac curse, she was delivered also the equally deep pleasure. Basara had been aiming to be more efficient and faster in subjugating Mio and Yuki, and today he had unconsciously gained the skill of being able to send someone into the abyss of pleasure even if the person is not under the effects of the aphrodisiac curse. Thus, in the blink of an eye, Kajura could no longer think. All she knew was that the hotness piling up in her lower abdomen continuously leaked from her embarrassing part, and despite the fact that she was not wearing anything under her skirt, her legs slowly widened under the urging of the pleasure, and she no longer cared that Nanao, Takei, and Hasegawa was watching. Having her breasts massaged by Basara, what Kajura felt was an amazing, womanly pleasure that didn't feel like her first experience. 1 more minute to go. Thus, after this had gone on for 9 minutes, at the same time Nanao, who was in charge in the time, said that, No, hi, Fua. Kajura Rika reached climax vigorously. Despite this being her first time having her breasts massaged by a boy, this was already her third climax. Basara's hands had already long ago went under her clothes to make direct contact with her skin. They had started with his hands over her clothes, but Nanao had said that it'll be easily noticed by the people outside. As for what Kajura had answered him with when Basara asked why, she could no longer remember it. Basara massaging her breasts directly and rubbing the tips of her breasts right now was probably her answer back then. Kajura-senpai? 10 more seconds. 9, 8. Nanao counted down the seconds, which made Kajura almost taste the relief of the task being over, and thus put away her modesty as a reward for enduring it all up till now. Ha! Tujukuin. Tujukuin. Kajura turned her head left backwards, and used her glazed eyes to look at 1. Basara. Although letting him see her face right now was very embarrassing, Kajura hoped to burn the face of the one she had fallen in love with into her eyes and the one behind her back. Almost finished, senpai. In the moment she heard his words, Kajura Rika's desires exploded along with her breasts being massaged. After Kajura had lost consciousness after reaching climax 4 times just from Basara massaging her breasts, the tradition gift exchange came to an end, as did today's celebration dinner. Right now, Tuju Basara is currently sitting in the back of a taxi. The colorful Christmas neon lights outside the window formed a shiny mirage. However, Basara, who was filled with deep regret and self-loathing, was unable to enjoy the view. Ah, what have I even done? Young people these days, lately the younger generation, have begun to openly deviate from the values of the older generations, and Kajura and Takei removing their underwear after receiving that order, as well as Nanao being stripped down and changed into female clothes by his hand, became nothing serious. When Kajura had drawn the instruction for Basara to massage her breasts, Takei seemed to be very enthusiastic about it, and despite Kajura appearing to be very embarrassed about it, she had agreed to it in the end. Hence, to Basara, who had no experience with friendship, he had originally thought that here wouldn't be any problems. In the end, it had resulted in Kajura losing consciousness from that action, bringing even more confusion to where the safe border line is. Although he had not made any friends with any more males in his class to where he could go out with them, he had to subjugate Mio and Yuki, whom he had a master-servant contract with, in his free time often, and his values are slowly being molded to the ideals of the succubus Maria, causing Basara, who recently just managed to escape from being isolated in his class, to not be sure on the boundary line between sexes. But before all that, Basara held some faint expectations to his relationship with Mio and Yuki, and he told himself that all that was definitely not normal. Speaking of which, Tachibana really made me helpless. Nanao, who also had no friendship experience just like Basara, was also not sure of where the appropriate boundary for friendship lie back then, as he still had not completely recovered from when Basara helped him change into female clothes. Thus, after Basara stopped massaging Kajura's breasts, he found that the cold atmosphere in the shop was extremely awkward, and so he used his demonic eyes to modify the memories of the shop staff and Kajura and the others. Of course, manipulating someone's memories is something that's not supposed to be done, so what was done was just the very basics, and that in their memories, Kajura had never reached climax from having her breasts massaged. So, although it was already too late for Basara to be regretful, at least Kajura's reputation has been protected. After Kanu finished the marathon and had the activity tracker checked, everyone left the restaurant and wished each other a good New Year's, agreeing to see each other again after the new semester starts. Takei flagged a taxi and sent Kajura back home, and Nanao left together with Kanu, so the only one left apart from him is Sensei. I won't run away, so can you please let go of my hand? No. Basara request received a pouting refusal. Sitting beside him while leaning her head against his shoulder and having her hand hooked with Basara's tightly is the extremely beautiful infirmary teacher. Currently, Basara and Hasegawa had boarded the same taxi. After saying their goodbyes to the student council, Basara had flagged a taxi for Hasegawa, but she had pulled him into the taxi before he was able to send her on her way. Amidst the panic, Hasegawa had asked the taxi driver to move off. After boarding the taxi, Hasegawa had been pouting ever since. Basara had tried appeasing her, but Hasegawa only flirtingly asked for a present. At the gift exchange game just now, Basara had forgotten to draw a present, and since Kajura had not drawn his present, his prepared present was not given away in the end, and since something like that had happened with Kajura later on, he could only just bring his presents back quietly, and Hasegawa wanted that present he had brought. After receiving the present, Hasegawa seemed to have cheered up a little, but she was still tightly holding on to Basara's hand, unwilling to let go. No matter what he said, it would still be fine if it was just that, but she had very intentionally kept pushing her breasts that were almost spilling out from her revealing dress onto Basara's body. I do understand that you live together with Nowruz and Nanaka in a place. I can't see I wouldn't care no matter who you do it with. If it's before other staff and students, I would go along with the stance of the other teachers. But Hasegawa raised her wet eyes and said, "You playing with Kajura's breasts like that before me was just like giving me a pinch. Very naughty. That was just how the game is supposed to be, so it can't be." Despite Hasegawa's body fragrance and adult charm was breaking down his rationality, he still tried to convince the jealous Hasegawa. But before he even finished, his body suddenly stiffened up. The reason for that was because Hasegawa had brought her mouth towards the side of Basara's head and grabbed onto his ear with her mouth. "Hey, sensei, that's not good." They were currently on a taxi, and Basara was still wearing the school uniform and called Hasegawa sensei, although the person at the driver's seat said nothing since the taxi was not very big. Everything they said must have been heard. For now, he could still say that Hasegawa was drunk. If progressed to the next stage, there was no guarantee that the driver wouldn't report it to the school. Thus, Basara hurriedly grabbed both of Hasegawa's shoulders to stop her, and she only giggled, "I know. We'll continue at my home," and whispered into his ear at a volume which only he could hear. Right now, Tuju Basara and Hasegawa Chisato had a secret relationship. On the day he helped Hasegawa take off the swimsuit with the stuck zipper, not only had Basara had food that she had personally cooked and agreed to a request to help her with the occasional student love problems, helping her in experiencing various acts between a man and woman, and it eventually went into her bathroom. Hasegawa had unsuspectingly used her large breasts to scrub Basara's back, using it to the point where it broke down Basara's reasoning, causing him to take the lead and leak out some of his desires. The two of them had not crossed the final line in the end, but traces of their naked lust had remained on their bodies. Hasegawa had reached climax from Basara's attack on her breasts, but although Basara had lost consciousness midway through, they had reached the final stages with Hasegawa's breasts. But even though they had such a relationship, Basara had listened to Sakazaki's calumny of Hasegawa and maintained his distance and was guarded about her. When things have been settled and Basara came to the infirmary after classes ended to apologize for intentionally avoiding her, and Hasegawa had accepted it with a certain condition. And that condition is to have their relationship develop in a more special direction, even if it was a woman's intuition or her experience from receiving countless confessions as the infirmary teacher. Hasegawa saw that Basara was wholeheartedly trying to endure it, to not let his rationality towards Mio and Yuki be thrown aside and cross the final line, and she thus requested for Basara to relieve himself using her as Mio and Yuki's substitute. What Hasegawa had mentioned was just basically to let Basara take advantage of her, causing it to be a little scary, and was a form of betrayal to Mio and Yuki. That was what Basara originally thought, but Hasegawa suddenly hugged him tightly. Ever since you've done that to me, something about me has become very strange, and confessed to him with wet eyes. Since the day Hasegawa and Basara mutually pleasured each other, Hasegawa had felt that something within her has been opened up, and her mind has been filled with thoughts about Basara all day, knowing that they had a student and teacher relationship and yet couldn't suppress it, gave her much pain. Save me, Tuju. When he heard her plea, the option of rejecting no longer existed within Basara's heart. The reason Basara and helped Maria and Mio was that he was not willing to put off a girl in danger. Without the Hasegawa's flexibility to different situations, he wouldn't be able to do what he have done so far. Additionally, Hasegawa's advice has helped Basara numerous times. In Tuju Basara's heart, the woman known as Hasegawa Chisato already accounted for a very significant portion. Hence, when he heard Hasegawa pleading him, Basara had no other choice but to accept. And thus, Basara had agreed to Hasegawa's condition with some conditions. Firstly, to maintain their relationship as a teacher and student. This relationship of theirs had to be kept a secret. Secondly, they cannot cross the final line. By now, Basara no longer worried about the ways that would make him betray Mio and Yuki. When his relationship with Hasegawa happened, Basara had already betrayed them. And even though that is the case, Basara drawing a line in his heart that he must never cross with Hasegawa was because of her feelings for him, but that might be a misinterpretation due to her having her very first experience with him. For Mio and Yuki, who had done a master-servant contract with him, similar situation might have taken place. Thus, Basara tried his best to not let their current status evolve into a love relationship, even if those emotions are just due to their misconceptions. Basara didn't wish to see them become hurt because of it. As long as the both of them respected this condition, Basara would agree to fulfill Hasegawa's request as much as possible. Then again, being maturely courted by a woman with such peerless charm is by itself is already irresistible. Hasegawa immediately agreed to that happily, and took the initiative to kiss him. Hence, after their 4 lips and 2 tongues met, Basara and Hasegawa, alone, in the infirmary with the door locked and curtains drawn, once again, carefully examined the special parts of each other. From that day onwards, Tuju Basara and Hasegawa's secret relationship began. The time the taxi arrived at Hasegawa's apartment was not long after 8:30. After Hasegawa paid the driver in full, Tuju Basara followed her into the foyer. Wearing high heels, her attractive round but swayed left and right, charmingly. But when that thought surfaced with his excitement, Basara felt his rationality gradually being worn away. Whenever the two of them were alone, Hasegawa would always flirt and drop hints for him to spoil her more. Despite how alluring Mio and Yuki were whenever they activated the master-servant curse, he was barely able to know where he should stop. However, Basara could only do that during his first time with her in her bathroom. With the further temptation from Hasegawa after that, he was unable to sustain it forever and gradually demanded more and more from her, and that was not accounting for times where Hasegawa would make a move on him by herself. So even though he could maintain his rationality before Mio and Yuki when they were under the aphrodisiac curse, before Hasegawa, I have to be careful. As Takei has said, when Hasegawa and Basara's relationship happened, her charms grew even more. If he just let it all go in the sweet warmth of the bigger sister Hasegawa, Basara will definitely never be able to leave her side. At that moment, after swiping the keycard through the electric lock, Hasegawa beside him pressed the up button to call for the elevator, and asked, while looking up to see the current position of the elevator, "How long will you be able to stay for tonight?" From Hasegawa's apartment to the Tuju residence, taking the train and walking back home would take around an hour, but taking the taxi only required 30 minutes. So as long as he leave this place at 11, he wouldn't have any problems in making it back home in time before Lucia arrives. But despite that, about 2 hours, I think. To avoid being carried away, the time Becerra allocated for himself was even shorter. I see. As Hasegawa murmured, the elevator doors opened before them. Becerra entered the elevator first and moved towards the floor's panel. But Hasegawa, who entered after him, put her hand in between the panel and Becerra and pulled him into a hug after pressing the topmost floor. The handbag has not yet fallen onto the floor, but Tuju Becerra was already in an intense kiss. He was even pushed into the back of the elevator, his back pressed up against the wall. As sensei? The situation changed too quickly, and Becerra didn't even have the chance to press the button to close the elevator doors, so the doors were still wide open. Becerra grabbed Hasegawa's shoulders, and after separating their mouths with much difficulty, he raised that as to why Hasegawa was suddenly so anxious and urgent. We only have 2 hours, and you want to wait until we go through the front door to start. Hasegawa looked up at him with tears flowing from her eyes. Tuju, I'm also someone who also gets jealous. I hope you will remember that. Well, being looked at in such a close distance erotically caused Becerra to draw a breath. Before entering my apartment, I want you to chase away the other women from your mind. Hasegawa gave a seductive smile, pulled Becerra's right wrist onto her breasts. For this dress, which prominently displayed her breasts, Hasegawa was not wearing a bra, hence when Becerra touched those breasts that was almost spilling out. He realized that the tips of Hasegawa's breasts were already swollen and stiff. Just thinking about what Becerra will do already made her excited to this extent. Just how long? She couldn't have already been like that ever since we boarded the taxi? Tuju, with her back facing the elevator doors that were slowly closing, Hasegawa broke the silence with a sexy, intoxicating smile and voicing out Becerra's name, strongly expressing her sexual excitement and her request to him. When the lift began moving upwards, traces of thoughts of calming down Hasegawa vanished from his mind. Tuju Becerra pushed his lips onto Hasegawa's and put his tongue into action, while at the same time using his left hand to tightly embrace Hasegawa's waist and pull her towards him, and his right hand began furiously fondling her breasts. Tuju, churu, and few, athe. Hasegawa twisted her hips about happily and let out happy sounds with her arms wrapped around Becerra's neck. Seeking for more, Becerra didn't disappoint her, and the left hand that was around her waist went downwards and began playing with her butt. At the moment, the lift stopped moving, and the doors slowly opened. The young woman outside the elevator stared at the both of them, speechless. From her simple attire of home clothes, she was probably either on her way back home or just going down to the nearby convenience store to buy something. Hasegawa temporarily stopped her mouth movements and said carefreely to the transfixed woman, "Can you take the next one?" And the elevator doors closed by itself before the young woman could give any reaction, and Becerra and Hasegawa continued their intimate activity. This time, the elevator didn't stop. But even when the elevator reached the top floor and opened the doors, Hasegawa still held on to Becerra and was unwilling to let go. So Becerra could only stretch a hand to pick up the handbag on the ground and also carried Hasegawa up in a princess carry while he was at it too. That action pulled on Hasegawa's dress and caused her bare right breast to finally spill out from the dress. With both of his hands busy, Becerra could only just use his face. He bent his head down towards her right breast and the pink tip that was bulging even more than just now, as if desiring for something entered his view. Thus, Becerra opened his mouth and sucked the nipple into his mouth hole. Heya! Hasegawa twisted lovely and gently in his arms, and the arms around his neck tightened even more. Under this condition, Becerra could only continue sucking on Hasegawa's nipple while walking towards the entrance of her apartment. When he reached the door, Basara released Hasegawa's nipple from his mouth and put her back down on the floor and said, "Sensei, the key." Hasegawa, whose breasts now looked erotic from being fondled, retrieved her handbag from Basara's arm and took out the key for the front door. After they entered, the two of them once again kissed intensely as if unable to wait any longer. After roughly removing their shoes at the entrance, Hasegawa's handbag and gloves, as well as Basara's jacket, were all thrown down in the corridor. "Then, let's go into the bedroom today." Basara complied with Hasegawa, who was breathing heavily, and opened the door to the bedroom that he had never touched before, and walked in and then put her down on the bed. Hasegawa, who was by the bed, then pulled apart the chest area of the dress, and the large breasts trembled from the motions. "Come, Tuju, let me pamper you lots today," and tempted Basara while curling the edges of her mouth seductively. Thus, Basara got onto the bed, and the both of them then begun removing each other's clothes. Taking off Hasegawa's clothes was simple. He only had to give a simple pull to undo the knots of her clothes behind her back, to quickly turn the dress into a simple bundle of cloth. After removing the dress, Basara finally saw her underwear. It was a sexy corset that only covered up to half of her breasts. "This goes well with my dress today. It's bought specially for you," Hasegawa said with a smile while taking off Basara's shirt and undershirt. "So that dress and this sexy corset were worn specially just for me." When that thought came up, Basara's excitement grew even further. Hasegawa, who was undoing the belt to take off his pants, very quickly noticed the change in Basara. "You've already become so excited for me." Hasegawa's eyes that looked up into his eyes, already filled with lust. "I'm very happy." After taking off Basara's pants, Hasegawa cupped her breasts with both her hands as if it was something she was supposed to do, and entrapped Basara's swollen private part deeply within her large breasts, rubbing her breasts against each other left and right and up and downwards. "Ah!" Hearing Basara moaning from the pleasure, and "Fufu, my skill has already improved, right?" Hasegawa, who serviced him with her breasts, also began to concentrate on enjoying the stimulation brought about by it. "How does it feel to turn the older girl into such a lewd woman?" And lust-filled eyes, she asked with a teasing smile. "It my own fault?" Since, after all, this relationship between them was all started by Hasegawa herself. Basara, who was unable to accept this and protested, moved a hand to begin caressing her head. This was the agreed signal between the two of them. "To say something like this after making me do all that. What a guy you are." Hasegawa giggled and began servicing Basara, this time using not her breasts but her mouth. She cheerfully sucked and stimulated it, using her tongue precisely to apply her saliva on it, causing Basara's penis to become even bigger. Hasegawa's lewd expression that couldn't be imagined since just now, causing Basara, who was having difficulties in controlling himself, to exponentially increase the pleasure he experienced. "Fufu, you can't, not now." Just as Basara was about to explode in Hasegawa's mouth, she released it from her mouth and just laid down on the bed. Just what is she? Just as that thought came to his mind, Hasegawa dipped her index finger in and out of her large breasts and said, "Tonight, would you like to thoroughly devastate me?" And unhesitatingly said out something that shook Basara's base instincts. "You've always been thinking for me and doing as I wished, and have never done what you wanted, no? That one time in the bathroom was the only time you've taken the initiative. That, but what Hasegawa said was the truth. Basara had done that so as to not cause harm to Hasegawa. If he let loose with his male instincts on her, he would have definitely caused harm to her. From the beginning, Basara does not want to do anything that would cause harm to Hasegawa, yet, "Tuju, for my sake, I want you to let loose and go wild with me, okay?" Hasegawa coaxed Basara, with a smile like a goddess that forgave everything and said out warm words that killed his reasoning. "It'll be fine even if you're a little rough. Let me see your manly side." Hence, Basara straddled on Hasegawa's breasts and inserted his own part in between her breasts, and after pushing the breasts towards each other with even leaving a gap, he slowly began to pump. Using Hasegawa's breasts, he forcibly used the breasts to perform fellatio on himself. With every stroke of Basara's, Hasegawa's breasts shook heavily, and at the same time, Yahan, Fu, Tuju, Ha, Fu, Ha, her breasts being ravaged by Basara, caused Hasegawa to tremble nonstop. In the unprecedented pleasure that Hasegawa-sensei, the woman that was more beautiful and more unyielding than anyone else, the breasts of such a person being devastated by him, this fact already gave Basara much excitement. For the first time in the way he desired, he unleashed his own seminal on Hasegawa's breasts. Hasegawa Chisato felt a fiery pulsation come from Basara's penis in between her breasts. The vigorous release of seminal dyed Hasegawa's breasts white. "Fufu, that's an amazing amount." As Hasegawa said with an intoxicated smile, Basara slowly pulled away his hips. Hasegawa saw that thing being pulled out with squishy sounds. From within her breasts, the liquids consisted of his seminal and Hasegawa's saliva. "Now I'll make it clean." Hence Hasegawa rose up and began using her tongue to lick up the residues of Basara's pleasure. Midway, Basara's hands came over and began fondling her breasts. "Nchu, hey. Such mischievousness. Juan, chupu." Additionally, his fingertips also started pinching the buds at the tip of her breasts and played with them. Hasegawa carefully used her tongue to clean the thing in her mouth, indulging in the sensations of Basara fondling her breasts into many different shapes, and at the same time, he's becoming more and more sadistic. Hasegawa Chisato felt a definite change in Basara. The reason Hasegawa Chisato pampered Basara is to give him love. Of course, she was not denying her real emotions towards Basara. Her asking Basara to have an relationship that cannot be disclosed to anyone is a result of her treating Basara as one of the opposite sex. However, tempting Basara like this is to increase his power. The usual Basara excessively suppresses his own tendencies, and that is probably in order to suppress the ferocious nature of Brynhildr. When his body sustained fatal injuries during the battle with Sakazaki, Brynhildr had went wild by itself, proving that point. Back then, Basara's battle power suddenly rose explosively and released, banishing shift continuously in succession. That was a result of the demonic sword Brynhildr utilizing Basara's original battle potential, and Basara will require that power to be able to fight to the end in the war in the demon realm. Hasegawa knows that Basara will be heading to the demon realm after leaving her apartment. The advice she gave at the restaurant was also for that. Just like how Yuki had gotten the approval of the spirit sword, Sakuya, Basara will need to bring out the true power of Brynhildr and himself. If not, in the war with the current Demon Lord faction, he will easily lose his life. That was because the opponent he will face is just that strong. "I will absolutely not let you die." Many years ago, Hasegawa Chisato had lost the important woman that was like her older sister in her heart. So that's why she had resolved herself that she will protect the Basara that woman had left to her no matter what. This is something she will never concede on. So Hasegawa Chisato wanted to help Basara by making him cast aside his rationality and strengthen his animalistic side, letting him synchronize more easily with the ferocious Brynhildr and teach him to use his latent strength. Consciously, Basara might have noticed that in the past month since his relationship with Hasegawa has started, there was a substantial progress in the synchronization between himself and Brynhildr. Most ideally is to have him be able to use as much power as when he cornered Sakazaki. As of now, in the short period of time he had grown and had learnt new moves. If he could find the chance in his future battles, he will probably change. So, chu, chum, infu, chupu, esi, it's very clean now. When Hasegawa released her mouth, the penis that was covered in kinky, shiny saliva once again hotly swelled up. Sensei, in Becerra's eyes as he looked downwards at her, there was a manly imposing. Showing me that face. You really are energetic. Come this way then. Squeezing Becerra's penis with wet sounds with her hand, she gave a flirtatious smile to increase the chances of making Becerra even stronger. Tuju Becerra got off the bed being pulled along by Hasegawa's hand, and the two of them moved towards the window. Hasegawa's right hand rested against the full-length windows and said to Becerra while looking back, "This time, use this place." And she then pushed her butt upwards, tempting Becerra, and did something unbelievable. She used the thumb of her left hand, and after bringing it into the space between her thighs, she revealed it. This action caused Becerra to gasp. As it was not pulled aside horizontally, Hasegawa's femininity couldn't be seen. Yet Hasegawa, who looked backwards in such a posture, presented a lewdness that Becerra had never seen before. I have not forgotten our promise, but just using the inside of the panty is fine, right? So come to the inside of my panty from behind my back. When Becerra heard Hasegawa say that, he then moved right behind Hasegawa as if he was sucked there. Despite how bright and brilliant the street lights are in the night view outside the window, he did not see it at all, because something even more beautiful was right in front of him. In the holy night, the view of Hasegawa's body was illuminated by pale moonlight, making her beautiful just like a goddess. At where her fingers was under the strip of cloth, sweet nectar flowed non-stop from the mouth. Under it, giving her inner thighs a further shine under the moonlight. That place is undoubtedly the woman's secret place that Becerra could insert himself into. Hence Becerra used his left hand to hold steady Hasegawa's hips and used his right hand to adjust his own position, slowly advancing towards that kinky gap. Although the inside of it was pretty narrow, but once the head went past it, he could move straight directly. Becerra straightened his back and pushed in further, and that hot wet slit that's a real female organ tightly rubbed against him. Ah! Amidst the sensation that sapped his strength, Becerra, who continued on, moving in the same direction, would naturally collide into Hasegawa's, but in the moment when that happened, aha! Hasegawa cried out lewdly, overwhelmed with what she was feeling. The face that was reflected in the window was intoxicated, revealing an expression that was even more satisfied than ever. Ku! Ah! Thus, Tuju Becerra grabbed Hasegawa's waist with both his hands and began to grind. Ha! And Tuju! Ah! Ha! Phewa! Hasegawa gave a sensitive reaction, throwing back her loose waist-length black hair and released a womanly cry of pleasure. To hear more of Hasegawa's cries, Becerra collided with her again by moving his waist forward, knocking some ripples that appeared on her body from her white, but going wild on her at the place where both of their bodies made contact. White foam was soon grinded out, along with some loud wet sounds. Ya! Ah! Tuju! You're moving! Hasegawa's intoxicated moans made Becerra look straight ahead at the reflection in the window, the sharp images of two persons indulging in pleasure. Becerra's intense grinding caused Hasegawa's large breasts to be pressed up against the window, and her panty had a bulge that was of Becerra's shape. However, what this view brought to Becerra was not excitement, but instead a fact. As the underside of Hasegawa's panty was already very wet and in a mess, he had not realized that his angle to the opening of her crotch is slanted and has deviated, and is not touching Hasegawa's actual spot, her most sensitive place. This made Becerra suddenly stop moving, and he then gulped. Nu, Tuju? Hasegawa looked backwards with a pained look. That expression she had was like she had never thought that Basara would notice the truth. Thus, Tuju Basara wanted to see it even more, see what Hasegawa would turn like when experiencing even stronger womanly pleasure. Hence, Basara adjusted his angle and tried bottoming out against his target. In that moment, Hasegawa suddenly convulsed, raising a scream that shook even the full-length window, while at the same time a certain hot substance soaked the entire panty. This is a reaction far exceeding his imagination, and with the hotness felt on his thing that he inserted there, Basara realized what it was. Hasegawa, who had climaxed from having her sensitive spot rubbed, had a lascivious shower gush out from there. Hasegawa's body had turned flushed from the pleasure, her skin being dyed cherry pink. The view of that body violently climaxing under the pale moonlight was a peerless beauty. Seeing such a Hasegawa, a place within his heart exploded. A climax on a completely different level from those she experienced caused her to continue moaning with saliva trickling from her mouth, and her limbs lost all energy and slid downwards, pressed against the window. Basara's hands holding on to her waist then slid up her belly, catching her breasts with his hands to hold her up. With the lingering of the tremendous climax just now gone, Hasegawa climaxed lightly again from her breasts being grabbed. The usual Basara would probably stop right here. To not hurt Hasegawa, however, the him right now is not the usual him. Hence that was why Basara didn't stop. With Hasegawa's breasts overflowing from his fingers, he began kneading them roughly and started his grinding again. Yaha! Tuju! Don't! Tuju! Hasegawa pleasure peaked again for the third time, yet Basara still continued pounding her. The appearance of Hasegawa having unimaginable climaxes continuously. Every time he attacked that place is just so beautiful. It made Basara even more excited to send Hasegawa to the peak again and again. Hence, Basara could no longer remember how many times both sides has reached the peak. He only knew that Hasegawa was already used to being at the peak. Tuju, to the point where she could match her movements and lewdly move her hips along with him. Just any error in the angles and positions would send them into the danger zone, thus giving Basara and Hasegawa even more excitement. He could vaguely recall Hasegawa, who tremendously climaxed again and again, squirted out showers, and he discharged along with her. At the end, Hasegawa's hair seemed to release a golden glow. Was it his imagination? It was 10 minutes after Basara and Hasegawa came very close to sexual intercourse by the window. Hasegawa, who was together with Basara, who had lost consciousness, pressed up against the window, finally recovered enough to the point where she could move her four limbs. It was unexpected for me to not even be able to maintain my human form. At the apex of the god realm was the 10 gods. In the state of aphasia, Hasegawa Chisato said while having a bitter smile on. Although doing something like that with Basara would make her emotions run wild, she had not expected to experience such strong pleasure to the point where it could eliminate a high-class seal. Along with the elimination of the seal, the clothes she was wearing on her body was also gone. My, Basara really liked those clothes. When she maintained her consciousness, usually, such a mistake would never have been made. It was rare for Basara to shoot 7 times, and she had not even had enough time to enjoy it. It was really such a waste. Fufu, I'll let it go this time. Since this was Basara's first time, Basara had thrown aside his rationality so thoroughly. To Hasegawa, who wanted to raise Basara's battle power by enhancing his synchronization with Brynhildr, this was a fortunate mistake. Also, that just shows how much you want me. Hasegawa gave a slight smile and did a short distance transfer with Basara, who breathed shallowly and had collapsed on her back, to her bed, to under the blanket. Her legs entwined with Basara's legs, and her hands began warmly caressing his head. She then buried his face into her breasts and began operating the phone in her handbag using her psychic power. I'm going to call a taxi. When the call connected, Hasegawa sent her voice into her handbag, preparing his transport back home. The time when it would arrive is of course not long before the time Basara had said he had to leave by the latest. But thinking about it, the two of them could still interact for more than an hour. Hence Hasegawa planned to lie down just like this for a while and wake up Basara in the last 30 minutes and take a bath together. You'll need to return to how you usually look like before that. As she said with a wry smile, she heard something unbelievable. Hasegawa-sensei. Her name was said out in his sleep talk. Tuju Basara will be leaving for the demon realm after this, but what he was thinking about was not Naru's Mio, not Nanaka Yuki, nor was it Naru's Maria, but instead her. This fact caused a ripple in Hasegawa's heart, and she couldn't control herself for a moment, even though it was restrained and limited once she released the current full power of the 10 gods. She could easily delay the time flow of this lower dimension. If the range was set to just this room, not only could she do what happened just now again, combining as man and woman could last for almost forever. However, she did not do that. If she did that, she'll need to show her current appearance to Basara, and she couldn't reveal her true identity to him yet. Of course, he'll definitely still accept her even if he find out that she is one from the god realm, but the problem is, after you wake up, you definitely will want to return to Naru's Mio and the others. That is not because Basara will choose them. It was to help the one that was the daughter of the previous demon lord who had inherited his power and bloodline and free her from her cruel fate. Thus, Hasegawa got on all fours with Basara under her and kissed his lips. Basara's body then released a faint golden glow. Hasegawa was sending him power through their lips for him to regain his strength. She couldn't let Basara leave for the demon realm in his current state, and as the two of them had a relationship, she couldn't let him die with the death battle in the demon realm right before his eyes. After you overcome your difficulties, come back and subjugate me again, and it'll be through the entire night next time. After restoring Basara's body energy, Hasegawa said while smiling after separating their lips, and then once again kissed his lips, what went across. This time was her tongue and saliva. Ah, then chu, fu chu, namu, chupu, uo, and chu. This was not to restore strength, but simply just a kiss expression love. There were still 30 minutes to the time she had to wake him up. Before that time came, Hasegawa gazed at Basara's sleeping face. She silently huddled up against him, and just like having their roles swapped, she fawned on Basara.